Chapter 1, Baelon's Diary, First Entry. Late 111 AC. Dear Diary. Today was my 6th name day. I received this book as one of my gifts. Mayhaps my reputation as a gifted child got too widespread. I thought that since both Arslan and Harris wrote diaries, then I could do the same in this life. That is right, I am Baelon Targaryen, son of Viserys I Targaryen and Aemma Targaryen Narration. But before that I was someone else. I was Arslan the Liberator, Zhuge the Strategist, Geralt of Rivia the Witcher, and Harris Preston the 21st century history buff who was quite fond of a certain franchise. One written by none other than our favorite tormentor, George R.R. Martin. It was very disorienting, having the memories and skills of 3 formidable men, and one not so formidable, shoved into my head as a baby. I spent moons just staring at the ceiling having an existential crisis. Thankfully, it seems the only set of memories that firmly imprinted itself on my mind were Preston's. However, I realized as time went on that I preserved several traits from my other memories. Like Zhuge placid, calculating nature and intelligence, Arslan's observant eyes and ability to just know other people, and I would find people unknowingly standing at attention when I channeled Geralt's intense gaze. Being an unremarkable man who lived an unremarkable life, you notice the difference in your behavior quite easily. Recognizing that I now had the general fondness that most ancient Chinese people had for the color purple, a new appreciation for silence, and the habit of keeping a slight smile on my face didn't take a long time. Objectively thinking, I figured that whatever did bring me here had a clear objective. Keeping this place from imploding. Because not only did I get the comprehensive knowledge and experience of 3 legendary figures, I noticed that I may have received 2 other boons. Firstly, I noticed that my body has the watered-down benefits that a witcher may get after going through the experiment, not completely inhuman, but superior to any other foe I may encounter. Secondly, remember the egg that Daemon stole for his imaginary child with Mysera? Yeah, that hatched some months after I was born, and for all intents and purposes, my dragon wasn't supposed to grow that fast. Xyrex is almost 1.5 larger than Seasmoke, the dragon older than it by more than 4 years. He is a resplendent purple dragon with golden lines that connect onto his brow like a crown, a dragon fit for a king. I once heard a particular courtier describe him as such. As for the political situation, Roynar, my dear sister, resents for apparently taking away our mother, although she doesn't particularly show any desire towards the throne, so that's a relief. Apart from that, there wasn't any deviation from the plot. Criston Cole got admitted to the King's Guard due to Rhaenyra's favor. Father still married Alicent and currently has 2 children with her, the 4-year-old Aegon and the 1-year-old Aemond. Daemon came back this year. He gave his crown to father, E'd half the maids, tried something with Rhaenyra, then he got chased out by father, again. Tomorrow I start martial training, so that's neat. Chapter 2, Criston I. Criston is a proud man. And why shouldn't he be? He rose from the lowest lows, fought valiantly on the Dornish marches, and now has the privilege to be counted amongst the valiant order of the King's Guard. Cole spent his whole childhood dreaming of standing where he is. He trained relentlessly in the yard, was always the first person to enter the battlefield and the last to leave, and he killed and killed and killed so many soldiers to become a knight. Not any knight, a King's Guard. But when he first reached the capital and beat Daemon Targaryen in single combat after unhorsing him in the tilts, he realized that no amount of skill or chivalry was going to get him there. What he needed was the favor of the royal family, because members of the King's Guard were chosen not for their ability, but their utility. The day Sir Riam Redwine died was a day of mourning for most, but one of celebration for anyone such as him, because it signified that after so many years, a position in the King's Guard was vacant. Criston felt elation. He finally had a chance. He thought. But then came the crushing realization, that for all his skill, Cole wasn't useful. He didn't come from a powerful family nor did he have gold to spare. He was just a glorified hedge knight, and he saw people less skilled than himself favored more than him for being luckier, and he seethed. But Princess Rhaenyra changed everything. She saw the reality of it and chose him over men with deeper pockets and even bigger castles, and he was prepared to give everything to her in return because she wasn't like everyone else. She was beautiful, brave, defiant. So he broke his oath for her, he dishonored himself as a king's guard for her, because she meant that much to him. But she stepped on it, she spat on his honor and insulted his efforts. And then he realized that she was just a spoiled child who doesn't go against norms because of defiance or justice or honor, but as a tantrum, not dissimilar to a toddler that lost his toy. If only he knew, if only. Iston, Sir Criston. Yes, my queen. He turned towards his new charge, the woman garbed in green looking at him inquisitively. Where is Aegon? I haven't seen him all day. He's at the yard, your grace, with the king. The king? Yes, your grace, the king wanted to be present for Prince Baelon's first day of training, and Prince Aegon demanded to be there too. Take me there. Of course, your grace. He couldn't help but ponder about the situation that he found himself in. He did a lot lately. Perhaps his new duties as a guard, standing in a single spot for hours, could be the reason. As a king's guard, speaking without getting spoken to is not allowed while doing his duties, so anytime someone addresses him or starts a conversation is a blessing that he never thought he'd appreciate. Tell me, Sir Criston. What do you think about the Crown Prince? Asked his queen. The Crown Prince? Your Grace. Yes, there are all sorts of rumors about our prince. People say that he is charming and polite, that he was blessed by the smith with wisdom beyond his peers. Grandmaster Melos in particular, while quite not religious, has only heaps of praise about Prince Baelon. He calls him a prodigy, a born maester. She says. I do not know, your grace. It is not my place to comment on the members of the royal family. I understand. Then how about an alternate question? Who do you think is more worthy of rule? A man who holds a book? Or one with a sword? She asks. After a bit of silence, Cole replies. The one with a sword, your grace. 'Tis not a peaceful realm. King Aenus is an example of that. She hums in response. In a sudden burst of bravery, Cole continues. Although, having both would be better than having one. His sentence ends just as they turn towards the yard. They find themselves looking at a crowd of men, the king and little Aegon chief amongst them, surrounding two boys in the yard. The first, and the larger of the two, is a squire to some minor noble of the court. The other is 6-year-old Baelon, no longer sporting his slight smile, his eyes looking at his opponent in such a grim way that the poor boy is trembling. While the other boy was holding a one-handed sword appropriate for his age, Prince Baelon held a two-handed short sword, a wooden one meant to act as a two-handed long sword for children, in one hand. The squire charges toward the prince with a defiant roar. As he gets close to him, Baelon calmly attempts to hit the boy's leg. The boy lowers his shield to block the blow, only for the prince to twist his wrist, changing the trajectory of his sword upwards. The blow hits, and the squire staggers, but he doesn't get a chance to even think as he is hit by a flurry of blows by the prince and falls on his back, a wooden tip fixed next to his neck. Yield, almost growls the prince. I yield, answers the squire. People applaud the masterful use of misdirection, and the prince lifts the squire while complimenting his swordsmanship. The boy knew Baelon was lying, but that didn't stop a smile to adorn his face. Cole gapes at the spectacle. This can't be his first time. He thought, the prince showed too much skill for his age, and while it was true that his stance was strange and his footing unstable, the way he managed to think through the fight calmly and critically was something that no one can do at first, or at least not until now. He looks back to his queen, only to see her aggressively biting her nails, a habit that everyone thought was discarded by her through sheer discipline. For some unknown reason, Queen Alicent dislikes the crown prince. At first Cole thought it was because she was ambitious like her father, and saw him as an obstacle to her son's success. But the more he observed, the more he thought it false, or at least at first. The boy unnerved her. She would always evade his eyes and quickly end conversations with him. Lately, she seems to be more of what people thought of her, ever since Princess Rhaenyra's wedding, where she started wearing green to the Princess Black. Queen Alicent showed more interest and ambition for the throne, and started educating and treating Aegon more like a ruler than a prince. The Queen looks back toward Cole with a strained smile. You were right, Sir Criston. Having both is better than having one. I do not wish to interrupt Aegon's fun. I'd like to go back to my quarters for the day. Of course, Your Grace. Underscore 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 un. Sir Criston stood vigil next to the Queen's quarters for what felt like hours, listening to her Grace conversing with her maids and spending time with both Prince Aemond and Princess Helena. The sound of controlled, measured footsteps echo in the corridors of the Red Keep, and soon enough, Otto Hightower steps inside the room, and as usual, the maids and nurses leave them alone. Lord Hand. Criston receives a nod in return. He wondered why Maegor the Cruel built the keep like so, as while the walls do a good job at containing the sounds of conversation, the doors don't. Which leaves him listening to most of the conversation between the Queen and her father. You have been biting your nails again, daughter. I am sorry, I couldn't help it. Yes. To think the prince could be so adequate. Alicent lets out a derisive snort. Adequate, that thing is not even human. After a quiet pause, she continues. Do not look at me like that. You know it, I know it, everyone knows. Whatever happened on the day of his birth took the baby. What's inhabiting him is something else. Keep your voice low, daughter. What you're saying is treason of the highest order. Otto practically hissed at his daughter. Alas, she gave him no heed. He stopped breathing. Several times. You remember the day when the heir to the throne was declared dead. Then alive. Then dead again. Until the maesters just gave up. But he lived when he shouldn't. They said that the babe stopped breathing for nary an hour. She took a breath, as her anxiousness and trepidation began to show. And I held him, some moons after. His eyes were cold and dispassionate, he looked at me as if I were prey for him to feast, and I almost wished I could have dropped him. No, that isn't a human, no child is so different. A long period of silence, then a chair scraping on the stone floor. The Lord Hand's voice sounded from further away. You may be surprised, my queen. Tell me, do you remember Old Town? Alicent takes some deep breaths. Yes, of course. I grew up there. Right, but you don't, as a lady of noble birth and a scion of Hightower, you only visited the manses of our vassals or the starry September, you weren't able to see or discover the other side of the city, the citadel, the port, the slums. Otto stops talking to let out a melancholy sigh. Ah, we used to sneak out, me and my brother, to the various streets of the city. And one of our duties as male members of the family was also to visit the citadel. I met many people there, some of them not dissimilar to the prince. What? Oh yes, they were rare as diamonds, people like the prince, but Old Town is the center of Westerosi civilization, many people came to pray, to trade, to learn. I remember in particular a boy, Garland Flowers, the bastard of a hedge knight on the Reach. The boy received his first link at 9 name days, almost the youngest in history. For you see, Garland could never forget anything he read. The whole conclave tested him one day by giving a selection of books, that he was to recite the next day. We came at first to make fun of the boy, such an outrageous act couldn't be possible, we thought. The boy was frail and weak, he stuttered a greeting and we responded with jeers. But then he began to talk, and we were mesmerized, no word was misspelled, and no page was forgotten. The boy of 9 name days seemed a giant at the time. There are many people blessed with gifts since their birth, and most of them aren't born in a situation where they could make the most of them. The prince may just be someone who can. Do you understand? He finishes. I sigh, I do. But that doesn't make him any less dangerous. What? Thought Kristen. What? Echoed the queen. The boy is mature beyond his years, with a mind as sharp as Valyrian steel. He will realize Aegon's threat to his throne, and he may cause his downfall for that. What do we do? I tried, previously, to betroth him to Helena, but the king was too headstrong. He seems to be keen on arranging his marriage to someone else outside the family, the Valyrians perhaps? But since that failed, we have no choice but commit. Can't we? She whispers it too low for Kristen to hear. I tried, but it turned out an impossible task. I see. I think that it is time for me to leave. Have a good evening, daughter. You too, father. The sound of footsteps echoes again and the door opens. Otto Hightower steps out and closes the door, but doesn't leave until he stared at Kristen for a couple of seconds. Kristen felt cold sweat on his back. Working as a king's guard may have been too much to deal with, he thought. Chapter 3, Roderick Leicester I/Alaraz Dane I. Author's note, just for clarification, a lot of things that happen in this story are later than in the show/the books. I'm only saying this so that when people see the dates, you don't try to be a smart *SS about it and correct me. Underscore 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 un. Roderick Leicester I. 119 AC. I can't thank you enough, my prince. That new liquid rock of yours is a godsend. With these new roads, our goods can go to and fro King's Landing in less than a day. The Seven blessed us with such a boon, blessed us. Speaks the leader of the trading caravan. Roderick Leicester is the third son of a minor lordly house on the Riverlands, sent to squire under Lord Grover Tully along with a rabble of other kids. He was hastily knighted by the Lord Paramount after getting chosen by Prince Baelon as his sworn shield. He could remember the day clear as day. It was when the Crown Prince was coming back from his tour of the Seven Kingdoms, some sort of present for his 11th name day. Underscore 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 un. 115 AC. Roderick desperately held a shield in front of his chest, fending off an unceasing stream of blows from his much shorter opponent. For a boy of 1 and 10, he was pretty tall and abnormally bulky. But the shield was only so big, and his admittedly impressive defense couldn't hold the attacks off for long. The Master of Arms yelled at him as he fell on his behind, staggered. Roderick! How many times do I have to tell you, to use your sword for once? He knew what he was talking about, but Roderick was always more inclined towards the shield. His father wanted him to be the best knight he could, proficient in a sword, lance, and horsemanship. But while he was a decent rider, the other two were not quite his strong points. Just as he was about to apologize, he saw both the Master-at-Arms and the winner of his bout kneeling towards him. He looked to the other people, only to see them do the same. He got up and turned around, only to see a 5-feet-tall boy, looking up at him with a smirk and a raised brow. It's the prince, he thought. Why, your grace! I am deeply sorry for that. He deeply bowed. He hoped that the prince doesn't get offended. If he does, a minor, really spare grandson of a very minor lord won't be able to resist. No worries, Roderick, right? He asked, signaling everyone to stand. Why, you know me, your grace. Oh yes, I saw you sparring yesterday, so I made some inquiries. I don't deserve your attention, your grace. Oh, on the contrary, I think you may be underestimating yourself. You know what? How about a rematch, with Squire Brynden over there, as long as he is not against it, of course." "Oh, of course, your grace," replied the squire. "Of course, your grace." So did Roderick, albeit with a resigned expression. "Not with these though," interrupted the prince, dismissively pointing at his blunted sword and wooden shield. Baelon gestured to one of his peculiar soldiers behind him. One of them stepped forwards, holding a huge rectangular shield. In earth, it is known either as a tower shield, or a Roman scutum. Along with the shield, the soldier also held a very average blunted mace, one longer than the usual one. I don't understand, your grace." The prince's smile got wider. "What is so hard to understand? You're going to use the tower shield and the mace, instead of your usual sword and shield. But your gra. Just try it, I am sure you'll be very surprised." Roderick just sighed and awkwardly grabbed his new tools. "No, you don't hold it like that, you hold it like this." The prince corrected his stance. "Now, before you start, here is some advice. Trust your instincts. Contrary to usual norms, the shield is your main weapon. Hold your opponent off until you notice the frequency of his blows getting lower. But make sure that you attempt to hit him from time to time. Keep that in mind," he says. Roderick hesitantly nods, before he lowers the face mask of his battered armor. He held the heavy shield on his side, with the heavy weight of the mace unfamiliar to him. Brynden charged towards him, probably expecting an easy win. Due to the larger size of the shield, Roderick instinctively stood sideways to get a better field of vision. He braced himself and his new shield to defend against the first blow, but he was however pleasantly surprised by the ease at which he managed to hold his ground. He easily managed to deflect the remaining blows, only having to readjust the tower shield from time to time. He saw his opportunity when Brynden attempted to break his defense by overextending his next blow, so he suddenly pushed back against his attack, staggering him, before following with a wide swipe with his overly long mace. The mace had more impact due to Roderick's power and its unusual length, so it caused the squire to fall off, his arm unconsciously letting go of his shield. And in a last attempt to get back his advantage, he slashes his legs while on the floor. Leicester however didn't fall for that, as he smashed his shield on the side of the longsword, causing it to collide with the ground and disarm his opponent. He menacingly stands before Brynden for the first time and says, "Yield." "I yield," replied a dumbfounded squire. Roderick doesn't help his felled foe up, as the gravity of the situation finally catches up to him. "This felt natural. Ha ha ha. This should teach you to never wage bets against me, Sir Stefan. Now you owe me 20 gold dragons," exclaims the prince, smugly looking towards the knight in the white cloak. "Sigh, I guess so, my prince." Finally getting his senses back, Leicester turns towards the prince and bows respectfully. "Thank you, my prince. Your intervention changed my life, I do not know how I could repay you," he said. But the prince just laughed. It was a booming pleasant sound that echoed in the yard. And many people couldn't help but smile. "I know how you can. Your potential, while not particularly suited for horseback, is very fitting with a sworn shield. And would you look at that? I seem to lack one at the moment," replies Baelon, a playful glint in his eye. "You honor me and my family, my prince. I shall serve with all my heart. I wouldn't expect nothing less, and who knows? Maybe when Sir Stefan hits the bucket, you could take his place, hey?" He jokes while bumping the king's guard with his elbow. "I think I will have a set of grey hairs when the time comes, my prince." The prince's retinue's eyes turned grim when they saw how he joked back to Baelon. A moment of silence ensues. "Ha ha ha. I knew I liked you. Now, let's spar." "Spar, your grace." It was when he got completely trounced by a 1 in 10 name-day-old when Roderick realized that no one in the world deserves his servitude more than Baelon Targaryen. underscore 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 un. Back to 119 AC. You flatter me, Rick. But I have to be honest, the new roads and the buildings made due to the discovery of the liquid rock, or cement as I like to call it, caused a wave of interest from several enterprising lords of the realm. The utility and cheap price of the new substance has my workers in Dragonstone quite busy. My coffers haven't been so full in my life. You are too humble, Your Grace. There is nothing wrong with benefiting from one's goodwill. You are an example to all men in Westeros, nay, the world. Everyone knows and sees the change that your deeds have caused. From the traders at Dorne to the savages in the north, all know and respect your name. Prince Baelon stood amidst a group of merchants and his men at arms, the flags showcasing his sigil, a purple three-headed dragon on a black background, held high by his loyal soldiers. Just as Baelon opened his mouth to reply, he lifted his left fist, causing the soldiers to stop. As he narrowed his eyes toward the sides of the road, they felt the trembling of the ground before the sound of hooves. Spear wall! Roderick screams in response. Like puppets on strings, soldiers wearing polished steel armor of the highest quality, draping purple mantles to show their allegiance. In practiced movements, they raised their strange 8-feet-long spears towards the sound of hooves, while their round shields protected their most sensitive areas. Like usual, Roderick dutifully stood behind his liege, knowing that he could more than handle himself in a fight, as long as no one backstabs him, at least. In moments like this, the Guardian, as some people called him, couldn't help but reminisce about these last few years. Sir Stefan Darklin, one of the eminent King's Guard, stopped accompanying the prince after admitting that his presence was no longer needed. What he didn't know though, was that it wasn't wanted either. The prince only trusted people handpicked by himself, as he did with most of his retinue, including almost every member of the caravan, that he joined because they randomly met during the road to King's Landing. His train of thought got interrupted as he suddenly raised his tower shield, fully made from polished ironwood, and one of many gifts from House Stark to the prince as thanks to his contribution, successfully blocking a dangerously aimed arrow towards his king's neck. They are skilled, Your Grace. I can see that. That was when the cavalry came in, literally. A squadron of mounted bandits with superficially stained armor and dirty faces finally show up from both sides of the road. Unfortunately for them, while humans know that cavalry has an almost unsurmountable advantage over infantry, the horses aren't that smart. They are smart enough, however, to know that pointy sticks will gravely injure them if they just run into them. So they stop in their tracks, unknowing of their charging brethren right behind them, as you may well know, that causes a dilemma for the valiant bandits. Cavalry has three choices when faced with a disciplined, well-equipped, veritable wall of spears. Either you die by a pointy stick or by your allies trampling over your body, or you maneuver your horse sideways, and finally, you are skilled enough, or your horse is, to manage to break through. A third chose death, another third turned sideways, and the last group followed their leader after the latter managed to behead one of the prince's retinue, only for him to find another wall of spears behind the first one much more prepared for him. He orders his men to turn around, only to find that not only has the breach that he caused already filled back up, but that he was faced with two walls of pointy sticks of death. Whether due to his experience or skill, instead of panicking, the leader follows the road made by the two walls, looking for a way to escape. Roderick, orders the prince. Yes, Your Grace. Open a path. He responds. The leader, already having suffered a bunch of casualties due to the enclosing walls of spears, sees an open path towards the prince, and the foolish man, desperately grabs his so-called lifeline. Guard my back, speaks the prince. Always, Your Grace. The prince, along with his closest soldiers, draws his red and black sword, black fire. The Valyrian steel sword was awarded to him by the king after he won his first tourney at 12 and got knighted at the very same age. Just as the leader of the bandits crosses the opening made for him, the trap closes on his subordinates, leaving him and his horse along against the prince and his most loyal, most skilled men at arms. But the man, either due to his bravery or foolishness, doesn't give up. As he charges toward the prince with a maddened roar. No one makes any attempt to protect his grace against his foe, as the merchants and traders try to warn him about the threat. But Baelon is unfazed, as the bandit leader grins and his horse face to face with the heir to the throne. He swings his sword in an incredibly swift movement, aiming for his neck. But to his surprise, his sword doesn't make contact. He looks down at his left side to see the prince standing up after slashing his horse's front leg off. While doing so, he cuts the bandit's head before he could even react. As the body and horse falls down, a hand grabs the flying head out of the air. The prince throws the head to one of the soldiers, who emotionlessly grabs it. Find out who that is, and sound the horn. The archers don't need to hide anymore. Yes, Your Grace. Sound the horn. The soldier answers. The sound of horns came, but the sound of arrows followed. The remaining bandits were separated into two groups, one gathered in front of the caravan towards King's Landing, the other obviously in the other direction. Sorry, I should reiterate. There is one group of bandits remaining, one behind them, and the other getting peppered with arrows coming from within the woods. Ha! Look at them running, so adorable. Comments Baelon. The prince puts two fingers on his mouth and whistles. After a moment of silence, one of the stray clouds in the sky gets pierced by a falling silhouette. The silhouette gets bigger and bigger as it gets closer and closer to the ground. The fleeing bandits notice a huge shadow over their heads, so they raise their heads to know what it is. Their eyes open up from terror, as the falling dragon suddenly opens up its wings, creating a gust of wind that sends their hair flying. It was a decently sized dragon, with regal features and smooth scales. Its scales were dark purple with lines of gold. Picture in comments. Before they even began to scream out of sheer fear, a burst of golden fire burned them all to a crisp. Baelon turns back towards the civilians, wiping the blood from his face with a smile on it. Sorry for the inconvenience. Now. We were talking about liquid stone. Underscore 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 un. People bowed and smiled at the familiar sight of the prince and his stalwart guardian. But their smiles froze after noticing the blood on his purple doublet. The duo stopped in front of a door guarded by two King's Guard. Lord Commander, Sir Ricard. I believe I have an appointment. Of course, Your Grace. Replies Kristen Cole. The door to the small council opens, and Baelon steps inside. The King's Guard however stops Roderick from entering. Only the prince may go in. Says Kristen. Wherever the prince goes, I go. They stand there for a while, each putting a hand on the handle of their respective weapons. Sir Kristen. Interrupts the prince. The Lord Commander of 7 Years looks back toward his prince. Let him in. He orders, the look in his eyes piercing through his soul. Kristen takes a step back out of fear, and Roderick takes advantage of the situation to step inside. Baelon looks back towards the members of the small council, each looking at him with apprehension. Father, other members of the small council, good mother. Greets the prince with a slight bow. Please do excuse Roderick, as you can see from my wardrobe malfunction, he is in quite a sensitive state. What happened, son? Questions Viserys. Baelon grabs one of the chairs and takes a seat on the table, right in front of the king. You won't believe who I met on the road. He and his friends were quite a surprise. He says. He grabs the bandit leader's head from his sack and slams it on the table. The members of the small council look at the head in shock. "What is the meaning of this?" exclaims Queen Alicent. "Why, thank you, good mother. You see, this is Garth Pommingham, the second son of the lordly house of Pommingham, of the Reach." His gaze turns more and more threatening as he looks Alicent in the eyes. "He was dressed as a bandit, along with a mix of hedge knights and sellswords, and he just tried to assassinate me and my retinue, right next to our glorious capital," he continues. After a moment of silence, Lord Beesbury, the current master of coin, exclaims, "That is treason of the highest order." "I wholly agree," continues Maester Melas. "Thank the Seven for your safety, your grace," finishes Tyland Lannister, the master of ships. "Thank you, my lords. Your loyalty to the crown never ceases to amaze me," replies the prince. "However, I am afraid that this may not be the end of it. In fact, Sir Garth here is but a catspaw," he continues. "My son, please, do not play those games. Just cease the mummery and get to the core of this meeting," says Viserys. "Of course, as you all know, the canal connecting Iron Man's Bay and the Blue Fork was finished a couple of moons ago. Naturally, that took away most of the trading ships going through Sunspear to reach the western coast of Westeros." Baelon empties a pouch full of coins on the council table. "And the House of Pommingham is of the marshes, so it is logical that if Dorne wished to hire a catspaw, Sir Garth would be the perfect target." Lionel Strong picks up a coin. He looks at the sun on one of its sides with apprehension. If Dorne attempted an assassination on the Crown Prince of the realm, then retaliation would become necessary. He says, "I don't think a war is necessary, we can simply demand some sort of apology from the Prince of Dorne. I do not believe that we have to risk human lives on a failed attempt." "I must disagree, my queen, but if this attempt goes unpunished, then more will come until one of them succeeds. By then it will be too late for regrets," says Lionel. "My Lord Hand, if we wage war on Dorne, then they may ally with the Triarchy, and the flames of war would rekindle in the stepstones." The members of the small council began debating the situation, with Viserys and Baelon silent. Viserys was intensely looking at his son while the prince just smiled. "Baelon, what do you think?" "Well, I may have an idea. Underscore 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 un. Alaraz Dane I. 119 AC. The door opened abruptly while he was signing some papers. "My lord, a raven. A raven." His elderly Maester Speed walked to his side and gives him a letter. "From where?" "Dragon's Stone." Alaraz takes that as a sign to open the letter. It read, "My friend. A spark between the Guardians of the Boneway and the Piercers of the Sun was kindled today that could turn into a raging fire. The purple lightning will secretly send aid as always, while the huntsman will send sustenance. A tower tried to shine a light on us, but we managed to evade their attempts. Still, the plan is underway. It is only a matter of time before we reunite as public friends rather than stranger enemies. I look forwards to that day. Forevermore, B." Alaraz let out a dry chuckle at that. His friend's antics always brought a smile to his face. Why did he have to be so cryptic? There was no reason for it anyway. The Danes of Starfall is to Dorne what the Starks are to the Seven Kingdoms, respected, with ancestry that tracks back to the days of heroes such as Bran the Builder or Lon the Clever. They are known for their ferocity and their honor. The wielders of dawn, the swords of the morning, are known as the finest warriors and knights of the ages. Alaraz Dane is the first son and the Lord of Starfall, which means that he has a responsibility to his people that dwarfs his personal bias. The Danes are the leaders of about a third of the Dornish noble houses, people who are known for their skill on the battlefield, but nothing else. So watching his people starve and fall from grace gave birth to deep feelings of resentment towards the squabbling Euron Woods and Martells. Everything started on 105 AC, after Corlys Velaryon and Daemon Targaryen waged a war on the Stepstones against the Triarchy, trade between Dorne and the Free Cities got stifled to the extreme, and that meant no shipment of grains and the starvation of their people. It was to be expected, after all, that grain didn't even originate from the Free Cities, but was bought from the Reach at half the price of what they charged. But Dorne was used to this, as they didn't trade with the rest of the kingdoms even before Aegon the Conqueror's realm, so they weren't going to start now. Alaraz hated that. They drove countless people into death, or worse, and for what? Pride? Honor? Independence? What did that ever bring them but death and sickness? Alaraz is the sword of the morning, and he would give up Dawn in a heartbeat if it meant ending this cycle of misery. And then came the rumors, the prodigal prince who saved the north. Even from here, they heard of him, a boy of 1 and 10 who convinced his father to give back the new gift to the people of the north. The boy who solved their struggles against winter for years to come through a few shipments of grain and a fishing fleet. Baelon the Blessed, they called him. Because blessed by the Seven was he who inspires such loyalty from the common folk, who is so skilled with a blade that he felled more than 10 knights on the melee of his 1 and 10th name day. He thought them lies, and rumors propagated by sycophants to secure his position. And then he met a Lysani merchant prince drifting along the Torrentine, docking into the ports of Starfall, carrying grains and food as a gift to the struggling people of Dorne. He called it charity, he said. A one-time occurrence, he said. But then people who claimed to come from Hornhill came by every moon, also with shipments of grains and food to placate the small folk. For half a year they came, and for half a year the people celebrated. Until he came again, but this time he requested an audience, with me. He granted it, of course. And the Lysani confessed his true identity, even showing him his ancestral sword, so he humored him. Then he told Alaraz of his vision, of a united realm, united people, of turning the 7 kingdoms into one, and ushering in an era of peace and prosperity unheard of through the ages. And then came the plans, the methods by which his ambitions could be achieved. So he listened, and from dusk till dawn, I was regaled with a dream by which I felt compelled to follow. And so the prince came to gain a friend, but left with much, much more. He ended his musings, he must focus on the task at hand. Maester Louis. Yes, my lord. Call the banners, it is time to pay our respects to our new liege. Where to, my lord? Knight's Song. Chapter 4, Royce Karen I. Why is the prince here? And how the fuck did he manage to sneak so many soldiers under so many people's noses? And where did he find so much steel? Royce looked out of the windows of his solar. Outside the walls of his keep lay thousands of soldiers, each one equipped with light steel armor, along with an oversized spear and a round shield. It was a peculiar sight, but it was clear that each one of them was well trained. They marched in unison, laid the tents at spectacular speed, and held their pikes with unfailing conviction. The sound of porcelain hitting porcelain urged him to look back at the prince as he put down his cup. Lord Karen, would you be receptive to some tea? It has quite a calming effect, I hear. Said the smug little **T. He barely managed to hide his scowl before he replied. No thank you, your grace. But if you don't mind me wondering, and with the risk of sounding presumptuous, why are you here? He may not be as successful at hiding his snark, however. Come, my lord. I come bearing good news. Good news. Oh yes, you see, some 3 moons ago I was assailed by a frightening retinue of mounted knights on the road to King's Landing. As you may have surmised, the attack was an assassination, an attempt by someone towards the life of the heir of the 7 kingdoms. Excuse me, your grace, but this does not sound like good news. On the contrary, to have someone attempting such things at the height of the Targaryen dynasty seems to be more of the contrary. Baelon took another sip of tea as his grin widened. Oh, but it is. You see, after a thorough investigation, I managed to uncover the source of the assassination attack, or at least the general area where the true culprit resides. Royce couldn't help but lift an eyebrow. And where may they be, Your Grace? Dorne. He stilled in his seat as the information registered in his mind. This couldn't be true. Dornish people may be despicable, but they have no reason to. Oh, ooh. This cheeky little bugger. Lord Caron sagged in his chair in exasperation. He was hoping for a peaceful life, a luxurious life as the Lord of Night Song for the remainder of his life. His father told him war stories, about how shitty it is. So you aim to lead your mysterious standing army to take revenge and deal justice then, Your Grace? Oh no. Not at all. I may have fought my fair share of battles, but those were against bandits, raiders, and wildlings. And for all my affinity with the art of war, I do find bloodshed quite repulsive. Quite. So, what is your course of action, Your Grace? Why, ask for reparations, of course. I am but of 4 and 10 name days. Do you have any idea of the amount of terror and despair that I felt at the sight of those scary, intimidating catspaws? If it weren't for my sworn shield here, then I would have perished. Isn't that right, Roderick? He turns at the fully armored imposing figure next to him. I am sure Xyrex caused those bandits even more trepidation, Your Grace. Baelon mockingly holds his chest. Oh, how could you wound me so? Xyrex, while majestic, is nothing but adorable. Look at him. He's just like a dog. Royce glanced out of the window just to see a purple dragon playing with a big boar eerily similar to how a hound plays with its food. He blanched. To compare such a being of destruction to a dog, the prince sure is as eccentric as they say. It amazes me the amount of influence that you hold over your dragon, Your Grace. I heard it is unprecedented since the days of old Valyria. He replied. Well, the bond between man and dragon is a mysterious thing. But I digress, my lord. I hope that you wouldn't mind us staying in your wonderful castle, for a time. I assure you that we brought our food and drink, and most of the soldiers will camp outside the keep. I find no issues with it, although I wish to inquire about the nature of your activities in Dorne, Your Grace. I'm sure you understand, that as Lord of the Marshes, it is my duty to be informed of any event that could cause mayhem on the Red Mountains. Well, it is quite simple. Since I cannot find who ordered my death, I will just visit from Will to Sunspear to demand reparations. One of them is bound to be the culprit, don't you think? Is he nuts? What? Your Grace, that is unreasonable. There is no way in the 7 hells that anyone would accept those demands. No one will pay for something they didn't do, especially if there is no evidence to bear. His smile gets more mirthful as if he knew something I didn't. Well, I disagree. Who knows, some of them might even come out of their own volition. Wah! He gets interrupted by a guard barging into the room as if his life depended on it. My lord! My lord! Urgent news! Gasp! Speak! And gasp! An army is coming to the keep, from Dorne. What? See? I told you! What? Underscore 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 un. What the hell is happening here? Royce's mouth falls off its hinges as he sees the door to his castle open, to the Dornish. He couldn't believe it. The last time a Dane came into this castle was before the conquest, and it certainly wasn't as guests. After much hesitation, he urged himself forwards to welcome the Dane. Meanwhile, a 3,000 host of cavalry is setting camp outside his doors. He stood before the purple-eyed, black-haired man. Welcome, Lord Dane, to Night Song. It is a pleasure to have you here. The pleasure is mine, Lord Royce. I never thought I'd ever be able to step foot in here, but fate proves itself as whimsical as always. I am sure Lords Fowler, Manwoody, and Blackmont will be quite as fascinated. He replies, a cheeky smirk on his face. Excuse me. Oh yes, Haven't you heard? The houses of the princes pass heard about Prince Baelon's plight, so we came to give our reparations. I do not understand, reparations? Do you admit to ordering the assassination of His Grace? Oh, no, we do not. Though I may understand your reason for thinking so. The reality of the matter is that we tried to do our investigations about this event, but sadly, we found ourselves equally unsuccessful, so we came to the prince to offer our apologies. Sigh. And what of the army camping outside my doors, along with the princes? Just escorts, nothing more. The prince's pass isn't as safe as it was, I'm sure you understand. Yes, quite. Pull the god's damned other foot. Underscore 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 un. My lord. Another host is approaching the castle. They bear the flags of House Tarly. What? Underscore 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 un. My lord. There is a new host on our doors. Again. Who is it? House Dondarrion, my lord. Underscore 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 un. My lord. Sigh. All right, tell me about it on the way to the gate. Underscore 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 un. The prince sat at the main chair of the hall of the main keep. He sat at his right, as the lord of the castle, with Lords Tarly and Dondarrion on his left. In front of him stood the Dornish lords, with Lord Dane at their head. Your Grace. We come before you, not as enemies, but as allies, sympathetic to your cause. Said Alaraz Dane. A bunch of ice sounded out from the lords behind him. When we heard that one of us, one of Dorne, attempted to end your life through treachery, and risked the peace of Dorne in doing so, we were appalled. How could one be so cowardly? So weak? So despicable? We know the reputation of Dorne. Cowardly snakes. Loathsome traitors. Abhorrent bandits. No more. No longer, I say. I'd rather gouge my eyes, pull out my tongue, and cut off my limbs than being compared to the likes of the grasping Euronwoods, the scheming Martells, the abhorrent Wils. Dane pulled out his gleaming ancestral sword. The surrounding guards furtively did the same, just in case. I will not have it. No, we will not have it. Alaraz stabbed Dawn onto the floor, and as the legendary sword went into the ground, so did he, until his head looked up to the prince and his knees were level with his feet. And so, from today henceforth, House Dane of Starfall shall secede from the princedom of Dorne, and look up to the Iron Throne as its single, absolute authority. He announces. His fellow lords copy his actions. So does House Fowler. And House Blackmont. And Manwoody. And the Danes of High Hermitage. A deafening roar echoes through the room, but Royce only looked to one man, the prince. His body froze, he saw Prince Baelon with a smile so wide, and his eyes unblinking, filled with a sparkle that seemed to shine above all else. Amidst the uproar, Baelon, as if entranced, stepped on the main table as if it was but a foothold, straight towards the kneeling Dane. The sound of his chair scraping the floor silenced the crowd, so they watched the prince as if possessed with an unknown purpose, standing in front of the kneeling Dane and unsheathing his sword, Black Fire. He put the sword over one of Dane's shoulders, the Valyrian steel unbuttoning one of the lord's cape's buttons. Do you, Lord Alaraz Dane, swear your allegiance to King Viserys I of his name, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, Protector of the realm, and his heirs and successors?" questioned the prince. "Yes, I do." The prince switches his sword to the other side, causing the lord's cape to fall to the floor in its entirety. "Then rise, Lord Alaraz Dane, as the Lord of Starfall, the Sword of the Morning, and in the authority granted to me by the king, I name you Lord Paramount of Dorne, for the houses of Dorne to pledge allegiance to you as their liege, second only to the king, and with all it entails." As if knowing the importance of this event, Baelon's dragon spews out brilliant golden flames to the sky, illuminating the halls in a brilliant hue, a sight that many would be unable to forget, even if they tried to. The newly named Lord Paramount of Dorne rises, an inscrutable look on his face. "Thank you, Your Grace." Baelon clasps his hands with Dane's forearm, a joyous smile adorning his face. "My friends call me Baelon." And as the prince went on to receive the oaths of the other lords in the name of the king, every spectator knew that they just witnessed history in the making. Underscore 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 un. After a night of much feasting and celebration, the various lords and commanders stood around a map including the marches and Dorne. There were several small wooden figurines, each representing certain units of the army. Next to the table, Royce began to speak. "My prince, our host currently numbers 30,000 troops, 9,000 of these are your standing infantry, and another 9 are levies assembled by myself, and Lords Tarly and Dondarrion. 4,000 are also heavy cavalry brought to bear by us 3. And the last 110 are all light cavalry brought by our Dornish friends." "Lord Dane, how many troops do you think can the princedom of Dorne raise, if given the time?" "Your Grace, as you may know, there have been some skirmishes between House Nymeros Martell and House Euronwood. So even though their troops may be hardened in the field of battle, combined the estimated amount is 25 Dornish spears, along with some 8,000 cavalry. That is without taking into account the recent shortage in food," replies Dane. Some of the Reachmen and Stormlanders' faces sour at his almost casual way of addressing him, but considering that it was requested by the prince, they got over it. "Your Grace, we must use our access to the prince's pass to march straight to Sun's Pair, then we can take the head of the enemy in one single stroke," exclaims Lord Tarly, receiving some nods from many of the people present. "That may not work. A host this large can be seen from miles away, they will scatter to the winds before we can catch a whiff of their scent. We must start taking every castle from the Boneway till the Green Blood. Then they would just retreat into their castles, raise their villages, and leave us to starve in the open." While the lords were bickering, Baelon was looking at the map intently. He moved some of the pieces, causing the lords to quieten. "A brave man will tell you that war is fought through grit and strength of arms. A sinister man would call the brave one foolish, as he believes that deception is the key to winning battles. While a scholar would call the war a matter of mathematics because numbers matter the most." "Who do you believe is right, my lords?" interjects the prince. Royce looks at the prince quizzically. What is he up to again? "None of them. War is built on information. What do you know, what your opponent knows, and what may be wrong with your information? Those are the foremost things one must ask oneself when strategizing a war. What do we know? We know that the enemy is divided into 2 factions, and we know that if given the time, they may raise a larger, stronger force than ours. But what does the enemy know? Nothing. They have no idea that we have gathered a host, they do not know that we have a dragon, but most importantly, they don't know that we have the lords of the Red Mountains aside from the Wills and Euronwoods on our side." He couldn't help but notice that the prince omitted the answer to his third question. "Our strategy should take advantage of every piece of information that we have. So, we will split our host into 2. One of them will be consisted of all non-Dornish soldiers, as in 4,000 heavy cavalries and 18 infantry, half of them professional, the other inexperienced, and 1 dragon. The other half will consist of pure cavalry, and considering that it is Dornish, then it is guaranteed that it will be the fastest moving army in Westeros. The first host, led by yours truly, will advance slowly on the Dornish castles. We shall begin with Will, then slowly besiege every single castle on the way to Euronwood. The other host, led by Alaraz, will head down the Prince's Pass and take Sandstone in the quickest way possible, but you mustn't, under no circumstances, allow any information to leak. For the Martells, Sandstone might as well be the safest castle in Dorne. But your grace, what if the Martells muster their forces and support the Euronwoods? Then we will be outnumbered by people used to the terrain and experienced in dealing with dragons. Asks Royce. Arrogance. The Martells rose to prominence through scheming. They pitted other houses against each other and fed on their remains. Corin Martell will foolishly believe that he can deal with us alone. And why wouldn't he? Dorne fought against an army many times larger than 2 and 10,000, an army accompanied by 3 mighty dragons, and they won. So, thinking himself mighty, he will call his banners and gather them close to the green blood in preparation for dealing with a weakened army. And hopefully, if he doesn't come to know of our new Dornish allies, then he will call upon their support as well, at which point the lords will instruct their maesters to send missives of a third imaginary host, heading down the Prince's Pass. After conquering Euronwood, we will march on Sunspear at once. The Martell host will need to take an advantageous position since the Scorpions need to be stationary. From a tactical standpoint, if they were to face an army that is heavy in the infantry, the best location would be between the Scourge and the Vaith, close to the confluence of the two, since the closer you get to the green blood, the harder it is to walk through the rivers. There are 2 bridges, one next to the Castle Vaith, and the other leading straight to God's Grace. They will have to control access to these 2 bridges at all costs, since they will need them to intercept us in case we try to bypass them. Out of the 2 bridges, the one next to the Vaith is going to be more vulnerable, as it's going to be the closest to our army. Our plan is going to be. Royce was apprehensive at first, but the more the prince talked, the more this sounded like a good idea. War might not be as horrible as he thought. Chapter 5, Roderick Leicester 2/Alaraz Dane 2/Gwaine Euronwood I. Sorry, I know I said I would upload Friday or Saturday, but something came up. Keep in mind that today POVs doesn't happen simultaneously, so no questions about how quickly Dane reached Sandstone, or about the happening of Euronwood's POV. Underscore 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 un. Roderick Leicester 2. The heat was excruciating in Dorne, especially for someone like him who wore heavy armor. But such is the plight of the Sworn Shield, it is his duty to stand vigil next to his liege, to protect him from any who may want to bring him harm, even though he often thought that he may not be needed. They camped their troops behind a tall hill next to Will, the castle of the, you guessed it, the Wills. If there is one word that could describe that house, it would be cruelty. Members of that house were raised like the Ironborn, encouraged to commit horrible deeds. They were praised for torture, celebrated for raiding, and glorified for banditry. To be honest, he was excited. The Wills have one daughter, but she was married off to the Vaiths, and all remaining members were adults. This damned house could finally be extinguished. Roderick. Yes, Your Grace. Did you inform the commanders to choose new captains for the new levies? Yes, Your Grace. And did you get the engineers to finish my request? Yes, Your Grace. People were apprehensive the first time I suggested an engineer unit for war, but they turned out to be very useful, didn't they? Yes, Your Grace. Are you a pillow biter? Yes, Your Gra. Wait, no. Ha ha ha. I knew you were preoccupied with something else. What ails you, my friend? Nothing, Your Grace. It is just that this Dorne, I heard many rumors about Dornish spearmen hiding inside caves and under the sand, so I am much more alert than usual. Ha! Rumors are rumors for a reason, Roderick. In previous wars, the Dornish did hide in caves and wells and whatnot, but we already passed the caves and examined the wells. As for the sand? A human being staying underground in this heat? They would die before they hear the footsteps of their enemies. Additionally, they do not know of our existence, so we have the element of surprise. They won't have the time to hide. I know, Your Grace, but I can't help it. Do not worry, I will be fine. As they stood, observing the training infantry, one of the prince's men-at-arms, wearing their signature purple mantle, bowed in front of the prince. Your Grace! We received the signal. Good news at last. Thank you, Hother, you can go. Your Grace! They immediately headed towards the command tent, where the lords and their retinue stood over the map, making sure nothing was missed with their strategy. As the prince entered, the lords bowed. Your Grace! No need for formalities, I come bearing news. We received the signal, our men are inside the keep and will attack the guards and open the gates at the sound of the horns. Tell the troops to get ready for battle. But before that, let's go over the plan. Underscore 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 un. Roderick stood at the head of the footmen, accompanied by Baelon's most proficient men-at-arms. Usually, the cavalry is useless in terms of sieging a castle, so the infantry takes the vanguard and attempts to climb the walls and open the gates. But this is an unusual situation. So the heavy knights of the Dondarrions and Tarleys are uncharacteristically taking the lead. His Grace is absent, as he has his task to do. A sudden roar sounded out from the vanguard, probably in response to a speech by Lord Tarley, the commander of the knights. Didn't the dumbass realize that this is supposed to be an ambush? He shouldn't have convinced the prince to choose him over Dondarrion. Seriously, Reachmen and their overinflated ego. The sound of the horn echoed on the battlefield, startling the guards manning the walls. Unfortunately for the poor souls, while they were looking dumbfoundedly at the charging cavalry, they had their throats slit from behind them, courtesy of our disguised troops. The plan was to secretly let people into the keep disguised as merchants, bards, and whatnot. While it is certainly nowhere near the number of people necessary for any significant action, it is just enough for them to secretly kill the guards near the gate, and open the doors for hopefully enough time for the heavy cavalry to charge through and start doing their thing. Some lords suggested using His Grace's dragon to burn the walls and destroy the gate, but Dornishmen are more than equipped enough for such a thing. It was essential for their lords to just buy scorpions whenever they have enough gold for it, and the Wills are very rich, courtesy of their constant raids and banditry. Thankfully, and as usual, Baelon's plan worked perfectly, as the charging horsemen charged inside the castle, sowing chaos, and very carefully trying to not hurt any unarmed man. The prince threatened to feed anyone who tried to do anything to the small folk to Xyrox. The dragon's roar reinforced the threat. The infantry marched at the beat of the drums, unhurried and unbothered by the shouts and screams of the battle. The standing host safely reached the gates. Most of the archers were preoccupied with the cavalry that broke through. But the Wills was not a small house, nor a mercantile one, so the knights were only doing so well currently due to the chaos and the lack of organization, and as the enemies become more organized, they will be able to take advantage of their superior position to choke them out. Alright, listen up. Secure the walls, and make sure to keep the scorpions unmanned. And above all else, stay on formation. They climbed the stairs, and they saw their secret guards in a fierce struggle to keep the gate open. Roderick will never forget how their faces lit up at the sight of reinforcements. Their soldiers allowed the exhausted soldiers to pull back. He took to the front with their fellow men-at-arms. He hefted his tower shield in front of himself while the others did the same, except that they also turned the enemies into porcupines with their spears. He screamed orders after bashing a man's head with his mace. At my signal. Push! They took a step in, and more enemies died. Push. Again. Push. They slowly made their way through the curtain wall until they reached the nearest tower. After noticing that the whole side of the wall was taken by their soldiers, Roderick handed command to someone else and went downstairs to join the place where the fighting was fiercest. Linchester was slow and steady. He steadfastly advanced on the enemy lines. He didn't defeat people as quickly as others, but he didn't leave any enemy behind him, and took way less damage than the others. However, while their long spears and round shields gave the infantry an advantage in closed spaces, it wasn't the same in an open field, especially in such a chaotic battlefield, so they had no choice but slowly retreat into a more advantageous position. And then an armoured knight entered the field with a unit of crossbowmen, and they were effective. Under the slow but steady barrage of arrows, their men were downed one after another. The situation was dire until they heard the deafening roar. Xyrox, in the usual fashion, fell upon the gate like a meteor, causing the dirt and sand to cover their sights like smoke. Then the screams came along with flashes of gold, and the dragon lowered its head right next to Roderick. The smoke cleared, and Linchester was greeted with the sight of his liege sliding on his dragon's neck like a sled, landing next to its head. "Roderick, you okay?" shouted the prince. "Yes, your grace, thanks to you." "Did you accomplish your mission?" he responded. Baelon approached until he stood before him. "Yes. All their ships are in flames, they have no way to escape." "That's good news, my prince." "I know," he patted his shoulder. "You have my back." "Always." "Good, I'm hungry for some black adders, boys." "Charge!" The response to the prince's order was a deafening roar, and with a renewed sense of vigor, the soldiers fell upon their enemies like beasts, each soldier killing at least 3 before falling. But none like the prince. As Roderick took his natural role of guardian, Baelon was free to gut whoever was in front of him like animals. He moved with such a ferocity that emboldened his allies to no end, and his sword black fire cut through so many enemies that it looked more red than black. Meanwhile, Xyrox was slowly moving along them, using his flames with intelligence that belied his nature. He made sure to leave a way for them to advance, and his flames served as more than the weapons that they were but forced the enemies to move toward their raised shields and pointy spears instead of their open backs and vulnerable sides. After who knows how many enemies dead, they found themselves at a clearing with a retinue of armoured pikemen pointing toward them. The flag showcasing a black adder biting someone's foot meant that Lord Will was behind the encirclement. His liege stepped up, pointing his dripping sword at the enemies. "Lord Will, are you so craven that you would hide behind guards like a coward?" A rough voice sounded amidst the pikemen. "I would, if not for the F***ing dragon that would burn my arse." "Ha ha! Then you shall have one chance. A duel, between me and you. And how could be sure of your honesty? You can just order your beast to bathe us in flames." "No, you cannot." "But what other chance do you have?" "Very well." The wall of pikes parted, allowing a sinister-looking man to step in. His hair had traces of grey hair, and he donned a necklace adorned with human teeth. The man stood before the prince in pristine armour, his eyes arrogant and condescending. However, his face showed much hesitation as he saw the drenched figure of the prince, the blood of his enemies colouring his footsteps red. "So you are the Wonder Prince, a babe whose balls didn't even drop thinking himself a conqueror. Are you stalling?" asked Baelon. At Will's surprised expression, he continued. "You're stalling. Look at him, people." The mighty Will, trying to evade his destiny through meaningless words. "I have no use for your speech, Will. Only your blood." Baelon didn't give his opponent time to respond, as he charged towards him with a spectacular surge of speed. Will, while initially surprised, raised his shield in preparation for the prince's attacks. As the Dornish lord reached the prince's range, he was rocked back by a formidable kick straight to his shield when he expected a slash from his opponent's sword. Baelon latched on the opportunity, and simply cut Will's stomach, Valyrian steel going through his armor with an inhuman shriek, and his guts spilling on the floor. He swiped his sword in the air, causing the blood to splash on the floor. Well, that was disappointing. Your lord is dead, people of Will. Lay down your swords and you shall be left alone. Of course, the dragon had to roar right at that moment. Underscore 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 un. Alaraz Dane 2. He stared impassively at the opening gates, seated on his steed, at the head of a formidable host of cavalry, most of them knights. Lord Dane. I would welcome you, but you have a dozen cavalry on your back, so I would have an explanation first. Says a man with a scorpion adorned on his armor, Lord Corgyle, it seems. Dane looked up, seeing scores of crossbowmen pointing their arrows at them, and soldiers manning the keep. You have armed your troops, good. Said Alaraz. What is your meaning, my lord? Responded the Scorpion Lord. We will need every man we can. A host came from the Prince's Pass, one too big to withstand by us alone. 'Tis true? Lord Dane? It seems that the happening in Will was not singular, we must prepare. Come, Lord Dane. Excuse the absence of bread and salt, we were not expecting polite company. Will? What happened in Will? Said Alaraz as he entered, his troops following behind him. The Targaryen prince did. He led a host of Reachmen and Stormlanders and took the castle Will to the sword. No male heir survives from that house. Responded a man standing next to the lord, sharing a lot of his features. Yes, my son speaks true. Prince Baelon of the Targaryens carried a surprise attack on the Wills. He burned their ships and led his army through the gates. He allowed some of the small folk to leave and send a message to the closest keep. We just received a raven today. Alaraz barely managed to mask his joy. This will require some celebration, but first, he has to finish his task. That is sad news, Lord Corgyle. Yes, quite sad. But we have more important matters to discuss. What sort of army could force the noble Danes to retreat so? And what are we to do about it? Alaraz let out a chuckle at that. These lords wouldn't see it coming. In truth, Lord Corgyle, I did say that a host came from the Prince's Pass, I just didn't say that it was ours. Just as the shock registered on Corgyle's face, Alaraz unsheathed Dawn and cut off his head in a single slash. Before any of the soldiers could respond, his men started putting to the sword any man who tried to fight back. But amidst the chaos, Alaraz's attention was on his accompanying lords, looking for something only he knew. Underscore 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 un. The prince's suspicions were right, as they always seemed to be. They sat on the newly conquered hall of sandstone. Next to him were the Lords Dane of High Hermitage, Fowler and Manwoody. While the Lord of Blackmont knelt next to his son, both shackled by the guards around them. What is the meaning of this? Why was I dragged here by your creatures? Screamed Lord Blackmont at Alaraz. Yes, why indeed? Would you like to speak first, Lord Blackmont, or should I? Responds Lord Dane. What do you mean? Shouted and squirmed his son, only to be silenced by a piece of cloth, courtesy of one of the guards. Did you know, Lord Blackmont, that when I first met the prince, we had an interesting conversation about housewords and sigils and their effect on the members of lordly houses? Alaraz received quizzical glances at his odd question, but he didn't give them any heed and continued anyways. After a while, we concluded that nobles often attempt to emulate their house's sigils. Lord Fowler here has a hawk as a sigil, known for their intelligence, independence, and such. While House Manwoody has a skull adorned with a golden throne, a symbol for their ancestors' great deed of charging deep into enemy lines and killing the Gardener King of the time, ending a losing war. The Danes, be they of Starfall or High Hermitage, have stars on their sigils, with starfalls being accompanied by a sword symbolizing our ancestral weapon, Dawn. So we aspire to be shining heroes, inspiring people and leading them to salvation. But tell me, Lord Blackmont, what is your sigil? He asked. Lord Blackmont's face paled as he realized his predicament, and an unheard stream of words went out of his mouth. We didn't hear you, Lord Blackmont. Continued Alaraz. A black vulture with a pink infant in its claws, my lord. He finally spewed out. For some reason, this does seem to reinforce our point, doesn't it? His Grace should have quite an interesting reaction. Lord Blackmont. Yesterday, you tried to send a messenger in secret. This messenger was heading south, which means that you were meant to endanger our cause and our lives. Furthermore, your son and your men at arms blatantly ignored mine and the prince's order to not lay hands on any man or woman that didn't wield a weapon. How do you plead? Those are baseless accusations, my lord. We did no such thing. Alaraz slammed his fist on the table, startling the lord. The authenticity of these claims is not to be questioned. The question asked to you, Lord Blackmont, is how do you plead? The black, or the sword? Aye. Before Lord Blackmont could respond, his son managed to steal a dagger from one of the guards and slit his throat, but his attempt at retaliation was futile, as he received a spear to the back in exchange. Looking at his son's corpse, the lord seemed to lose all reason, as he screamed and thrashed again his hold, struggling to do something, anything, to avenge his son. It feels quite strange, to see such evil men care for another so deeply, Alaraz mused. The sword it is. But it won't be enough to change his convictions. Underscore 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 un. Gwaine Euron Woodeye. He sat on his makeshift throne in the main hall of the keep. The court was always a dreadful affair, but a necessary one. Gwaine thought. The laws dictate that. The maester droned about some unknown law concerning the theft of sheep, as even the convicted man seemed to lose a handle on his wits. His boredom was interrupted, however, by the sudden opening of the doors, as a ragged man barged into his hall despite the attempts of the guards to stop him from doing so. My lord! My lord! The will is lost! The will is lost! He bid the guards to stop with a gesture as he registered the man's words. What do you mean the will is lost? Take a breath and speak. He ordered. One of the courtiers handed the man a flask of water, which the man drank greedily. And after collecting himself, he began to speak. My lord! An army took the will. The castle has been besieged by an army of reachmen and stormlanders. They also had infantry, armored with fine steel and purple mantles. And the dragon. There was a purple dragon too, it burned our ships and killed our people. What? Yes. There was a prince. He took the castle, but he let us leave. So I left. I came as soon as possible, my lord. I need details, now. He said. And then he heard details, of how they managed to open the doors from inside, and how they used the dragon to stop them from escaping through the sea, about their numbers, equipment and discipline, and he felt fear creep up to him, fear of loss, of dragons and the unknown. But he also felt excitement. This could be his chance. The Martells will surely leave him to be, alone. They will hope for him to win, but at a great cost, or lose, but weaken the enemy. But if he won, and if he still has enough forces left, he could use the reputation and glory gained from winning against their enemy to win the neutral house on his side, and get the power necessary to regain his rightful seat, as the King of Dorne. Maester, send a raven. We shall call the banners. Chapter 6, Royce Karen 2/Gwaine Euron Wood 2/Corin Martell I. Late 119 AC. Royce Karen too. He stood along with Lords Tarly and Dondarrion behind the prince, his constant shield standing next to him. If someone had told him that a 1 and 4-year-old could be so competent, he would have spit on that person's face. But here they are, silently standing as the prince used his far eye to observe the host beyond the river. Looks like I was right, again, Roderick, they did camp on the other side of the river. Yes, Your Grace. It seems that they plan to hold their ground, probably hoping to charge us as we start crossing the river. Sir Roderick is right, Your Grace. However, I believe we should do so anyway. Hopefully, your dragon could bridge the gap. Lord Tarly is right, it seems we have no other choice, we either cross the river and engage in a disadvantageous position, or we march back and abandon our conquest. Continued Lord Dondarrion. This should be a trap, they are probably hiding several scorpions next to their vanguard. I believe they are aiming for the dragon, Your Grace. Finished Royce. Roderick, out of the untrained levies, how many refuse to partake in the new training? Half, Your Grace. So about 4,500 infantry. And did the engineers finish my request? Yes, Your Grace. Good. Lord Tarly. Yes, Your Grace. Tell your second-born to prepare, he will be in charge of the vanguard. That failure? Why, Your Grace? Can't you hear? Go tell your second son that he has an opportunity to redeem himself, go on. Yes, Your Grace. Tarly had 3 sons, each of them men grown. But out of the 3, his second son is the black sheep of the family, a notorious craven who previously ran away at the first sign of trouble. The man was arrogant, flamboyant, and a coward to boot. Which is why the prince's decision was so irregular. Roderick, inform the indisciplined levies, they will be our vanguard today. And start preparing for our surprise, Yeronwood will love this. The prince had a giddy smile on his face. Of course, Your Grace. As the sworn shield left to do what he was ordered to do, Dondarrion couldn't help but comment. Your Grace. Why put such an incompetent man in command? With him at the helm of the vanguard, and with the quality of the troops, the vanguard will break at the first sign of trouble. Furthermore, the enemy will know about it, and they will take complete advantage of the situation. Baelon looked back at them with a delighted expression. Exactly. The vanguard will break, so Yeronwood will only see a vulnerable prey trapped under his boot, and with his arrogance and greed, he will latch on to this chance with everything he has. Oh, you sneaky bastard! Our engineers did an amazing job. You will see. Underscore 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 un. Gwaine Yeronwood 2. My lord. The scouts saw a host of infantry gathering next to the river. Some 4 and 5,000. Good. And what banners do they don? They say it is a black archer on green, the personal sigil of the second son of House Tarly. That incompetent imbecile? Mayhaps they overestimated their opponent this time. Even better. Prepare the troops. Yes, my lord. After his squire helped him put on his armor, he rode his red-brown warhorse through the crowd of soldiers, seeing their lord in full regalia should be good for morale. He slowed his steed until it stood next to his brother and second-in-command, Hother. Brother. It seems that this shall be an easy victory. Began Hother. Yes, the young whelp thinks he can do what the conqueror couldn't. He will be sorely mistaken. Their conversation was interrupted by the sight of the enemies marching into the river. They were disorganized and poorly equipped, so Gwaine waited until almost half crossed the river, before giving the signal for their infantry to charge. While the enemy levies were uncoordinated, theirs were suitably trained, they marched in a rhythmic manner without chaos. In the invasion of Will, Baelon's army lost almost 200 cavalries and roughly 500 footmen, putting their numbers at an impressive 8,300 horses, along with around 7 and 10,500 standing soldiers. The Euronwoods had enough time to gather and train around 1 and 10,000 levies, along with 2,000 knights, showing their impressive might. The difference in skill was obvious when the two armies made contact, as for every Euronwood soldier that fell, 3 enemy footmen also die. After almost half of the vanguard fell, the enemy commander frantically ordered the troops to retreat. The Euronwood levies, full of bloodlust, naturally follow them like hounds, their pride and arrogance as Dornish people pushing them on. In order to cement their initial advantage, the Dornish vanguard consisted of almost half their infantry to slightly outnumber the enemy. Gawain rubbed the bridge of his nose out of frustration, but as he looked upwards, the prince's dragon was flying on their rear, probably looking for a chance to attack. What the hell, since they don't have a dragon on that side, they should just commit even more. Brother, lead half of our cavalry and flank the enemy, they should break after making contact with our soldiers anyway. Yes, my lord. He watched as the retreating enemies just started to turn their backs to their footmen as more of theirs died, frantically running back. Then their cavalry started catching up, and Gawain distinctly saw from his far eye his brother cutting down levies like a farmer cuts wheat. When the rabble reached the second wall of spearmen, the soldiers moved, creating several wide entryways which the escaping soldiers went through without hesitation. Most of the chasers also did so, their lust for blood too strong, but Gawain noticed that those that attempted to attack the second wall just got speared by the enemy. But then they came, out of the entryway surged several chariots moved by roaring horses, they had spikes attached to their wheels and their steeds were heavily armoured. And they went through his footmen like rabble. His expression formed into one of horror at the sight of his vanguard getting decimated. It was too late to sound the retreat, they can't hear it from so far away anyway. He sent a silent prayer to the gods, these chariots may be good against infantry, but the cavalry is a whole other matter. His brother will surely live through this, won't he? And he was proven right, the charioteers turned sideways as they got close to a confrontation with the cavalry, only to show crossbowmen? They had crossbowmen on top of these. The crossbows showered badly targeted arrows all over his brother's cavalry, the momentum of the chariots and the inexperience of the crossbowmen probably had a hand in that, but they didn't need to hit bullseyes to kill lightly armoured Dornish knights. A fourth of the horsemen died on the first wave, and as the chariots turned their backs on them, his brother foolishly thought to chase them due to their slower speed. But any time their horses would close the distance, the crossbows would put them back, losing them even more soldiers. By the time his brother, who was thankfully still alive, realized his folly and gave the order to retreat, their heavy knights, slower but more powerful than their lighted counterparts, had already surrounded them. Hother at that moment had no choice but to surrender. He threw down his far eye into the ground. Fuck. He just lost his fucking brother to incestuous scum. This shouldn't have gone like this. My lord. The rest of them are marching. They are crossing the river. He paid his vassal no mind, he could clearly see them. The reality of the situation only registered once he saw the enemies, in gleaming steel, marching at the beat of the drums. It was clear to him now that this was all meticulously planned, while the enemy vanguard was undisciplined, this new wave of soldiers was the complete opposite, also well equipped. Gawain now is forced to ready his army and prepare for contact with the enemy. He would have preferred to charge them as they were crossing the river, but that would give them an opportunity to lead a separate detachment of cavalry and seize their most valuable asset, the scorpions. This means that his footmen will have to hold against a higher number of disciplined, skilled infantry, along with thousands of heavy cavalry charging into their flanks. Damn him for falling into this trap. The marching enemies suddenly stopped in their tracks, opening a way for some of them to drag along some interesting contraptions. He took the far eye from his vassal and closely examined them. It was some sort of wooden device, holding big rocks through a rope. It looks like a small, strange, catapult. But those were surely only used in sieges? He was unfortunately proved wrong, as these contraptions threw the rocks at a great distance, crushing soldiers under their weight. Gawain then realized that he lost. The enemy won't budge. Now that they have these queer catapults, they could just gather rocks and throw them at them, meaning that now his troops have to move. If they advance, then they could just hold them off while sending their cavalry and taking away their scorpions, allowing the prince's dragon to burn them. They could retreat, but the scorpions are made of metal, and so very heavy and slow to move, which will give the enemy enough time to kill half of them with their catapults, and if they leave the scorpions... Gawain looked again at the purple dragon flying over their rear. Then they will burn. Wave the white flag, we will surrender, he said with a tone of resignation. Underscore 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 un. Corin Martell I. He took another sip of his wine, Dornish red, the finest wine in the world. How goes our troops? He asked. Your Grace. We have gathered the majority of our levies, a formidable 4,000 spears, and 500 cavalries. Lady Jourdain of the Tor came with 1,000 spears, but only dozens of horses. Lord Toland brings 2,000 infantry and 500 cavalries also. Lord Gargallan raised 3,000 footmen but almost no cavalry. Lords Vaith and Allyrion sent missives that say that they already gathered a combined force of 550 infantry, along with 2,000 cavalries. So a total of 5 and 10,500 spears, along with 2,500 cavalries. Is that right, Maester? Yes, Your Grace. Excellent. What of the news about Euronwoods? Your Grace, Gawain Euronwood led most of his forces against the boy prince, but we just received reports that he lost, miserably, and had no choice but to surrender. There is also news that Lord Gawain was relieved of his command by the boy prince, who instead put his brother in charge of their troops. They say they are currently marching on us post-haste. Your Grace. Well, that was disappointing. He hoped that both would just destroy each other. Nevertheless, with the Danes, Fowlers, and Co., he would be able to outnumber them while holding an advantageous position. And just as the Yellow Toad did, he emptied all the settlements and castles, so if the Targaryen wanted to conquer Dorne, he will have to kill me. But my head isn't so easy to get. Now he only has to make sure to take the boy alive, and he would be able to put the Targaryens on their knees. Chapter 7, Quentin I. An. Here's an early chapter. The next one is going to be a big info dump about Baelon's actions during the previous years. And after that comes the juicy family drama. Underscore 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 un. Hold your F***ing ground. For everyone that hits the bucket, I want 2 of the dragon spawn dead. I hate F***ing arrogant lords, sitting on their asses watching us do their dirty work. He thought. Quentin was a veteran of more than a dozen battles. He fought as a sellsword in Essos for years to provide for his family in Dorne. In there he faced all sorts of people, Dothraki, other sellswords, and Unsullied. But while these guys are not as fearless as Unsullied, their efficiency and peculiar equipment make them almost more annoying to deal with than those puppets, for every time one of them dies or gets injured, instead of just marching over him, they hold their formation by pulling him inside while another one quickly replaces him from the rear. Fighting the Unsullied felt like facing tireless wargs, but they didn't have the sense of cohesion that these fuckers had. He was too old for this SHT. When he was recruited as a man-at-arms by Corin Martell, he thought the stepstones would be the end of it, but now he has to deal with this bullshit. He attempted to put a hole in his enemy's head with his spear, but he was too skilled with his queer round shield. His attention was grabbed by the screams of his comrades from the center of the battlefield. There he saw a most peculiar sight. 2 men, distinct from these peculiar footmen, were wreaking havoc on their side. The first one was a very bulky tall man wearing heavy armor like it was made from leather, holding off almost a dozen soldiers with his huge shield, while clobbering a poor bastard with his mace. The other one's unique silver-white hair denotes him as the Targaryen prince. Quentyn thought he saw the best swordsman in the realm. He remembered clapping for the first sword of Bravus as he won his 50th challenge in a single night. He remembered the rogue prince cutting through men and charging through arrows, and for him to disappear with the crab-eater, a fearsome swordsman himself, in a cave and coming out carrying the top half of his body. He saw a lot of swordsmen, cals, knights, or just soldiers fighting skillfully, but he never, ever, saw someone who could cut through so many people so effortlessly. His sword was a blur, cutting through men like butter, while his movements were brutally efficient, dodging attacks from what should be blind sides as if he had the reflexes of a cat. He thanked the gods that they weren't in his proximity, although he swore that the prince looking in his direction for a second. Must be my imagination, he thought. Rock. A few seconds after the warning, he fell forward on the ground as something pushed him from behind. Damn these catapults! They can dodge them since they are aiming for the center of their troops, but the soldiers in their rush of getting away from the impact zone, push the others forwards toward the enemy wall of spears. He suddenly rolled away from an enemy spear, but it still managed to scrape his left arm. Before he could get screwed over, he frantically stood up. He dodged another thrust, and finally managed to puncture his opponent's leg, only for him to get replaced in quick order. F***ck. This is so demoralizing. At this point, they're just going to get massacred. Reinforcements. The Danes are here. They are crossing the bridge. The Sword of the Morning came to the rescue. Finally. Took them long enough. Now they could just charge through their flank and free some space for the infantry. He felt dread as instead of the roars of joy that he expected, his rear echoed with the screams of agony and suffering. Realizing that the battle is lost, he just threw his weapon down, letting the infantry walk past him. He fell on his arse, exhausted. I did all I could, he thought. His face was covered in a man's shadow. He looked up to see the smirking face of the prince. Hey, what is your name? He frantically stood up, bowing in front of the man. Q Quentyn, your grace. I saw you while we were fighting. You held up quite well against our spearmen, and with such shabby equipment too, don't you think, Roderick? Yes, your grace. All right, Quentyn, can I call you Quentyn? Asked the prince. But before he could respond, he just continued talking. How about a job offer, Quentyn? A job offer? Your grace. Well, yes, you look like you may come from Sun's Pair, and with your skill with a spear I assume you're at least somewhat knowledgeable about the people, am I right? Why, yes, your grace. I worked as a guard for a while there, before the war on the Stepstones. Oh? Then that is great. You see, I require someone who could tell me details about it, any you can spare. Before he could respond, one of the purple-mantled men at arms approached the prince. Your grace. We finished gathering the hostages. Very well, which ones did we catch? Lords Vaith, Garg Allen, and Toland. They tried to escape from the other bridge, but surrendered at the sight of your dragon, your grace. What about the rest? Lord Allyrion died in battle, Lady Jordain is at Sun's Pair, while Prince Mattel managed to escape through some boats borrowed from Planky Town along with some men at arms. Well, that complicates matters, but not so much. They have nowhere close enough people to hold the castle, and even if they try to escape through the sea, the Velaryon fleet would catch them as it is at a state of alert due to tensions in the Stepstones. All right, send a raven to Sun's Pair, tell them that we are willing to discuss terms of surrender and that he shall be allowed to remain as the Lord of Sun's Pair and its surrounding territories. Yes, your grace. Well, where were we? Quentyn, my friend, tell me about the people of Sun's Pair. underscore 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 un. I can't understand what goes through the man's mind. Who brings someone who just fought against him into the castle of his previous lord? Doesn't he fear my betrayal? They stood in front of the gates of the Shadow City, Shadow Town really, as they opened. Prince Baelon and Lord Dane were adamant to bring 1,000 of their finest spearmen into the city. They couldn't afford the risk to be outnumbered inside. As the gates fully rose, Prince Corin Martell approached with one of his servants holding a plate of bread and salt. "Welcome, Prince Baelon, to Sun's Pair," welcomed the Prince of Dorne. If it weren't for his twitching eye, you'd think he was completely sincere. What a fucking viper! "Thank you, Lord Martell. We look forward to your hospitality." Ha! Now he's as red as his sigil. Corin signalled for his servant to serve bread and salt, only to be stopped by the person he now knew as Sir Roderick. He stared down at Corin, looking between the bread and salt and back to him, sending the message without words. With a sigh, Corin slowly took a piece of bread and dipped it in salt, before taking a big bite out of it. The stocky knight looked back to his liege and nodded, allowing the rest of us to do the same. Martell ushered them inside. Most of the men set out to secure the castle while the remaining men-at-arms followed Corin as he led them to the hall. "Lord Martell, before any of the usual pleasantries, I would like to tackle the gritty business first, please." Although it sounded like a request, it was anything but. Sigh. "Of course, Prince Baelon. Let us go to my solar then." Prince Baelon signalled for Lord Dane and Roderick to follow, while he ordered the rest of the guards to keep their distance, but stay close nonetheless. As the court led the prince to the corridors, he and the rest of the lords were led by the servants to a small, but lavish, feast prepared for them, with Lady Jourdain already sitting on the table. Each of them sat down, and while the lords sat on the main table, leaving the middle seats for the prince, Dane, and Corin, Quentin proceeded to sit in the corner, uncomfortable with his awkward situation. The lords started talking while the festivities began. Dancers danced, and mummers acted, and after a while, the lords begrudgingly started partaking in the drinks and food. The atmosphere only lightened as a widely smiling prince and his sword shield came with Lords Martell and Dane in tow. "My lords, I am happy to announce that after today, Dorne is once and for all in its rightful place under the authority of the Iron Throne. So please, do not hesitate to celebrate." Well, that was quick. Either Prince Baelon is a beast at negotiation, or something is wrong. He took another sip of his drink. "Not my problem, anyway." Underscore 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 un. He woke up suddenly to loud knocks in his small room. He quickly took his sword and stood next to the door, and cautiously opened it with his foot. He almost stabbed with his sword before seeing the unmistakable purple mantle of the prince's men-at-arms. If the prince wanted to kill him, he would have done it already. "Yes?" he asked. "You're the last one," the prince said to gather everyone into the throne room. "For what?" he answered. "You'll see." The man answered with an almost imperceptible smirk. "Smug bastard, do all of the prince's retinue have the same sense of humor?" He followed the man to the throne room. The prince was sitting on the big $1 chair in his full regalia, leaning on his sheathed ancestral sword. But that wasn't what took his attention, it was the bleeding wound on the side of his face. It seems someone was naughty yesterday. He turned his sights to the man kneeling in front of the throne. Corin Martell was disheveled, with a big bruise on his cheek. "So everyone's here?" "Excellent," asked the prince. The fact that he still has his characteristic smile says a lot about his endurance. Even though the wound was treated, the pain should still be there. "Corin Martell, you have been deemed responsible for the assassination attempt on not only yours truly but also the rest of the lords allied with our cause. You broke guest rights, the most sacred of our traditions. You have no proof," interjected Corin. "No proof? The man who injured my face was a knight. And he admitted to doing so under your orders. We are not discussing your innocence, but rather the degree of your punishment. And let it not be forgotten, that just yesterday you swore your fealty to the Iron Throne and your new Lord Paramount." He nodded towards the Dane Lord, who was currently cleaning blood off his almost glowing white sword. "So you can add treason to your charges. To be honest, you have two options. The block. He stands up while unsheathing black fire. Or a trial by combat." Corin blanched. He knew that he wasn't going to live either way, but he still attempted to save his hide. "I want the black!" he shouted. "You could, but then you can be sure that your lands will not fall under a Martel's rule again, with your daughter getting disinherited and sent to the Silent Sisters." Corin's face was as ugly as it can be. After a while of warring in his mind, he responded. I choose the block, but you have to promise. Promise me that my daughter will rule Sunspear when she reaches maturity." The prince stepped in front of Corin. "Very well, I promise." And Corin Martell was no more. "Lord Dane." "Yes, your grace." "You have a nephew, right? How old is he?" "Yes, your grace, he is of 4 name days, I believe." "Good, methinks he can make a great lord consort for our littlest Martell." Dane's smile cut his face in twain. "Of course, your grace." "All right." After completely securing the castle, both little Alejandra Martell and her mother are to move with us to Starfall. Alaraz, you are to choose a suitable castellan for Sunspear in their absence. I believe it is time for you to fully assume your position as Lord Paramount. Underscore 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 un. It has been a few days since they arrived on Starfall. The army, along with an impressive amount of small folk from Sunspear's Shadow City and Planky Town, settled on the decent town situated on the mouth of the Torrentine. The news of the successful and historical conquest of Dorne wasn't disseminated to the rest of the world yet by order of Prince Baelon. This night, all of the people were gathered next to a big clearing on the bank of the Torrentine on the edge of the town. It seems to be some kind of celebration. People gathered around campfires to fight the night's chill. He took a sip out of his water flask, enjoying the sound of chattering and the water flowing on the river. He was startled out of his reverie as a smiling woman handed him a parchment box. He looked around, only to see other men and women doing the same to the other people gathered here, while others put small wooden poles with candles on them in different places on the clearing. After a while, the prince walked out of the crowd, holding a similar strange box until he stood next to the foremost candle. He turned around and looked from left to right as if he was looking each one of us in the eyes. Lord Dane walked behind him, a slight smile on his face. "People! I have something to say to you," he started. "I would like to apologize, not only for the deaths and suffering brought on you by my actions, but also instead of my predecessors. For failing to bring Dorne into the fold, to liberate them from poverty and famine, and for their arrogance. For the folly that made them believe that conquest was a tool for glory and revenge, instead of unity and peace for years to come. In this war, we fought each other. We held spears and swords and maces and killed, injured and ruined each other's lives. We hold great enmity and animosity for the other man, not knowing that all along, we all wanted the same thing. Which is peace, prosperity and happiness for our families and all that we hold dear. Which is why, to honor our wishes, and the wishes of the people we lost, we have to forgive. To forgive, but never forget, the lengths and efforts that took to achieve our dreams. To put an end to the endless warring, raiding, and killings among us. So I propose, to create a new tradition, A tradition to honor the dead, and to hope for the future. Here, where a star fell thousands of years ago, we look up. We look to the stars, for they are both where the souls of our beloved reside in heaven, and where we look up to when we dream of a better day. The prince lit the open side of the box, causing it to light up like a lantern. And so, we send our good wishes to our dead brothers and sisters, and our hopes and aspirations for the future. To the stars. Prince Baelon let go of his lantern, letting fly up to the sky, illuminating it in a resplendent light. Lord Dane swiftly follows, letting another one to soar. And then another, and another, and another. Quentin like a man possessed mimics the other people around. And as hundreds of lanterns lit up the sky like stars in the night, Quentin couldn't help but hope for the future. Chapter 8, an excerpt from The Rise of the Mighty by Archmaester Gildane in. Author's note, this was already a draft when I stopped writing. I thought I'd give you a little info dump before I restart writing in earnest. I will try to eke out another chapter or two before my exams, but don't expect something until after they end. Underscore 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 an. Keep in mind that this was written more than 100 years after Baelon. A big part of why King Baelon I is recognized as the greatest Targaryen king in history was due to his academic genius, ingenuity, and statesmanship. Records show that he was above and beyond outstanding in his studies, and letters from Grand Maester Melos are still stored in the archives, denoting the degree of his accomplishments. His first and one of the biggest achievements of his childhood were at 7 name days old, where with the permission of his father he used the money from his considerable allowance to buy a small piece of arable land. He then proceeded to hire a couple of farmers to experiment with new farming methods, something that the common man did not do as it endangered their life, and the rich didn't either due to their perceived superiority over such tasks. The first thing achieved was the discovery of the 4-fields system, something that was due to the prince's puzzlement over the inefficiency of the usage of the previous 3-fields system, where the farmers would plant 2 fields every year with wheat in winter and oats or barley in summer in one field, and beans, peas, or lentils in the other, leaving the third empty and rotating them out every year. The 4-field system, unlike earlier methods such as the 3-field system, is marked by an absence of a fallow year. Instead, 4 different crops are grown in each year of a 4-year cycle: wheat, turnips, barley, and clover. This managed to not only increase the yield of the farm, but the inclusion of clover allowed the herding of more cattle, yielding even more food. At the time, Prince Baelon somehow convinced both the farmers and Grand Maester Melos to keep it secret, claiming that this knowledge can be as harmful as it can be a blessing. In terms of agriculture, the last of his contributions at the time would be the discovery of plant crossbreeding, increasing the quality of crops through careful selection of grains. The last of his discoveries between 7 and 11 name days would be the blast furnace, a furnace that mimics Qohor's famed ones, but instead of using the physical strength of numerous slaves, this one required the might of water. By his 11th name day, King Baelon would be famously known as a very charming and intelligent boy with great martial talent, but at the time it was nothing but potential, unfulfilled, and untested. That all changed at his tour. In his name day, Baelon I would manage to somehow convince his father to let him go on a tour of the realm, and the prince would be accompanied by a detachment of guards and King's Guard Stefan Darklin. Their route would go from King's Landing to Old Town, to Lannisport and then Seaguard. They will then continue to Winterfell through the land before heading to Gulltown from White Harbour, then the Eyrie to Riverrun, and finally back to King's Landing. At Old Town, the king would frequent the citadel often, where he would befriend the famous Maester Violar, a supposed bastard of Archmaester Viogon, formerly Targaryen. At Lannisport he would be received by Tyrion Lannister, the old Lannister Lord Paramount at the time, where nothing of note would happen. The same would go for Seaguard, but everything wanged at Winterfell, where he would befriend the very young Cregan Stark, who would grow to idolize him, but most importantly, he would change the North forevermore. By the time he reached Winterfell, the prince at the time was very disheartened at the state of the region, and publicly lamented several times about the potential of the north, and how the land was underutilized. As he reached Winterfell, it was the king's personal mission at the time to change the state of the north, with his first action being changing his plans, and heading for the wall. Rickon Stark would follow him out of panic at first but would stay for the benefits. As the prince managed to negotiate the ownership of the new gift back to House Stark and by association the North. In exchange for constant support from the crown to the Night's Watch in terms of food, clothing, and weapons, something that they dearly lacked at the time, which at first was actually provided by the prince himself. But his support wouldn't end there. At his stay in the region, Baelon I would write a small book about the north and its possible improvements, such as the sale of ice and entreating the mountain clans in order to reliably mine iron. But the most important would be the new farming discoveries that would pull the north out of poverty in the next few years, allowing them to invest in other ventures. Apart from the recruitment of Roderick Leicester, also known as the Guardian, the rest of the young prince's journey goes without issue. After his return to the capital, Baelon I gets emboldened to govern his own territory, so he convinces his father to send him to Dragonstone and take control of the island as the crown prince, something that the king did not out of confidence in his ability, but to occupy his energetic son. After reaching his ancestral island, the Maester of Dragonstone would request to return to the citadel, citing his desire to continue his studies and gather more chains, and he would, suspiciously, request the young Maester Violar as a temporary replacement. It was common for a castle maester to do so from time to time, but the timing made a lot of historians believe that either the prince coerced or bribed him into doing so. Maester Violar didn't come alone, however. He managed to convince little more than a dozen acolytes to accompany him in Dragonstone, each one specializing in certain fields like agriculture, engineering, etc. For the next 3 years, King Baelon would create a base of operations of sorts in Dragonstone. With the help of his friend Maester Violar and the acolytes, the prince at the time would create a research team that explored and experimented with whatever the prince desired. The king's intuition would not fail him, as the research brought some significant discoveries that allowed him to turn the poor island into a gold mine. The first of those is the usage of volcanic ash as fertilizer, allowing the significant improvements in yield brought by the four-field system to increase even more, which was a significant source of income after the former's popularization. The second and third were also major commercial products, mainly sea silk and what the prince called brandy. The first is an airy type of silk produced from clams local to the island, while the second is just a method of further distilling the wine, allowing for a stronger taste. Another discovery was the liquid rock, a substance that had significant albeit specific connotations in terms of building. The most significant discovery, however, was the compass, a circular item made with a base of rock and wood that used a magnetized lodestone to point north, no matter the position. This allowed his burgeoning fleet of trading ships to be able to no longer have to follow the shore but sail directly towards their destination, allowing him to amass enough gold from selling liquors, grains, and colored obsidian jewelry from the island to equip and feed his road builders, which was also the beginnings for his standing army. During his stay at Dragonstone, the prince at the time would slowly but surely expand his influence and deepen his pockets using his new enterprises and creating a rudimentary spy network through the merchants and traders associated with him. He would also convince the small council to provide workers from all around the crownlands in order to build roads using the new liquid rock, which was quite easy as this would be financed by the prince alone using his new wealth. King Baelon would recruit thousands of workers, who would be separated in order to work on several roads, and one canal linking Ironman's Bay to the Blue Fork. This would allow King Baelon to secretly train a formidable standing army in secret, as whenever the workers were not digging roads, they were trained professionally. The hard work, the good food from the prince's own stores, and the great equipment due to the prince's usage of his northern connections for cheap iron, and the blast furnace for cheap, good quality steel, would make for an incredibly disciplined and formidable infantry. An infantry that would show its might in the Dornish conquest, which allowed the prince to finally secure his reputation as a perfect heir to the throne, as his achievements were unmatched at 14 even against kings, let alone other princes. But his efforts did not end there, as the king at the time saw the necessity to completely bring the Dornish to the fold. Both he and Alaraz Dane, the newly ordained Lord Paramount of Dorne, would unite Dorne under himself through marriage first, and gold second. The young Alejandra Martell and her siblings would foster at Starfall, followed by their mother, with the former princess getting betrothed to the close-aged nephew of Alaraz Dane, Vorian Dane. His sister, Diane, was wedded to Hother Euronwood, securing if not the house's loyalty, then at least their neutrality. Lord Alaraz himself would marry Lady Sansa Tarly, the single daughter of Lord Tarly, while Harrison Dondarrion, the second son of Blackhaven, would squire under him, and Morton Caron would be his cup-bearer until he reaches good age for being a squire, securing the Lords of the Marches and forging alliances with both the Reach and the Storm lands. Furthermore, the formidable spearmen of the prince's army would return in their roles as workers, as their next task would be to elongate the Torrentine's branches all the way to both Hornhall and Nightsong, and to build roads leading from Hornhill to Highgarden and from Nightsong to Harvest Hall, in order to allow easier passage from Reach and Stormlander merchant and traders to Dorne. But the most significant change would be the city charter granted by King Viserys Targaryen by counsel from his son, which would shift Dornish products away entirely from eastern ports towards the west, as Dornish traders were ecstatic about the much lower prices of food, iron, and cotton, while the others were equally enthused by the equally low price for spices, salt, and exotic herbs and fruits. This would have an effect on the obvious strengthening connection between Dorne and the other kingdoms, and also weakening Old Town's hold over the Reach's economy and the dependence of the Seven Kingdoms on the products of the free cities. The Torrentine, which previously took the role of a river that allowed soldiers to mobilize faster, turned into the lifeblood of trade and prosperity for Dorne, as the Dornish found out that the so-called slavery under the Targaryen regime only brought prosperity. Their new channels for trade allowed all sides to benefit. People no longer starved and almost everyone had roofs over their heads. People no longer had to worry whether the wells would dry or whether their harvest would catch a sickness, as the unfavorable prices of the free cities were no more. But this was just the start, as after King Baelon was called to. Chapter 9, Viserys I. Author's note: while reading Azof or Hot D fanfiction, I'm always one of those annoying fans that shrieks in the comments about how keeping anything canon is blasphemous. But I really like Iman's aesthetics and loved watching this scene in Hot D, so I couldn't help it. As for someone who spoke about how Laena marrying Daemon shouldn't happen, Laena is 12 years older than Baelon. When she met Daemon at Rhaenyra's wedding with Laenor, which happened because Viserys didn't want to marry Laena when she was 12, she was already a grown woman with a crush on Daemon and Baelon was a toddler. And while Corlys is an ambitious man, he isn't without any feelings towards his family, and when he would have seen or heard about Laena's infatuation, he would have happily accepted their marriage because it not only furthered his ambitions, even though he would have preferred her to marry Baelon in that regard, but it also made his daughter happy. Also, please stop accusing me of being a Stark stan. It's not like he gave them a royal marriage or something, he just did a few simple effing things that don't lose him anything in order to buy a whole region's loyalty. He's not going to SCK their CCKs and give them a whole goddamn army, or a effing dragon. This is a big chapter and the beginning of the second volume, so enjoy. Underscore 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 un. How did it devolve into this? Viserys pinched his forehead, getting a momentary respite from this disastrous situation as he felt his headache grow. He turned his eyes towards his son, his third son, who managed to ignore the pain of a missing eye while the maester was tending to it. How could you allow such a thing to happen? I will have answers. He asked. The princes were supposed to be abed, my king. Answered Stefan Darklin. Who had the watch? The young prince was attacked by his own cousins, your grace. Answered Kristen in an obvious attempt to divert the blame. You swore oaths to protect and defend my blood. I'm very sorry, your grace. Said Stefan. The king's guard has never had to defend princes from their own kin, your grack. How dare that swine attempt to shirk his responsibility? That is no answer. He shouted at his face. It will heal, will it not, maester? Asked the queen, hunched next to the maester tending to Iman's eye. The flesh will heal. But the eye is lost, your grace. Answered Maester Kelvin. Alicent let out ragged breaths while she turned towards her other son. Where were you? She asked. Me. Slap. Ow. What was that for? That was nothing, compared to the abuse your brother suffered while you were drowning in your cups, you fool. Before Aegon could answer, the doors opened, letting Lord Corlys and Rhaenys enter. What is the meaning of this? Exclaimed the Lord of the Tides while his wife tended to her granddaughters. Rhaena. What happened? She asked. Her granddaughters just cried. The Princess Rhaenyra chose that moment to burst in. Jace. Luke. She asked. She ran to her sons, lowering her younger progeny's hands off his face to observe the wounds. Show me, show me. Lucerys let out a gasp at the sight of his mother. Who did this? She asked. They attacked me. Shouted Aemond. He attacked Baela. He broke Luke's nose. Responded Jacaerys. The children devolved into a canopy of cries and complaints, each pointed at the other side. Viserys took a couple of steps forwards. He stole my mother's dragon. Shouted Rhaena. Enough. He said. He was going to kill Jace. Added Lucerys. Daemon just looked at the scene with a light smile, enjoying the show. Enough. He said, again. It should be my son telling the tale. Said Alicent. He called us. Started Lucerys. Silence. He yelled. After a pause, Lucerys whispers to his mother. He called us bastards. Rhaenyra stood up, shaken by the news. Aemond, I will have the truth of what happened. Now? He asked while approaching his injured son. What else is there to hear? Your son has been maimed, her son is responsible. Said Alicent. It was a regrettable accident. Responded Rhaenyra. Accident? The young Lucerys brought a blade to the ambush. He meant to kill my son. It was my sons who were attacked and forced to defend themselves. Vile insults were levied against them. Does she mean? What insults? He asked. Otto in the shadows sinisterly steps up, eager to hear her answer. The legitimacy of my son's birth was put loudly to question. Corlys visibly flinches. What? He exclaims. He called us bastards. Finishes Lucerys. My sons are in line to inherit the driftwood throne, your grace, they also share your blood, this is the highest of treasons. Daemon's eyes search the room, looking for something only he knew. Prince Aemond must be sharply questioned so we might learn where he heard such slanders. Rhaenyra continues. Alicent looked shocked. Over an insult? My son has lost an eye. She exclaims. Viserys just ignores her answer. If someone is questioning his grandson's birth, then he needs to know who it is in order to punish them appropriately. Whoever it is, he will have their tongue. He bends in front of his son. You tell me, boy. Where did you hear this lie? The insult was training yard bluster. The lot of boys, it was nothing. Alicent tries to change the subject, but he will have none of that. He turns back to Aemond. Aemond. I asked you a question. He asks. Where is Sir Laenor, I wonder? The boy's father? Perhaps he might have something to say in the matter. He knows she's just diverting again, but this time she is actually posing a good question. Yes. Where is Sir Laenor? He asks. I do not know, your grace. I could not find sleep, I had gone out to walk. Answers Rhaenyra. Entertaining his young squires, I would venture. Comments the queen. Corlys glares back at her. Sir Criston, the young Lord Commander of the King's Guard, lets out a soft huff of amusement, but his face turns severe as he notices the meaningful glance of one Stefan Darklin. Noticing where this is going, Viserys proceeds to go back to the heart of this matter. Aemond, look at me. Your king demands an answer. Who spoke these lies to you? Aemond turns his lone eye to his mother, looking for some sort of respite from his predicament. Viserys notices, could it be her? Could she be spreading those rumors about his grandsons? Aemond notices his father looking back in contemplation at his mother, so in order to shift the blame, he responds. It was Aegon. He says. Everyone's eyes look to the second prince. Me. He says. Viserys sports an expression of anger, the sound of his cane echoing as he approaches his older son. And you, boy? Where did you hear such calumnies? At Aegon's silence, he explodes. Aegon! Tell me the truth of it. He yells at his face. After a slight pause, Aegon responds. We know, father. His face wilts at the response, at hidden truths spoken to him by his teenage son. Everyone knows. Just look at them. Aegon looks at the two boys. Rhaenyra puts a reassuring hand on her son's shoulder, small tears in her eyes, while Lord Corlys looks down. After a while, he exclaims, looking everyone in the eyes. This interminable infighting must cease. All of you. We are family. Now make your apologies and show goodwill to one another. Your father. Your grandsire. Your king demands it. As he walks back to his quarters, Alicent looks at him in disbelief. That is insufficient. She says. He turns back at her. Aemond has been damaged, permanently, my king. Goodwill cannot make him whole. She finishes. I know, Alicent, but I cannot restore his eye. No, because it's been taken. What would you have me do? There is a debt to be paid. She answers. He leans back in shock, realizing her meaning. I shall have one of her son's eyes in return. She continues. A great deal of murmuring starts in response to the Queen's words. My dear wife. He is your son, Viserys. Your blood. She almost whimpers. Do not allow your temper to guide your judgment. He speaks. After a menacing pause, Alicent talks. If the king will not see justice, the queen will. Sir Criston. Sir Criston looks back at her in confusion. Bring me the eye of Lucerys Velaryon. She finishes. Murmurs and gasps echo in the room. Mother! Exclaims Lucerys. Alicent. He can choose which eye to keep, a privilege he did not grant my son. Lucerys tries to escape, but his mother holds his arm. You will do no such thing. She says. Stay your hand. He orders. No, you are sworn to me. Interrupts Alicent. Stefan turns his head towards Criston, looking at him with shock. As your protector, my queen. Criston attempts to get out of his predicament, but everyone understood the meaning of the queen. Alicent, this matter is finished. Do you understand? His face stands so close to hers that if she flinches their noses will touch. She looks at him in the eyes, her expression inscrutable. He walks back to his dais. And let it be known. Anyone whose tongue dares to question the birth of Princess Rhaenyra's sons, should have it removed. Thank you, father. As Rhaenyra turns back to leave with her family, Alicent suddenly walks towards Viserys and takes out his dagger, then proceeds to head towards the princess' sons. Your Grace! Alicent! Stay with the king! Exclaims Stefan. Hold your approach! Screams Criston. Alicent! Lucerys lets out a piercing scream as Alicent holds Rhaenyra by the scruff of her neck and turns her around. Rhaenyra in response stops Alicent's dagger, holding her hand with her own. Sir Cole attempts to approach the two but gets stopped by Daemon. "You've gone too far," says Rhaenyra. What have I done but what was expected of me?" Rhaenyra looks at the Valyrian dagger, finally realizing her situation. "Forever upholding the kingdom, the family, the law. While you flout to do as you please," finishes Alicent. "Alicent, let her go!" shouts the king. "Where is duty? Where is sacrifice? It's trampled under your pretty foot again. Release the blade, Alicent!" Finally speaks Otto. "And now you take my son's eye, and to even that you feel entitled. Exhausting, wasn't it? Hiding beneath the cloak of your own righteousness," answers Rhaenyra. "But now, they see you as you are." She then whispers to the queen. Alicent was about to physically respond before the doors suddenly opened. Everyone turns towards the noise, which Sir Stefan takes advantage of to grab the dagger by its handle and throw it to the ground. The dagger falls to the floor, sliding towards the door in a screech of metal before a leather boot steps on it. There goes Prince Baelon, his son, in dragon-riding leathers, followed by his faithful sworn shield. The room goes quiet. Baelon always had a way with him, a sort of aura that demanded attention, something that he always felt jealous of, even as his father. "Brother! Uncle! Cousin!" exclaims the children, each one of them happy at Baelon's arrival. His son was kind and loving to his family, and they loved him in return. Baelon looks down at the dagger on his feet, before looking back at the two women. But his eyes harden at the sight of Aemond and his injured eye, flashing with surprise and guilt. But Viserys' eyes turn towards his new scar, something that he gained during whatever he was doing at Dorne. News were scarce from that desert lately. He was almost worried that something had befallen him. "Son, you came?" he asked. "Yes, father, I came as soon as I heard," he answers. Baelon looks at Lord Corlys and his wife, before turning towards Daemon. "Lord Corlys, Princess Rhaenys, and Prince Daemon. I am truly, truly sorry for your loss. I cannot imagine living longer than your own progeny. I hope your daughter is in a better place." "Thank you, your grace," promptly answers Lord Corlys. "Now, what has happened here? And why is my brother bereft of an eye?" He looks back at the crowd, his unusually stern gaze making some of them flinch in their seats. It is surprisingly Stefan that answers first. "Your grace, there was an altercation as Prince Aemond was confronted by both the daughters of Prince Daemon and the sons of Princess Rhaenyra after he claimed Viagar, where Lord Lucerys took out Prince Aemond's eye." Baelon lets out a deep hum as he processes the new information. "So, you are telling me that what is happening here is due to that incident?" "Yes, your grace." Baelon looks back to the two women hatefully looking at each other with utter contempt. "To think that a prince of the realm has lost an eye, and you still make it about you two. How arrogant can you be? How childish!" While Princess Rhaenyra just looks away, Alicent gets outraged. "Her child took my son's eye!" she exclaims. "Yes. And yet my brother is complaining less than you," he yells. "I heard what was last said before coming. I knew where your rage, your anger, truly comes from. Whose fault do you think this is? You think this would have happened had both of you not filled your sons' and daughters' heads with hateful ideas and petty grudges. This was never about the children. This was about you. Aemond just claimed a dragon. A joyous occasion. But then because of your stupid, idiotic feud, it turned into this cluster *ck. He took my mother's dragon!" exclaims Rhaena. But she soon regrets it, as Baelon looks back at her. "What did you say? My mother claimed that dragon before she died. Viagar was mine." "Oh yes, your mother did ride Viagar before her unfortunate demise, but tell me, child. Do you know who was the claimant to her before your mother?" "What?" I said, "Do you know who rode Viagar before your mother?" "I do not know." She stutters. It was my grandsire and namesake, Baelon Targaryen, who rode the dragon. In your logic, it was my father's right to claim the dragon, not your mother. Should he have taken her eye too? Tell me. And no. Let me give you a lesson, young Rina. You do not claim a dragon, the dragon claims you. Brother Aemond has tried on numerous occasions to ride several dragons on the dragon pit, which none of them accepted. It was a great source of ridicule for him, which explains his frankly reckless act today. Baelon turns a stern gaze to his brother, who finally looks quite ashamed. In fact, even if he did not claim Viagar today, you may not even have been able to ride her, and Viagar is a famously grumpy old beast who does not take well to people she dislikes, so she could have even retaliated. In fact, Aemond may have very well saved your life, as your attempts at claiming Viagar could have turned truly disastrous. Rina and her entourage looked half mollified and half mortified. If what he said was true, then that just further incriminates her sons. My son deserves justice for the loss of his eye. Isn't the lack of punishment for his treasonous accusations enough? He questioned my son's heritage. He should be lucky that an eye was the only thing he lost. How dare you, you! Silence! He exclaims. My son is right. It was your little feud that led to this predicament. This matter is settled. But do not mourn me, mother. Brother Baelon has the right of it. Me claiming a dragon is a joyous occasion, one that the loss of my eye doesn't diminish. The family looks at the boy with a mix of shock and pride. Alicent, realizing the futility of her demands, finally relents. And so everyone turns around, relieved at the peaceful end of this incident. Wait, before you go, I have an announcement to make. Interrupts Prince Baelon. Everyone stops in their tracks. When is this day going to end? They think. When I heard of Lady Laena's passing, I came here as fast as I could. I came to mourn as we all did, but to also lift everyone's spirits. Roderick. The Silent Knight hands a small wooden box to the prince. The prince holds the box and takes measured steps toward his father. As he stands before him, he asks, "Father, may you incline your head?" "What? Just do it, father." "Sigh, all right." Viserys looks to the ground as he slightly bows his head. He hears the opening of the box and the gasps of the crowd but gives them no heed. He only raises his head after feeling a metallic object resting on his head, a crown, he realized. "It looks good on you, father," says Baelon as he ignores the incredulous looks of the people around him. "What is it, Baelon? Since you asked. I am proud to announce for the first time that due to the efforts of our loyal subjects and the honor and initiative shown by our friends in House Dane, that Viserys of House Targaryen, King of the Andals, the First Men, is now for once also the King of the Roynar. Let the ancestral crown of House Martell be proof of the true unification of the Seven Kingdoms under one king, one throne, one man. All hail King Viserys! All hail King Viserys! Gods bless the king!" Baelon added. "Gods bless the king! Gods bless the king!" Amidst the adulation, Viserys turns to his firstborn son with sudden tears in his eyes. "Ask a boon out of me, and you shall have it," he says, a dazed look on his face. "Let my requests come later. Just enjoy the moment, father," answers Baelon. Gods, he was proud of his son. Underscore 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 un. He sat in front of Baelon in his quarters, fiddling with the new golden crown on his hands. "You achieved an unprecedented feat, my son, you should be quite proud." "Trust me, father, I am." "Good. Good. Father, I know you want to rest, but we have to speak about what to do next." Sigh. "What is there to do right now? I am too tired of frivolous activities. You can plan with Otto about what comes next." Father. You know that won't work. The Hand will do anything in his power to undermine my decisions or find holes in my reasoning. I have to talk to you. Otto is my friend, I will talk to him, he will understand. Yes, he is your friend. But are you his? What do you mean? He asked. As your friend, you trust him with your secrets, you confide in him when you find yourself in a difficult position, and you spend much time with him in your free time. Said Baelon. But does he trust you? When was the last time he spoke to you about a true, personal thing of his? He may add comments here and there to gain sympathy, like the death of his own wife, or the difficulty of raising a daughter, but to me it is clear. Otto Hightower might think of you as a friend, but that is all there is to it. The most he would do for you is prepare and wait for your demise to start acting on his ambitions, but that is as long as you don't act against his family. Baelon looked him in the eyes with unflinching convictions. Otto would let the world burn if that gained his house more power, and I would rather burn it down myself than let that happen. He looked at his son with apprehension. A lot of his family came to him with complaints about his relationships with the Hand, but he never heard it worded quite like that. Sigh. I do not agree. But I see that you will not relent. All right, what is it that you want to talk about? Well, after settling their matters at Dorne, the southern lords will come to King's Landing to personally swear fealty to you, and I believe that would be a great opportunity to bring Dorne to the fold. That is good, but didn't you already do that when you conquered their lands? Father, I won the war, but we still didn't win the peace. A third of the Dornish lords are with us, mainly due to Lord Dane, a third has no leader to look up to due to the absence of the Martells, but the remaining third, while weakened, are still quite influential, and that is without considering the fact that they may gather even more support from the most southern houses. So how are we to win their loyalty? Well, Alaraz and I already arranged to tie the Euronwoods through marriage, that will buy us enough time to deepen our relationships with our newest addition, but to finalize that we have to do it through their purse. Ah yes, Alaraz Dane, he heard he was quite a good friend of his son, not unlike the one he himself has, or had, with Otto. That is logical, so lower taxes and restrictions? That ought to do most of it. No, in fact, we have to raise our usual taxes on spices, herbs and dyes, because even with that, these taxes will be much lower than what the Dornish used to pay the free cities in tariffs. Alaraz agreed to significantly lower taxes on foodstuffs from ships that cross the Torrentine, so that ought to nicely split the Reacher's gold into two streams. So this is why you really refused to talk about Otto about this? Do you think he would have refused this method to stop you from hurting Hightower's interests? That, and I wanted to speak to you about something else, Father. Well? Get on with it. Not until we finish speaking about the Dornish. What is there left to speak of? Starfall will need a city charter. What? That is, actually a good idea. I knew you would see it, Father. You may not have a mind for war, but you are smarter than you look. Replied Baelon, a smirk on his face. That mischievous brat. Is that how to speak to your king? He answered in fake outrage. Mayhaps I'll be more respectful if my king lost a couple of stones. Viserys couldn't stop himself from laughing at that to make any sort of witty comeback. All right, the Danes will have their charter. Now, what else do you want to speak of? A couple of things, mainly the boon that you said you'll grant me, and the incident that happened yesterday. Yes, that. Sigh. I find myself sighing an awful lot. All right, what is your boon? I want King's Landing. Viserys didn't even deign to react, he got too used to his shenanigans at this point. Explain. Well, a king's duties are truly numerous. You have to practically take the role of both a Lord Paramount and take care of the matters of the whole 7 kingdoms as a whole, and let us not speak of the many schemes and plots by your vassals, which means that the poor capital gets to be neglected. It has no order to its building, rudimentary sewers at best, and corrupt officials that sap at its profits. Baelon took a pause to take a sip from his tea. So I propose the following: a new small council position responsible for the well-being of the city, which will coordinate with the other members of the small council in order to take care of the city's needs, and grant it to me. I hear you, son, but I just can't see the usefulness of such a position. Every role pertaining to the care of the city is already under the jurisdiction of one of the other members. If I were to grant you this position, then it would have no actual power. I agree, which is why those roles should be relegated to this new position. The city watch would be under the new position's jurisdiction, and a separate treasury should be dedicated to the profits from the city, to be only spent at the leisure of the king or to invest it back into the city. And any decisions made regarding the actual city need to be made by either the king or whoever holds the position. In fact, this position should be only beholden completely to the king, while other members of the council, even the hand, needs to hold minimal influence over it. Baelon took that moment to end his tirade, taking a slow sip of tea. After a time of silence, he continued. Well, what do you think? What you are asking of me is way worse than just a position in the council, so I believe I must refuse. Why is that so? Because it holds too much power. You get to basically rule the capital in all but name, granting unparalleled jurisdiction over all its parts. The lords would scream their throats dry at me if I just give it to you. Oh yes, the lords. Baelon let out a snort. What are they going to complain about? How it is unfair that your son, the crown prince, managed to get an influential position in the kingdom. How the conqueror of Dorne, the man who turned Dragonstone into a gold mine, the savior of the north, the knight at 12, does not deserve that position. He took another sip of his tea. Father, it is not uncommon for a king to grant his son a position after he accomplished something, or even if he didn't do anything of note. Didn't your grandsire give both his firstborns, Aemon and Baelon, the position of hand of the king? Did you not make Daemon master of ships, then laws, then commander of the city watch, even though he hadn't accomplished even an ounce of what I did at the time? At his skeptical look, Baelon spoke even more. Father, your grace. You do not understand, we have to do this, not for myself, but for you. The capital is the seat of the Targaryens, the position from which you rule, and where the Iron Throne lays. And yet you do not know its happenings until someone speaks of it to you. The officers of the Gold Cloaks are loyal to the hand first, not you. The soldiers, however, would raise their swords for Daemon rather than their actual king, and the clubfoot is using his authority as confessor to free prisoners after cutting their tongues and do his bidding, while the fringes of the city are left unattended for cutthroats, prostitutes, orphans, and flesh peddlers. Tell me, father, when was the last time something happened in King's Landing and you were not the absolute last person to know? His words brought memories back to him of when Otto would come to him after rumors of his daughter's dalliance with Daemon, whenever he would hear whispers about his second son's shameful acts when people thought he wasn't listening. It was true. He held no power in his own city. What a pathetic king he is. All right, you will have your position. But you will speak to me first before doing any major changes, understood? Of course, I am the only one who shares your views after all, and the only other person who can look past their own overinflated ego in this mad family. But now that this is done, let us speak about the incident. What happened yesterday didn't come out of nowhere. It is clear to me that Queen Alicent and Rhaenyra's grudges are the primary cause for this. With both Otto and Daemon fanning the flame, something must be done before it is too late. I agree, but I don't think we can do much but voice our complaints. Not quite, in fact, you, father, can do much. The best way to stop the mother's taint from their children is to both distance them away from them and to add another figure that could influence them in the other direction. How so? Well, you do not have to worry about Aegon. My brother lacks motivation, but he is the smartest out of my siblings. He can see his mother's and grandfather's attempts at manipulation from a mile away. Helena is largely left alone by her parents. The problems are Aemond and my nephews. Does he think Aegon is intelligent? I may have misjudged my other son, mayhaps there may be redemption for him. What do you think we should do? Squire Aemond under me, my brother is hard-working and stubborn, and he just tamed the current biggest dragon in the world, and make Lucerys my cup-bearer. I believe he needs proximity with Aemond, and I will try my hardest to bridge the gap between them. And what about Jacaerys? Jace is another matter entirely. I would take him too, but his situation is too precarious to do so. Especially the issue of his birth. Do you he began. They are bastards, father. I do not care about that fact, but everyone else does. I know that you only act outraged because the moment you don't, it'll look like you agree, but we are alone, and we have to think about what to do in order to secure his hold over Driftmark after he inherits it. Not only for Jace but also for the kingdom. I sigh again, I guess we should. Jacaerys is a dragon rider, I believe that should be enough. Not if the Queen tries to do something about it in your absence. We have to do something before an incident blows over this issue. Prevention is better than the cure after all. What a quaint saying. Looking at your previous solutions, I believe you were about to propose for Jacaerys to be squired under someone, Lord Corlys perhaps. Baelon did this peculiar thing where he clicks his fingers as a sign of agreement, something that he found looked quite nice. Maybe he will start doing that. Yes, that. But I also think that we can easily convince Rhaenyra and Laenor to arrange a betrothal between Jace and one of Daemon's twins. It would combine their two claims before a particularly ambitious Velaryon tries to disrupt the succession. I heard Vaemond Velaryon made a particularly pointed speech at Lady Laena's burial. He rubbed his chin. This could work, this really could work. A smile crept up on his face as he meaningfully looked at his son. What? Asked his son. Nothing, I'm just musing at myself. He will truly leave the realm in good hands. Gods, his son looked like his father, Baelon reborn indeed. The conversation devolved into a light one, as his son regaled him with the experiences of his campaign, while he talked about his childhood experiences, his brave and loving father, his even bolder carefree mother, and his escapades through the city of King's Landing with his brother. And as the room fell into a pleasant silence after their laughter died, Baelon spoke once more. Father. Yes, son. About the prophecy of ice and fire. As Baelon spoke about that sensitive subject, Viserys leaned forwards in rapt attention. Yes. He rasped. I believe we should tell the family. Everyone with Targaryen blood must know about the real reason for the conquest. Maybe that'll temporarily quell the tension, especially for the children. Baelon, this is something that is only told from the king to his firstborn, and for good reason too. Yes, if the secret spread to the lords, they will froth at the mouth about it. Letting them believe that Aegon made his decision to conquer a continent because of ambition is way better than knowing that he did because he dreamed about Grumpkins and Snarks. Even you expressed your skepticism about it, and the dagger only proves that Aegon dreamt about the threat beyond the wall, not that the actual it is real. Not you. Excuse me. Not you, you seem to accept it quite quickly, if I remember correctly. Well. I never believed that a 600-feet-long wall was built to defend against wildlings when Brandon Stark had the children and the giants to help. In fact, the wildlings seem to benefit from it quite as much. That is a good point, but if you agree about why we must not tell them, then why did you ask me to? Well, Aegon and his wives kept his dreams secret because he didn't have proof of his claims. The smile of his son widened. I didn't find proof, but I found books in the library of Castle Black and in the deepest halls of the Citadel written in the first tongue detailing the age of heroes and their struggle against the others, but most importantly, I found something really fascinating in Dragonstone. His eyes widened in surprise. Father, I think it is time for a family outing. Chapter 10, Rhaenyra I. Author's note, so just for clarification, Laenor is dead. One of the very few things I didn't like about HOTD was the whole Rhaenyra didn't kill Laenor routine. It felt like an attempt to make her look good, but my mind just couldn't relate them with tits to that certain act of mercy. As for the lateness of this chapter, this is mostly due to the fact that it was exam season, and that I really struggled with writing from a female perspective, especially the lovey-dovey scenes, since I'm deprived of it also. I spent a lot of time thinking about where to take the story, and I've got some great ideas that will make it much more exciting. Underscore 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 un. She stood at the bow of the ship, stroking her older son's hair as they watched the island of Dragonstone approach. "Mother, why are we going back to Dragonstone and not to King's Landing?" asked Jace. "I don't know, my sweet. The king ordered us to do so, and so we follow the king's orders." "That's all right, I always wanted to see Dragonstone anyways. I heard the painted table is there." She gave a slight smile back to Jace. He looks so innocent and happy, she thought. "Yes it is, I'm sure you'll be able to see it." It didn't take long for Jace to get bored, as he ran back towards his brother and cousins to play with them. She was glad Laenar's death didn't diminish their spirits for long. Their last couple of days in Driftmark were very exciting, especially since the hectic events coincided with Baelon's spectacular feat. A hand sneakily slid over hers. She looked back to see Daemon looking at her. "You look despondent, what is it?" he asked. "Just thinking." "About what?" She moved her hand and held his in return. "The future." Daemon just hummed back. "How about a small Valyrian ceremony, on Dragonstone? We may as well take advantage of this visit." She mused for a while. "Yes, let us do that." They stood in content silence for a while, enjoying each other's presence. "Your Graces, we are about to reach the harbour." The captain interrupts their moment. She doesn't answer, while Daemon nods towards the captain. "It has been a while," she says. "Yes, I believe the last time was after I was exiled by Viserys." She lets out a light chuckle. "Yes, I remember looking down at you from Dragonback in the steps leading to the castle. You looked quite insignificant." She responded in High Valyrian. "Really? I seem to remember the incident differently. All I remember is holding off my laugh as I looked up at you, hiding beneath a mask of confidence." He answers in High Valyrian. She fully turns towards him, a slight smirk on her face. "The thing I remember the most though is the Lord Hand's shocked expression, which was quite uncharacteristic." "Why yes, the sight of that snake's gaping mouth was very much delightful." Daemon's sentence sported a questioning tone as his gaze shifted behind her, or more specifically, Dragonstone. She turned at an opportune time, as the wind blew her hair upwards, dragons batting their wings above her. Is this Dragonstone?" "He changed it," Daemon exclaimed. Dragonstone was a dreary island. It was damp and bleak, with the Dragonmont filling its skies with smoke and giving it the smell of sulphur. The castle that shared its namesake was a grim keep made of stone fused through magic and dragon fire, built right under the Dragonmont at the mouth of the Blackwater. Its menacing dragon statues and dark scheme usually invoked feelings of sadness and depression. The castle was built atop a cliff, so there was not much space to build at its proximity, or at least there wasn't. How did he do this in such a short time? The place looked considerably different from the last time she visited. The ground around the castle was somehow flattened, allowing a significant amount of whitish smooth homes to be built around, enough to be called a large town. There was a newly built dock, made of the same whitish liquid rock, receiving a sizable amount of ships that seemed to store a great amount of merchandise. The castle was mostly the same, except for the banners. The depressing statues were replaced with more acceptable ones, and one very flattering and huge banner of House Targaryen's three-headed dragon hung over the walls. And when the castle was previously a lonely grim symbol, it seemed now like an obsidian jewel amidst a sea of white. As their ship approached the dock, she was able to see the market, a veritable melting pot of different wares. It was situated on a main road that leads straight to the keep, a road large and spacious enough for 5 carriages to traverse it. Filled with people from all around Westeros and Essos, and for every score yard, there was one of her brother's purple-mantled soldiers taking guard. She wasn't self-aware as the boat shuddered gently against the stony exterior of the port. It seems they arrived, she thought. She gestured for a servant to approach. Yes, Your Grace. Where is Joffrey? Sleeping, Your Grace. The wet nurses are taking good care of him, Your Grace. Good, make sure he doesn't get disturbed and bring him to me if he wakes. Go call the other children, we're disembarking. Of course, Your Grace. She stepped out of the gangway followed by her excitable children, and as she stood next to Daemon, she found her father, Baelon, and the rest waiting for them. This was clearly a private area of the docks, reserved for important guests and any such things that require either privacy or safety. Standing at the front of an impressive retinue of mantled guards and servants were 2 people. One was an aging man in clothes typical of a steward, and he weighed more stones than average. His hair was an ashy grey, but his face was almost free of wrinkles. He wore a disarming smile on his face, and if she wasn't used to spotting such signs, then she was sure that she would have missed the way he discreetly sized up every person on his sight. The other was a thin man in his 20s, he had clearly Valyrian traits, notably silver golden hair and purple eyes bordering on blue. His face sported a sharp goatee and his face had a gentle air about it. But what was most impressive, is that over his worn-out maester robe was an impressively long chain rolled over itself at least 2 times of a respectable variety of metals. She could even spot the smoky tint of Valyrian steel. The steward, or castellan, in this case, bowed deeply towards the king, followed in an almost rehearsed manner by every person behind him. Your Grace. Welcome to Dragonstone. My name is Robert Quince, the castellan of this keep in the name of Prince Baelor. Dragonstone is yours. Please. Please have some bread and salt. One of the many servants silently approached the king holding a plate of bread and salt, but before she could answer, Lord Commander Criston stopped her with his hand. Just as he opened his mouth, her father spoke. No need for any of that, Lord Commander. I'm sure my son's servants aren't stupid or disloyal enough to attempt any foolhardy business in the middle of Dragonstone. He then proceeded to eat a piece of bread dipped in salt. And while the rest of us ate the bread, Baelon approached the 2 men. Robert, Baelor, how are things? Everything is going well, Your Grace, all according to your predictions. The workers had to fend off some thieves back at the mines, but nothing a few of the Amethyst Guard couldn't fix. Replies Robert. Yes, there were also some interesting discoveries, Your Grace. Continues the Maester. Good, I will need your written reports for later, but for now, just help me to show our guests around, Robert. You can go to your usual duties, Baelor. Of course. Baelon turns around and claps his hand, turning everyone's attention towards himself. All right. He stood with the gigantic road on his back, the black silhouette of the Dragonstone castle over his back. Welcome, to Dragonstone. He began. It has been a while since I took over as Lord of Dragonstone, and I am proud to say that this place has undergone a pleasant transformation, won't you say? So, on the way to the castle, where a scrumptious banquet is being prepared, how about we show you around, eh? Haha, of course, son, lead the way. Good, if you would please get on the carriages, it wouldn't do to let our guests walk all the way, wouldn't it? Of course not, my lord. Followed Robert, the castellan. We followed towards a group of open carriages. They were made from sturdy wood and were wide enough to need 4 horses to carry, while the seats were a particular shade of red she wasn't familiar with. The king, the hand, Baelon, and Corlys opted to seat themselves on one carriage, while she and the kids were on another. Daemon opted to take a horse instead, keeping in line with both her carriage and his twins. The castellan, Robert, did the same. as his chubby body looked comical atop his horse. By signal from Baelon, the whole group moved at once, the spacious road enough for them to pass easily. And as they passed by the crowded areas, the people would part way while looking back at them, and while in King's Landing she would see mothers holding their children close, and looks of fear directed towards them, here she only saw joy and respect on their faces, which were promptly followed by shouts. "Long live the king! Hail House Targaryen! Glory to the prince!" Surprised by the new treatment, she looked towards the castellan for clarification. Noticing her gaze, the portly man smiled gently. "As you can see, princess, a lot of the people who lived on the island were given better wages and conditions due to the prince's reforms. And over the last 2 years, the prince even had an agreement with Bravus for them to send any of the slaves they liberate here instead of unloading them in their own slums. Some of them also originate from the flea bottom of King's Landing and are people who came looking for fair work and good pay, although we did receive news of some opposition on that front. And so most of the people of Dragonstone owe their livelihoods to the prince, and by association to the king and House Targaryen." As her mind registered what she heard, she looked back at the people celebrating their arrival. She thought that the new conquest of Dorne must have definitely helped things along. She turned back to her kids, only to find them in an excited conversation with the castellan. "When he came here at first, I admit I was skeptical," Sir Alfred Broom, the previous castellan, even openly decried serving the prince, as he was of around 10 name days at the time. This naturally forced the prince to dismiss him from his post, so he was demoted to being master-at-arms of the castle. "That is astounding!" exclaimed Jace. He then proceeded to turn towards her. "Mother! Maybe I must also receive a castle of my own, surely like Uncle Baelon, I too can learn about lordship and what it entails," he requested. She looked at his wide-eyed, hopeful eyes and winced. Her hand found itself gently atop his head while she gently kissed her son's forehead. "I understand, but I cannot grant you a castle. The only reason your uncle did is due to the fact that he is the heir to the throne." Upon seeing her son's dejected expression, she couldn't help but comfort him. "But do not worry, son. There are many ways that can help you learn about lordship." "Like what?" "I will think of something." She rubbed his hair, letting out a pleasant chuckle at his pout. "How did my nephew manage to flatten the land? The last time I was here, this place was naught but boulders and pitfalls," interjected Daemon from atop his steed. "Well, your grace, it was dragonfire." "Dragonfire?" "Yes, Prince Baelon's Xyrex at the time of his arrival was large enough to burn through even metal, so he simply liquefied the boulders instead of moving them, which was his inspiration for creating the liquid rock that everyone heard about. Then he used the new invention to fill up any gaps and built on top of that. This took a couple of moons, of course. But we hadn't the gold to move so many small folk and build any houses until then anyways, so it eventually worked out, your grace," replied the castellan. Daemon directed his attention elsewhere, his mind seemingly deep in thought, so Princess Rhaenys asked her own question from the other carriage. It has been enough time for both her and her husband to mourn the death of their children, but even so, it seemed like the fiery half-Baratheon princess that she had admired when she was a child had lost some of her fire. Only her grandchildren ignited that spark again, but even with that, the grief has clearly gotten to the black-haired beauty. Rhaenyra ruthlessly crushed the pang of guilt in her heart. She doesn't regret her decision. She is happy now, she thought even as she realized the lie in that statement. "I see quite a lot of interesting products sold. Is that gold silk? I heard from my husband that it was only made in Yeti, and even there, only the royal family was allowed to don the color." "That is sea silk, your grace. Locally produced from local shells. Due to the prince's direction and Maester Violar's hard work, Dragonstone is now also home to a number of new products. You can see new shades of purple, blue, yellow, red, and pink dyes which are immensely popular with the free cities, along with new spirits. The island became a great stop from merchants for Essos and Westeros. This is interesting, don't you think, husband? Said Renus. Yes, quite. While I managed to enrich Driftmark by journeying forth and bringing in new products distant from Westeros, Prince Baelon did so by exploiting the untapped natural resources of the island and experimenting with new uses of it. I think we may be able to attempt something of the same nature back home. They spent the time on the carriages admiring and observing the island. It seems that her brother wasn't idle with his lordship. Her mind drifted back to a distant time, back when her mother used to tell her stories, mostly about dragons and Targaryens. One of her favorites was Daenerys the Dreamer, and Dragonstone. She was happy then, content. She dreamt every day of coming back to those days when it was just her, Daemon, her father, and her mother. It was them against the world, she hadn't to think about any politicking or schemings. Her gaze shifted to the foremost carriage, focusing on the silver mop of hair on top of purple, and had her hands tighten unknowingly. If only those days would come back. The carriages finally stopped around an obsidian fountain, with a sizable dragon sculpture made of colored dragon stone belching the water out of its mouth. "We're here," said Daemon. "Yes, we are." Chapter 11, Aemond I. Author's note: here's another chapter. I may have gone through the hardest part, but please don't expect another one tomorrow. In order to address something without spoiling the chapter, please read the rest of the note at the end, thank you. Underscore 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 un. His eye was closed, his hands spread out, and his body relaxed. He felt his hair whistle against the wind, and his scar tingled as it met the breeze. Warmth oozed from underneath him. He could feel the rhythmic beating of his partner's heart through his seat atop her back, his own matching it. He heard a loud roar from his left, causing him to reopen his eye, only to find his brother atop his purple beast, waving at him from his saddle. "Hey, Aem! How are you enjoying your flights?" shouted Baelon. Zyrex got level with Viagar, causing the latter to roar in an attempt to intimidate. The purple dragon just softly snorted in response, unaffected by it. He couldn't help the smile on his face. "I'm enjoying myself, Bael," he responded. "No wonder you were here for such a long time. But I believe it is time for supper, so how about a race?" His smile widened enough that it touched his scar, causing him to slightly wince. He didn't deem his brother with a response, as he lowered his body into the front of his saddle, preparing to go faster. "Adara, Vaur!" With a mighty roar and a powerful flap of wings, Vaur surged forwards towards the distant black castle. "Hey! You are cheating, Aem!" Laughing at his brother's sounds of indignation, Aemond only signaled his dragon to go faster. After a while, he turned his head backward in order to make fun of Baelon, but he was shocked to find no one. He got an answer though as a shadow covered his head, and looking up, he found his brother's Zyrex flying above him, his larger wings allowing him to fly faster than Vaur. But Vaur is the oldest, most experienced dragon alive, with her alongside him, his win is a surety at this point. Underscore 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 un. The ground shuddered as Vaur landed on top of the castle's empty field. Aemond sported a scowl at the sight of his brother, still in dragon riding leathers playing with his dragon. Baelon turned to him as his feet met the ground, a smug smirk on his face. "You had a head start, and you still lost," he quipped. "Shut up." Vaur was just tired from flying so much. His brother responded by patting his head. "Yeah, sure. Now let's go, the whole family is waiting for us to sup with them." Baelon led him into the castle, his sworn shield a respectful distance behind them. "The whole family? Can't I just eat in my quarters?" Baelon laughed at his words, but the reassuring smile that followed meant that it wasn't mockery. Are they that bad? I admit my unfamiliarity with the situation since I was so busy the last couple of years, but it can't be that bad, can it? You know nothing, Bael. Ever since you left it has been either awkward silence, sarcastic insults, or indignant screams. And Aegon and the other children are also mean to me, and they like to make fun of me. They found themselves in front of a door guarded by the Twin Kings Guard, Arik and Eric. Well, then maybe it's a good thing that I'm here now. The twins opened the door for them and looking inside, Aemond couldn't help but feel a tinge of satisfaction. He was right. The whole place was silent, and the table was filled with Viserys at its head, the blacks at his right, and the greens at his left. Aemond sped past his brother to sit next to Helena, which was next to the other head of the table. Baelon, however, didn't hurry, he just stopped next to the entrance, and looked around at everyone, staring them in the eyes. Oh please, do not stop your conversation at my behest, you may speak. He joked. Baelon walks towards the other head of the table and sits right in front of his father. While sitting down, he strokes Lucerys' head who sat on the other side of the table, giving him a slight smile. Unless, of course, you were this silent before Aemond and I came in. In which case, I'll have to speak to myself throughout supper, and that, I am not looking forward to. Aegon lets out a dry chuckle in response, but he then hides his face from the glares by gulping down his wine from his goblet. Father meanwhile just looks quizzically back at Baelon, an eyebrow up, while cutting into his steak. I'm sure we would all enjoy that, Your Grace. Interjects Corlys. Is that so? But I doubt someone of your experience, Lord Corlys, would find my words interesting. On the contrary. I can't wait to hear of you regaling us about your adventures in Essos and beyond, and while your books on the matter were quite interesting, I would rather hear it from the man himself. Corlys lightly tossed his silverware down and leaned back on his chair towards Baelon with a smile on his face. Putting his hands on his lap, Corlys answers. You must be jesting, Your Grace. You are but a man of 5 and 10, and yet you have achieved more than any man could hope to achieve in his lifetime, whether it be your discoveries, Dragonstone, Dorne. I am very excited to hear your words, and I have so many questions. Were I to write them, I would have to release another book. Yes, my son is quite an accomplished man for one of his age. Were he present on the stepstones alongside you, Lord Corlys, I am of the belief that the whole campaign would have gone much faster. Daemon, on the left of his niece, lightly slams his cup on the table. Yes, we could have used more dragons. He seethes. Daemon was always salty about his brother's lack of support about the matter, or rather its timing. Yes, the prince's actions of uniting Dorne under its rightful rule is still being spoken of with reverence. Such an achievement at such a young age paints the crown prince as a warrior and conqueror. The bards are singing songs about his valor and ability. Interjects Otto. Viserys seemed satiated with his meal, as he put both his arms on the table and leaned forward. Well, I am proud of my son, and I'm sure he would also enjoy all the heaps of praise and compliments that we're plying him with right now, but I think, now that we are all here, together, that it is time for an announcement. The vacant eyes of the uninterested parties suddenly sharpened, and the tension in the room suddenly rose like the sun in the sky. In my life, I have been in 2 marriages. The king puts his hand atop the queen's, smiling at her reassuringly, which she shakily returns. And while the second was entirely motivated by love. The first, not so much. Even though I grew to love my sweet Emma, there was a time when I did not know her, not her sweet smile, nor her loving warmth. Viserys' eyes cloud for a moment, staring at something that only he could see. And I realized throughout my life that I was luckier than most heirs of lordly houses in that I actually fell in love with the person chosen for me by someone else. That our marriage was so happy was one of the things that I feel thankful for every day, even years after her passing. Everyone at this point looks at the king quizzically. Viserys wasn't known to talk about his first wife ever since her death. Duty, when put against love, is more akin to torture. I know that more than most, and I grappled with the fact that I may have to make choices for my family, choices pitting duty against love, where the interest and stability of the realm fight for supremacy with the happiness and comfort of my family. But then I had the idea, why not both? And so it is with that sentiment in mind that I make this announcement, or several, in fact. Firstly, my grandson, Jaehaerys Velaryon, is to be betrothed to Lady Baelon I Targaryen, my own niece. I hope their days be filled with happiness, and I don't doubt that their future espousal will not only bring stability to the realm but also be a joyous union forged by love and affection, and judging by the happy looks they're sending each other, I'd wager I made a good decision. Cheers. After some chuckles and the embarrassment of the two, everyone followed the king in raising their cups. Now, while pondering my decision to do so, I've come to a startling realization. My grandson Jace is a brave young man, handsome, with an easy smile and a sunny disposition, quick with a sword and steady with a shield, and skilled at riding both the horse and his dragon. But for all his good qualities, Jace lacks the experience necessary as a sailor to be a complete and perfect heir to the driftwood throne. And to remedy that, Jaehaerys Velaryon is to be squired under the tutelage of the most famous sailor and lord in the world, Corlys Velaryon. Viserys points his goblet to the seahorse. Rhaenyra's face sports a polite smile as she claps for her son, and Aemond couldn't help to notice how fake it was. It seems that while she wasn't surprised by the news, she didn't agree with them either. Her son is a completely different matter though, as Jaehaerys was practically trembling from excitement, a giant grin on his face. Aemond crushed a pang of jealousy. He can't get jealous of anyone now. Thank you, Your Grace, for the opportunity to connect with my grandson. I will endeavour to make sure that little Jace will grow into a man that could make us all proud. Laenor would have been overjoyed to hear this news. Says Corlys, slightly wincing from his wife's pinch as he mentioned their son. Of course, I expect nothing less. The king leans back in his seat and crosses his fingers on top of his knees. But on to other matters. I'm sure you all felt the air of almost despair at this moment in time. This year was marked by misfortune, and tragedies such as the Harrenhal fire that killed both a good respectable friend and his chivalrous son, the death of my beloved sister-in-law from the familiar pains of childbirth, and the despicable murder of her brother, and the father of my grandchildren. The room goes somber as the subject turns dark, with Corlys comforting Rhaenys as her eyes water, Rhaenyra's wince at the mention of Laenor, and Daemon's darkened gaze. Viserys lets out a soft sigh. These tragedies were all marked by death, and the stranger's hold on life is immutable. I can't bring back the people lost this year of Red Spring, but I can attempt to change something else. Because while we lost Sir Laenor, Lady Laena, Lord Lionel, and Sir Harwin, the gods have allowed us the mercy of dodging another tragedy, albeit with great sacrifice. Aemond looks up from his plate, his mouth full, as he notices everyone staring at him. Ah, that was what he was talking about. Seeing two members of my family fight each other to such a degree hurt, maybe even more than losing a loved one. I always made it clear that my family, our family, staying united, together, is my most prominent desire. When I looked at the wounded face of my son and the chagrined expression on my grandson, I never felt more disappointed in myself. Because it was my fault that I let this feud fester and grow under my nose. It was I who let a childish grudge between what were previously two best friends entrench itself into other members of the family. Viserys turns his sight into Alicent and Rhaenyra, which neither of them dares to return. I will no longer turn a blind eye to the plight of this family. I may have allowed the weeds to grow and fester, but it is time to pull each one of them from the roots. And if the ground gets littered with holes, then so be it. This is why Aemond is going to squire under Baelon and Lucerys to be his cup-bearer. They will spend their days with him, never leaving either his sight or the supervision of one of his confidants. Contact with both their mothers and other insidious influences is going to be limited in order to limit the effect of this blasted grudge. You, father, husband, "Do not interrupt me!" roared Viserys. "I am, and have been, a lenient king throughout my time as a ruler. I know that more than most. I mislike confrontation and war. And I tend to give people more than they deserve because I am a peaceful man who enjoys his peace of mind, and the happiness of my subjects. But do not think for a single second, that I will tolerate you poisoning your own children's minds, to pit them against each other as some sick version of surrogates all because of your meaningless, childish, fucking pittance of a grudge." The king takes some deep breaths and soothes his throat by gulping the rest of his wine. After a while, he continues, glaring at his wife and child. "Neither one of you can finagle his way out of this. You do not get to complain and push me or anyone else into changing my mind. Do you want to tear each other's faces off? Fine by me. I realize that mending the relationship between the two of you is impossible, but from now on, this stays between you two and only you two." Finally over with the two of them, Viserys turns his eyes to Otto, who looks as unflappable as ever, looking at the king with his sad, sympathetic gaze. "Otto." "Yes, your grace. Send a raven to Old Town, tell them that Durin is not going to be fostered there any longer, and to bring him back to King's Landing." "But, your grace, Prince Durin was sent there as a gesture of goodwill. If you bring him back then that will be seen as disrespect to their name." "Well, if they wanted to have a Targaryen foster with them, then they should have deemed to bring him to the fucking funeral of his brother-in-law, don't you think?" Otto looks to be losing words to speak. "To soften the blow, tell your brother that Durin will be squired under you and that I may consider a betrothal between Durin and a high tower, that should be enough." As all the adults sit awkwardly on their chairs, Viserys gets out of his chair and goes for the door. "I will leave you to stew on this, meanwhile Baelon will take me and the children to show them something. Aegon, Aemond, Luce, Jace, Baela, Rhaena, and Helena are to follow." The children get up after a slight moment of hesitation, as Baelon leads them out of the door, passing his father still standing before the entrance. "Oh, and I almost forgot." Viserys turns around. "Aegon will take a post under Lord Jasper Wilde as an advisor, maybe with some responsibilities. He will finally get to live up to his name." The king leaves the room followed by the Twin Kings Guard, leaving an entirely shocked family sitting at the table. Aemond couldn't help but admire his father at that moment. It was the first time Viserys showed this side of himself to anyone. They speed their march at the distant sound of a table getting flipped and cutlery colliding with the floor. Underscore 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 un. Most of the children couldn't understand how to process their feelings, Aemond most of all, as his feelings of elation at finally becoming Esquire warred with his jealousy and annoyance at the fact that he will have to spend much of his time with Lucerys. And that, without talking about the fact that he may no longer be able to spend as much time with his mother, and by association, his sister, with whom he enjoyed conversing very much. As if sensing his distress, a reassuring hand landed on his shoulder. Aemond looks up at the newly scarred face of his brother, looking down at him with a warm smile on his face. "Do not worry, you will be fine," he says. "I know that. I just thought that I might miss King's Landing, is all." "Well, good thing that I'm staying in King's Landing for the foreseeable future. Now come on, we're here." Aemond stills, shocked by the news. Ever since his name day trip, Baelon rarely spent his time in the Red Keep. For Aemond, the best memories of his admittedly short life were when his biggest brother was here, when he would play with him and his other children, helping him up when he fell and protecting him from bullies. Aemond would daydream about that time every day when Baelon was absent, when the insults would mount, when his mother would shift her attention to his brother instead of him, and when life just got too big for him. Baelon stood in front of the tunnel waiting. He waves back at Aemond as the others entered before him. "Hurry up, Aem." Aemond hides his smile quickly, and runs after the others. He follows the well-lighted path into the tunnel. What exactly are we here for? He exclaims. And as he turns, he gets his answer. Into the walls of the cave lay depictions of men that were tall and gaunt, with flesh pale as milk. They have cold blue eyes as bright as blue stars, and carried swords that were made of ice. The others, whispered his father with awe. They looked at the carvings on the walls with astonishment or confusion. Why would brothers men carve these here? Thought Aemond. These carvings date thousands of years, said Baelon, answering his question. Viserys looks back at his son with a mystified look. So it is true then? He asks. Baelon doesn't answer, but he rather grabs a book on top of a shelf, one of many put in this place. Those books originate from the libraries of the castles alongside the wall, or from the deepest depths of the citadel. They're written in the old tongue so no one knew their contents, but I managed to secure a mountain tribesman that was able to translate them. And I've found out that yes, Aegon may have been right about the threat beyond the wall, at least. Threat? What threat? Asks Aegon. Baelon and Viserys share a knowing look, silently communicating before Viserys lets out a sigh. Your brother wanted me to share this with the rest of the family, but since I believed that only someone with childlike wonder may actually heed this knowledge, I thought that only you will get to be privy to information that is originally only shared between a king and his heir. Really? Exclaims Jacaerys. Really? Now, I want you to listen, and to listen carefully. It might be difficult for you to understand, but you must hear it. Our histories, they tell us that Aegon looked across the black water from Dragonstone, and saw a rich land ripe for capture. But ambition alone is not what drove him to conquest. It was a dream. And just as Daenerys foresaw the end of Valyria, Aegon foresaw the end of the world of men. 'Tis to begin with a terrible winter gusting out of the distant north. Viserys draws his prized Valyrian dagger out of its scabbard and approaches one of the torches lighting up the obsidian room. Aegon saw absolute darkness riding on those winds. And whatever dwells within will destroy the world of the living. He puts the blade into the flames of the torch and watches as words become prominent against its smoky ripples. He hands the dagger to whoever is closest to him, Rhaena Targaryen, who reads the words to the rest. From my blood, come the prince that was promised. She then gives it to her sister, who after observing the dagger passes it on to the other children, and so on. Until it ended in Aemon's grasp. When this great winter comes, all of Westeros must stand against it. And if the world of men is to survive, a Targaryen must be seated on the Iron Throne. A ruler strong enough to unite the realm against the cold and the dark. Aegon called his dream the Song of Ice and Fire. Viserys gets interrupted by Helaena, but then she seemed to cower into herself as everyone's attention focuses on her. I saw, in a dream. She whimpers. Aemond is about to defend his sister when Baelon interrupts him. That is fascinating. He kneels at his sister's height. So you are Daenerys the Dreamer come again, hey? We should talk about this, when you feel comfortable, okay? She meekly nods. Baelon stands from his position to look around at everyone else. This secret was passed down from Aegon's generation for more than 100 years, it was carried along and protected by every generation of Targaryen kings until today when I convinced our father to promise to carry it on to you. But why? Asks Aegon, ever the skeptic. Because now we have more evidence that leads to the fact that yes, there is something dark and cold in the north, beyond the wall. And when previously this secret was only a prophecy that could just be an ambitious man's delirious dream, now the signs point to the fact that there is more to Aegon's dream than words, and that more people need to be privy to this secret, just in case. In case of what? That the others are real. That the wall will fall and a prince will heroically save us against some monsters. What is next? Grumpkins and snarks, says Aegon. Baelon goes up to Aegon, and puts both his hands on his shoulders. Look, brother. Here is what we know, the others existed, that is something the masters agree about, but we also know that up north, there is a 700 feet tall wall made of ice that was built thousands of years ago, and it certainly wasn't to keep out some unwashed wildlings from invading. He says. These carvings are supposedly thousands of years old, the books that I showed? They describe the others in vivid detail, their strengths, their weaknesses, and their history, not like a legend or a fictional story to be told, but like an enemy to be confronted. Finishes Aegon. Yes, then there are other, tiny signs scattered through the world, that point towards their existence, and the fact that they may come again. The Night's Watch and their oaths, the destruction of Hardhome, the Starks, you know, the oldest family who claims descent from Bran the Builder, their words are winter is coming. I want to disbelieve this as much as you do, but there are just too many signs to say otherwise. Aegon's face wilts from realization, the words registering in his mind while the others look at the two in concern. What are we to do? You do not have to worry about it, the first men chased the others away, and the first men didn't have dragons. The only reason you were told is for you to be able to relay the prophecy, just in case no one else is able to do so. Aegon takes a few deep breaths, calming himself. All right, I believe that is enough for the day, we should go back and rest, we'll talk about this tomorrow. Says Viserys. The prophecy speaks about a prince that was promised, not a king, Aemon thinks. That day, Aemon found a purpose. Underscore 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 un. Author's note, PT2 I know that this Viserys isn't the one from the show, nor the books. And that the speech was totally uncharacteristic for the Viserys Dormat Targaryen, but this Viserys wasn't filled with self-doubt. This is the Viserys that dreamt about a son being born amidst blood and steel, and had current Baelon instead of losing both his wife and son. In canon, he latched onto the women in his life in order to hold on. Here, while Rhaenyra and Alicent are important to him, Baelon is the apple of his eye, and so his patience in regard to the bullshit of the others is much thinner than canon. That is it, thank you for reading. Chapter 12, Daemon I. An. What I primarily wanted to have out of this chapter is to shed a light on the relationship between Daemon and Rhaenyra, and while I think that Rhaenyra may be a spoiled princess who didn't grow out of her teenage rebellion and Daemon may be a disgusting pedo-racist monster, I like the idea that their love is as pure as can be, and that Daemon didn't just marry her for ambition, nor did she, even though that may have been a factor. I also don't like people's obsession with the cannibal, so suck it cannibal fanboys. Here is a video animation that I made for the previous chapter, https://www.youtube.com/watch, v = 9 riw3 jokesney. 3985 words btw, I may take a long time to write chapters, but they are double the average size of normal ones. Underscore 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 un. The fog of sleep lifted from his mind slowly. He tried to move in order to move in a more comfortable position, only for his hand to meet a naked back. His mind struggled to remember where he was, and he almost panicked when he saw himself in another person's bed, until he saw the platinum white hair, that is. Right, he's a married man now, again. Sigh. He gets up from the bed carefully so as to not wake up his partner, then pours himself a cup of Dornish red. He sits on a comfy chair, staring at his newlywed. He finally gets to marry the person he wanted, he finally gets to choose. A content smile split on his face as he saw Rhaenyra groggily open his eyes. How long were you staring at me? She asks while stretching the sleepiness away. Not long. He answers. Really? I'd hoped you were staring for longer. Well, I'm not one for staring much, after a while I feel propelled to do something. Well, you can stare for some more. She gets interrupted by a knock, a servant behind the door. "Enter," said Rhaenyra. The door opened, letting through a group of servants who efficiently and quickly took the used utensils and replaced them with new ones. They put plates of fruits and sweets on the table while another one approached the two and put a change of clothes on his side of the bed, all the while bowing their heads. The other servants already left while the last one standing in front of them. "Your Graces, since Prince Daemon's luggage was put in his room, we brought him a change of clothes. There are also some snacks along with a small breakfast if you choose to eat here in the room instead of heading into the hall with the rest of the royal family." She then puts a small golden bell on the table. "I will be just over the door in case you need anything, all you have to do is ring this bell." He looked back at Rhaenyra with a peculiar look. After staring at each other for a while, he just gave her a shrug before turning back towards the servant. "Yes, you can go now." "Of course," answered the servant as she bowed and left, leaving the two alone. Rhaenyra stood up from the bed, heading towards the table filled with food. "This came at an opportune time, I'm very famished," she says, before filling her mouth with cheese. Daemon sits on the other side of the table, pouring himself another goblet of wine. "Baelon's servants are peculiar, it seems anything your brother touches takes a strange direction," he says. Rhaenyra's mouth goes into a thin line at the mention of her brother. He didn't understand why, but his mention always seemed to sour her mood. Personally, Daemon's feelings toward his nephew are complicated. Baelon's birth took his position as heir away from him, but as a second son, Daemon already resigned himself to that fate, but the complications of said birth and Daemon's mistake after that were what caused his exile and a succession of events that just served to enrage him, so there was some hatred in that regard. But whenever that hatred threatens to grow, his guilt about the heir for a day incident would resurface, and so his emotions stay stuck in a limbo between guilt and dislike. "Yes, he was always a queer one, my brother. I heard from Lord Corlys that he instructs his servants to eagerly take bribes, and they in exchange, have to tell whoever aims to spy on him whatever he wants. The smarter lords already know about that, but the newer or dim ones seem to fall for it quite easily." "Quite clever," he said. "Yes, if only he used his intelligence for something other than taking my children," she snarks, causing him to raise an eyebrow. "I crave some lemons, let's see if this bell works." She picks up the golden instrument and shakes it, causing a pleasant if loud noise to echo. The door promptly open, letting the previous servant in. "How can I help you, your graces?" she bows. "Yes, could you bring me some lemons, raw and peeled?" orders Rhaenyra. "Of course." As the door closes, Daemon looks at his wife quizzically. "Lemons? I don't remember you enjoying them. It isn't the first time when I was pregnant with Joffrey, I couldn't get enough of the damn things." His face turns so fast you'd think his neck would break, nearly startling Rhaenyra. "Could it be?" he says. Their eyes meet, and he could see the realization frame her face. "I missed my course this month, but I thought it was just coming late. Could it be that I'm pregnant?" The chair falls over due to the haste of his movements, and Rhaenyra lets out a slight cry as she is lifted from the ground. Panicked guards enter the room to the uncharacteristic sight of Daemon spinning his wife in the air while she laughs. "You are with child!" he exclaims happily. The guards stealthily close back the door, leaving the two back to their antics. Rhaenyra softly slaps his hands away as he slows down and lets her stand. "We are not yet sure of it, I will visit the maester today to confirm it." His hand slides over her stomach affectionately. "You are pregnant, I am sure of it," he says. "I hope so, I sure hope so," she responds. "Can I ask of you something, Daemon?" "Yes," he says. "Can you look after Luke? Could you make sure my son stays safe and happy? I'm no longer able to meet him as much, and I trust Lord Corlys to look after Jace. I want to be with him when he needs comfort and guidance. I cannot be with him now when he's alone, but you can." I ask you to look after him. My brother may not allow me to do so, you understand that, right? Since when has father's orders dissuaded the rogue prince from doing what he wanted? Father always had a soft spot for you, I think you may have more leeway in this matter than anyone else. I don't believe that Baelon would allow anything wrong to come to the boy, but since you asked, I will do it. Thank you, Daemon. Truly. He held her cheek affectionately. Don't thank me, we are together now. Their lips meet, and then time ceases to have its meaning. Underscore 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 un. Tattered playing cards collide with the wooden table, followed by a series of groans. Read them and weep, boys, says Baelon, as he sits on the side of the yard, playing cards with some of the purple mantles. On the field, knights, squires, and guards gather around in order to train and sharpen their skills. The most prominent is Aemond with a new eye patch trying and failing to land a hit against the prince's sworn shield, and his brown-haired nephew performing a series of scripted attacks on a dummy. That is the sight that Daemon sees as he approaches Baelon. Baelon, seeing a shadow covering him, looks back at Daemon, his usual smug light smirk painted on his face. Oh! If it isn't my uncle, would you care for a game of cards? Daemon's gaze shifts to the other players, and while each one of them lowers his head as required, none of them tenses at his presence. He also noticed that their hands never strayed too far from their swords, and their eyes shifted around ever so often, looking for anything that could approach. It seems that they aren't just playing after all, thought Daemon. Sadly, that must wait for another time. Can we talk, alone, Baelon? Baelon's face barely shifts at the question, betraying nary a thought. Of course. At his answer, the guards get up without fanfare, each one of them assuming a position around the table, close enough to defend against any situation, but far enough to not be able to hear their conversation, as long as they spoke softly, that is. Baelon gestures towards one of the free chairs. Please, sit. He asks while handing Daemon a cup of wine. Daemon thoughtlessly grabs the goblet as he sits down, looking at his nephew silently for a while. Baelon doesn't respond either, as he idly takes a sip from his own cup. Daemon glances at it. Water. He mused. After a while, his face turns to observe his new stepson as he slowly but methodically performs his set. I hope Lucerys' training is going well. Usually, when training children we urge them to move faster. He comments. I understand, but I want him to think about how he's moving and how to correct his mistakes himself. I'd like to cultivate that mindset in him so that he would never cease to improve. Why not do the same for the other boy? It looks like he may need it. His words coincide with Aemond falling down as Roderick pushes him with his shield. Aem has more than enough drive. Baelon shrugs. And he already worked hard enough that he has a good foundation. Now he needs both experiences sparring against different opponents, and to get used to his new field of vision. Daemon just hums in response, taking a sip from his cup. His mother is worried about him, you know. He continues, talking about Lucerys, of course. Baelon chuckles in response, a faraway look in his eyes. Hell hath no fury like a woman's scorn, is it? The Crown Prince says. Daemon couldn't help but smile at the expression. Indeed. Baelon looks Daemon in the eyes, an unflinching conviction in his eyes. I am doing what I think is best for my family, tell Rhaenyra that. Baelon's hands rest on the table, his body leaning across Daemon. This time, Aemond lost an eye. You can see the boy, I'm sure you're able to discern the rage, the ambition in his eye. And neither you nor my older sister will always be with Luce. The implications of his words caused Daemon to wince. He knew that, of course, but for it to be voiced so just made it all the more apparent. They have to reconcile, and the grudge between Rhaenyra and the Queen needs to be stopped, and if not, then at least contained. Baelon takes a deep breath, his body relaxing back in his seat. So yes, I did support father in his decision, I may even be one of the reasons for it. But it was for the best, and he was right. Silence reigns for a while. I promised Rhaenyra that I would watch over her son, says Daemon. Baelon's hum sounded unnecessarily deep as he thought about Daemon's statement, almost causing shivers on his back. I am a busy man, while you are quite free after the whole Stepstones affair. Tell you what, you convince Rhaenyra to come along to King's Landing, I'll let you have more leeway in that regard, we'll disguise it as you helping me teaching the boy in the matters of war and battle, what do you say? Then it dawns on Daemon. You need us. We're just a piece in the board to you, hey. Baelon just stays silent. With Rhaenyra and I in King's Landing, we'll be able to counter the Green's influence in the city, giving you the opportunity to do what is it you want to do. All right. Daemon stands up. I will do it. If it'll drive that sneaky old man to lose his influence, then all is well. Underscore 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 un. So that's what he said. As long as we go back to King's Landing, he'll let me be more involved with Lucerys, I'll be able to watch over him better. Rhaenyra huffs while almost falling into the chair on the balcony. The sun was about to set and the sky had just the tiniest twinge of red amongst the constant blue. Daemon was leaning against the balcony, his back over the parapet, taking occasional sips from watered wine. I do not like that city, you'd think it'd be home to the Martells instead with how many vipers you could see. She complains. Now that Dorne is into the fold, your words could be prophetic. He japes. A smile escapes Rhaenyra, in spite of her annoyance. She dismissively waves her hand. What of Jacaerys? Now that he is squired to Lord Corlys he will have to stay in Driftmark, am I to follow a child only to abandon another? Daemon looks to drink from his cup again, only to find it empty. He takes a seat in front of Rhaenyra, pouring another. Before he could, however, his wife puts her hand over it. Stop. You need a clear head to think. She warns. Daemon sighs out of frustration, Rhaenyra is getting too anxious. What is there to think about? Jacaerys is at the age where he finds his mother more annoying than comforting. I'm sure that even though he may miss you, the boy will enjoy his time at Driftmark without his mother to look over his shoulders. He takes advantage of her attentiveness to actually pour himself the cup. Don't forget, Princess Rhaenys and Lord Corlys may not be fond of you, but they do love the children, he will be safe with family. Relief washes over Rhaenyra's face as if she already knew the facts, but only needed someone to remind her of them. Then I guess we have no choice but to. Rhaenyra actually finished her sentence, but the deafening roar of a dragon made her words incoherent. Daemon stands up and turns abruptly. He looks up at the horizon to find the sight of green flames surging out of a black silhouette black as coal, its numerous pikes giving it a very sinister feeling. A majestic purple dragon is circling around the huge black dragon, gracefully dodging its claws and sickly green flames, a small figure atop its back, looking like an ant in a battle of giants. The cannibal roars into the sky out of frustration, only for one of its eyes to be gouged out by one of Xyrax's claws. The injury causes the black menace to get disoriented, as it crashes violently into one of the hills next to the dragon mont, roaring to the sky out of rage and agony, and maybe even some fear. A random swipe of the cannibal's tail manages to momentarily push Xyrax away, allowing it the time to recuperate. At that, Daemon grabs Dark Sister and spins towards the door. Where is Caraxes? He muses. A hand clutches his shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. Daemon turns around at Rhaenyra, giving her a glare that caused many a soldier to tremble in their place, but he only gets a silent shuddering shake of her head in return. Do you know what you're implying? He menacingly asks, but he only gets a steely stare in return. He lets out a frustrated sigh and collapses in the chair. While he lets go of his Valyrian blade, he chugs down the wine directly from the bottle. Meanwhile, Xyrex is leading the cannibal in a merry chase atop the skies of Dragonmont, and every time the onyx dragon would show signs of giving up his trail, the purple beast would turn around and harass it. This goes on for a while until they hear another roar. This time it was closer to the castle. Everyone looks to the other direction to see green. Viagar is aloft. The duel in the sky almost stills as the green dragon lets out its own deafening roar. The cannibal, injured and enraged, had eyes filled with anger throughout the battle, but its reaction to Viagar was different. Its roar had a tint of visceral emotions, of hate, rage, and fear, and so much more. The spiky behemoth loses all reason. It abruptly changes course toward Viagar while completely ignoring Xyrex. Baelon urges his dragon to follow, harassing the cannibal all the while. But the mad dragon doesn't fight back, it only dodges hits that it can, and takes the ones that it can't. Both green and black beasts' fire meet in a shower of bronze and green, but while Viagar stops in its tracks while spewing out flames, the cannibal never stops. The flames collide even as the black dragon charges into Viagar, sending it reeling and turning, disoriented. Golden flames hit the cannibal's wing before it could claw at Viagar. Xyrex may have saved the dragon. Aemond, noticing the severity of the situation, urges his dragon to flee out of panic, as the green eyes filled with madness filled him with fear. Viagar obliges, flying at top speed toward the castle. As this new chase goes on, the dragons speed over the big town filled with panicked smallfolk and disciplined soldiers keeping the peace despite the chaos. Baelon notices the urgency of the matter, and so Xyrex flew on top of the cannibal. He unclasps the cords keeping him saddled to his dragon, his right hand unsheathing black fire. With impeccable timing, the crown prince jumps out from atop Xyrex, and he stuck his sword right into the cannibal's remaining eye. The black menace screeches out of pain. It loses control of its flight as it starts falling downwards. Its head moves erratically in order to get rid of the nuisance on it, but Baelon takes hold of black fire firmly, and stays on. The ramparts are already empty by the time the cannibal crashes on them. The black dragon slides across the floor, bringing with him dust and dirt, trashing around all the while. Viagar had already landed on top of one of the towers. As the small figure of Aemond frantically lowers himself from the saddle, he attempts to run towards Baelon out of concern but gets stopped by a king's guard, Lord Commander Criston. His mother could be seen running towards her son, lifting the sides of her green dress as she heaved out of exhaustion, but she never stops. The cannibal lay battered, injured, and blinded, but not yet dead. But before the onyx lizard tries to do anything, Xyrex free falls from the sky, never once opening up his wings as he violently lands on the cannibal's back. The sound of its spine breaking would have caused many to flinch had it not been masked by the beast's scream of agony, a scream that got further amplified as Xyrex bit into one of its wings, and pulled. Blood taints the ground in great quantities as the thud of a fallen wing reverberates throughout the castle. The shrieks of torment turn into gurgles. Xyrex had torn the cannibal's throat, it seems. Daemon and Rhaenyra push through the crowd of spectators just in time to see Baelon pulling his sword out of the cannibal's eye, a spurt of black blood covering the side of his face. Baelon slowly stands up as he lay on top of the dead beast's head. He looks down at it disdainfully for a moment, letting out a deep, throaty grunt as he jumps down into the ground. Then there were the cheers. Oh, the cheers! They lasted for so long as the people shouted the prince's name, screaming Dragon Slayer, over and over again. The cannibal laid a deep shadow in people's minds. He scared and terrified the people of Dragonstone for too long, so it was no wonder that they would celebrate its death. The guards and a couple of acolytes headed by Violar, the maester of Dragonstone, surround the prince. "Are you injured, your grace?" says the maester. "Just some cuts and bruises, Violar, no worries." Violar sighs out of relief, letting go of the chain he was holding so tightly. "That is good, your grace. I thought something may have befallen you." "Where is Roderick?" "Not here, your grace," he insisted in supervising the scorpions back at the Dragon Mont. Baelon lets out a guffaw. I guess he wanted to shoot a dragon that much, hey. I guess so, Your Grace. Baelon's gaze shifts towards the concerned look that Aemon was giving from his mother's embrace. His face turns stern as he imperiously marches toward his brother. Bael. Aemon begins, but he gets wrenched out of his mother's embrace despite her protests. Baelon kneels on one knee to get to his brother's eye level. How many times do I have to tell you to not be rash? He says. But. No buts. Everything was going to plan, Xyrex was winning the battle and I was successfully leading the darned beast into a trap. Your actions put both you and your dragon in danger, and put moons of preparation into naught. My son did nothing wrong. Protests Alicent, but Baelon doesn't even bother to respond. Baelon cups his brother's cheek with his hand. What did I tell you? Always think before you act. You may think that going against the fear, the panic, with action makes you brave, but if that action isn't founded through reason, then that is nothing but idiocy. This is the last time you will be stubborn and put your life in danger, do you hear me? Baelon sternly warns. Aemon lets out a shaky nod, a dejected expression on his face. Baelon lightly taps his face. Good, you tried to do a good thing today, next time just think. Baelon stands up and looks to the chubby castellan wiping the sweat on face. Robert takes care of things here, I'm taking a bath. Of course, Your Grace. The crowd splits in twain as the prince leaves for the castle, most people either looking at the corpse with awe or cheering at Baelon. Why bother killing the beast? I thought it was useful for culling the wild dragons. Loudly muses Rhaenyra. Robert takes pause out of giving instructions and turns toward the princess. It was with the permission of the king, Your Grace. Prince Baelon had instructed Maester Vaelor to comb through ancient Valyrian texts in order to deepen his understanding of dragons, and Vaelor found concerning information that led to that decision. Before Rhaenyra could ask for clarification, the Valyrian-looking Maester interjects. Yes, it is quite fascinating, Your Graces. In the books, I found that while the Valyrians managed to stop the effects of incest to affect their bloodline, the same cannot be done for the dragons. You see, the Valyrians had always kept a good amount of wild dragons in proximity in order to mate them with their disciplined, trained ones in order to solve the issue. The problem was that any dragons close or as big as the cannibal were already either claimed or dead, leaving the dead beast their full liberty in order to kill and eat any wild dragon it may find. So we predicted that by its death, there may no longer be any wild dragons to introduce to mate with already bonded dragons, so as time goes on the dragons may suffer more and more of the issues of pregnancies, they would grow deformed, sick and simple-minded, and so at that time dragons may as well go extinct. The Maester doesn't stop lecturing, as Maesters tend to do. But both Daemon and Rhaenyra turn still and pale by that revelation. Dragons were what allowed the Targaryen dynasty to keep on going, and the fact that what they thought to be a useful beast may have threatened them was terrifying in and by itself. Daemon gives a stern glare to Rhaenyra. They have a lot to talk about, mainly why she kept him from leaving. Meanwhile, Viserys looks down on the cheering crowd with a mixture of relief and pride. Chapter 13, Robert Quincy. Author's note, I tried to be smart with intrigue, but I hope it didn't come off as cringe. Enjoy the chapter if you can, and I appreciate any comments. Underscore 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 un. His liege's purple shoulder cape fluttered with a sudden breeze, the croak of the giant wooden doors echoing around them. He entered after the prince, his sight hidden by Sir Roderick's back. And then he saw the throne. If he were a lesser man, he would have stilled in his tracks at the sight of that humongous chair. It was as asymmetrical as it was intimidating, and he almost felt bad for the king as he saw him sitting amidst jutting sharp steel swords and on uncomfortable metal. But this isn't time to gape at unfamiliar if not majestic scenery. this was time for the prince to shine. The courtiers stood in front of the throne in an obviously polarized structure. At one side, you had the blacks, people allied with the princess and House Velaryon. Most of them are people with mercantile interests or royalists, who benefit the most from the order brought by the power of the Targaryen family. On the other are the Greens. Their numbers were higher than the blacks, but instead of at least moderately talented men and women, most of them were a bunch of arrogant fools and sycophants, obsessed with keeping their power and holding on the even slightest amount of influence, with some exceptions of course. Then there were the neutrals, the outliers, the centralists. Lords who were either too smart to choose a side or just didn't bother with politics. The most notable are the Tullis and the Lannisters, who kept wearing their own colors, although they started including purple into their wardrobe lately. At the head of each side stood their respective leaders, or their representatives, which meant both Princess Rhaenyra and Prince Daemon for the blacks alongside her younger sons, Jacaerys with his grandsire alongside his cousins in Driftmark. Their hold over the faction is tenuous at best, as while they may be its nominal leaders, the person who attracted all these men is in actuality the sea snake himself, with his gold and Esosai connections. And for the Greens, that's the Queen, her sons, and the newly appointed commander of the city watch Gwaine Hightower. The hand of the king is alongside the rest of the small council sitting at the side of the throne in smaller chairs to assist the king in ruling in court. Normally most of them would be absent, but this was an important occasion, one already scripted by the concerned parties. And surely, we all deeply bow to the king with impeccable timing. He gestures for us to stand. Rise, he orders. With a push against my knees, I manage to rise alongside the others. It seems I may need to lose some weight. The king stands up, letting out a small sickly cough. The prince stood imperiously in front of the throne. He wore a pitch-black surcoat with finely stitched depictions of violet dragons, and his velvet capelet waved with the wind, leaving his Valyrian sword exposed for all to see. Even his onyx leather boots were made from dragon scales, one that he slayed himself. As the king went down the stairs, his cane hitting the floor, the prince looked like the warrior reborn to all onlookers. Viserys stood in front of his son, the latter barely eclipsing him in height, staring at him in the eyes. The mood was grim for a while. The king had yet to speak, and was uncharacteristically stoic today. The tension was cut as the plump ruler slapped his son on the shoulder, bursting into guffaws all the while. He looked back towards his courtiers. "My son! This is my son!" he exclaimed. Baelon just raised an eyebrow in bemusement. The king took a couple of steps back in order to be seen by everyone. Four wars we led against the Dornish, some have turned out victorious, while others led to disaster. The separation of the Dornish was a slight against the Iron Throne, and disrespect towards all those who swore fealty to the Targaryens, to me. Look at him, lords of the realm. He pointed at Baelon. Look at the boy, nay. The man of 5 and 10 name days who managed to do what Aegon the Conqueror couldn't with thrice the number. If I hadn't held him in my arms whilst you were a babe, I would have thought his feats to be naught but tales that we'd tell our children. The audience listened raptly, from the noble courtiers who aimed to gain the king's favour to the guards who were supposed to secure the latter's safety. But Quince didn't. He took hold of this opportunity to observe. People often didn't hide their intentions when they thought to be unseen. He noted the chagrined expression of the queen. Her father however held his composure, an expression of admiration on his face. Princess Rhaenyra's smile trembled, however. Robert couldn't quite put an emotion to it though, while Prince Daemon just looked bored out of his mind. He suddenly turned his gaze as he sensed someone looking at him. At the back of the hall, a man hunched over his cane. Larry Strong looked at him like a hunter stared at his prey, filled with malicious intent. Robert wiped the sweat on his cheek with his handkerchief and winked at the clubfoot before resuming his observation. Meanwhile, the king continued his speech. His workers are ever steadfast, building smooth roads and canals, like blood vessels in the body. They shall carry the lifeblood of the realm, from Sunspear to the wall. An able administrator, he turned dreary dragonstone into a crystal in the sea. And I saw him with my own eyes, as he soared in the skies and stabbed the cannibal in the eye. A conqueror, a statesman, an administrator, and an unmatched warrior, he is the son I dreamed of, born amidst dragon roars and the clamour of swords. He is what any king would have desired out of an heir, but most importantly, he is what any father would have wanted out a son. My son! To Baelon! Viserys raised his cane to the sky as he clamoured to the masses. To Baelon! The cheers followed but were silenced after a while by the sound of a cane colliding with stone. I thought long and hard about how to reward you. The king turns to his son. You are my heir, the crown prince of the realm, you have enough glory to last you generations, and you have no need for land nor riches, but I would like to keep you close, at home here, with family. And so I name you governor of King's Landing, a new position with many responsibilities, the greatest of which is managing the city both economically and militarily, and assuring both the safety and prosperity of its people. A canopy of murmurs echoes the room, the courtiers discussing the news. This is a position of responsibility and prestige, but you already shouldered both in greater measures, so I trust you with it wholeheartedly, and I look forward to the pleasant surprises that may come. The prince held a hand over his heart. I swear, father, that I will not disappoint. He solemnly declared. How can you? Answered the king, turning back and sitting on his throne. The members of the small council are already informed of my decision and all relevant authorities were already transferred to you. You may stay if you want, but I'm afraid court is dreadfully boring. He japed. Thank you, your grace. Baelon bowed, before turning towards the door. His cape billowed again, as he left with assured, measured steps. And as always, they followed. Underscore 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 un. The tariffs on foodstuffs are increasing, I'm afraid. That is unreasonable. How could I afford to sell if I? He held up a chubby hand, silencing the merchant. However, the taxes are another matter entirely. In order to encourage local merchants to grow their businesses, the prince employed a new strategy in order to revitalize the economy. Don't give me that drivel of yours. You just want to corner the market here with your products. Look, Sir Robert, we knew each other for a long time, long before the prince came to your island. I supported you and sold you my grains even though no one else wanted to. The man's dialect was more flowing and his words drawn out, a sign of his Volantine accent. He held Quince's hand and stealthily slid a pouch of gold. Can you let this go, just for once? What a load of crap. The man exploited the lords of the narrow sea, high tide notwithstanding, for years, charging them exorbitant prices for Reacher products. He gave the man his pouch back. He is serving in his capacity as steward to the governor of the capital now, and he can't afford to tarnish his reputation. I'm afraid that is an order from the prince, my friend. These guards that you see around you would gut me the moment I disobey his orders, so I'm afraid I have to refuse. Tell you what, I am willing to buy your stock at a reduced price, and since you won't be inside the city at the time, you won't have to pay any tariffs. Are you fucking kidding me? You think I don't see through your god's damned ploy, you fucking barbarian? Just you wait, I'll wait. What are you doing? Let me go. Do you know who I am? The voice of the merchant dissipated with the wind as he was dragged back outside of his solar. Robert leaned his considerable weight on the chair, causing sounds of creaking to echo. He let out a loud, frustrated sigh, massaging his temples. I'm sick of these god's damned SOSI merchants. How is this city even standing if this was the norm? He complained. His door opened suddenly, and an olive-skinned man wearing padded leather armor and disheveled hair entered without any preamble. Robert looks up at the man. What is the matter, Quentin? He asked. This man was a member of the Prince's Rangers, a force currently comprised of 100 men and growing of light cavalry. Most of its members are currently Dornish, as their cavalry is inferior only to the Dothraki savages. It was his own idea to recruit Dornish men. He counselled the prince that his new popularity with that realm may be conducive to such an action, although he hadn't expected for him to recruit light cavalry. "We found one of the fuckers, he's in one of the seedier brothels in the city." Robert leaned forwards while his hands slid on the table in rapt attention. "Finally, some good news. Did you capture him?" "Not yet." "Good, the prince wants to be present to interrogate him himself, whoever he is. Call for him, and surround that shithole. I don't want him to take a single breath without our knowledge." "Already done, we have one of their workers giving us information. We know all the people there, the hidden caches, and the secret tunnels. He won't escape." "Good, lead the way." "Competent man, that Quentin. Underscore 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 un. He came to the sight of a veritable sea of purple surrounding a small building, chasing all pedestrians away while they murmured about the peculiar scene. One of the purple mantles approached him. "Sir Robert, the prince is on his way." "All right, we'll enter first in order to secure the building, but don't say anything until the prince comes." "Understood." Blam. One of the larger men slammed the door open, while the others entered without any warning. The purple mantles ignored the screams of women and belts as they pushed through every room and securing every man and woman on the premises. Robert wiped the sweat on his forehead as he entered, the place already secured. He met Quentin at the entrance of the establishment. He took no heed to the whores and their clients as he looked at the Dornish man. "Where is he?" "This way." They entered one of the private rooms, only to find a scraggly dirty man forcing himself on a young girl, her cries provoking a wince from his face. Quentin promptly kicked him on the side with his steel-tipped boot. The man let out a scream at the pain, and he was pretty sure that he heard some bones crack. The girl looked back at them, her face filled with horror. She ran back to a dark corner and hid while sobbing. Before the situation could develop any more, they were interrupted by sounds from the entrance. "Your Grace!" exclaimed every mantle in the vicinity at once. The prince entered the door, wearing a white and red outfit emblazoned with dragons and 7-pointed stars. It seems he was just in a meeting with the High Septon. Robert almost felt pity for the man whimpering on the floor. Baelon approached with firm and measured steps, his eyes glazed over every person in the room, and his iconic smile absent on his face. As he entered the room, his gaze followed the traces of blood back to the sobbing child in the corner. The look on his face hardened, losing all signs of emotion. He turned back towards one of the naked prostitutes. "You!" he called in a steely voice. The woman jumped almost instinctively. "Here!" The prince slid his white cloak to the whore, an understanding expression morphs on her face as she begins to wrap the cloak against her body. Baelon holds the woman's hand, interrupting her. "Not you. Her." He points towards the child. "Cover her up and lead her outside, discreetly." The woman fearfully nods before rushing towards the child, covering her up and carefully lifting her up. The girl's sobs grow into a full-blown cry as she smushes her face against the woman's chest. Baelon turns back towards one of the purple mantles. "If a man gets so much as an inch close to the child, I want one of you to cut off his balls and feed them to the dogs, understood?" The prince gets a nod in return as the other mantles push other people out of the way of the whore carrying the child. Baelon finally looks at the man, who finally opens his eyes in shock out of recognition. You are a Valyrian." Blade goes through the man's shoulder. "I did not ask you to speak." Baelon crouches down in front of the man, using black fire still inside the man's shoulder as support. "You, whatever your name is, own several establishments that offer different services, all pertaining to the most unhinged, despicable acts that man could enjoy." The man opens his mouth, showing blackened teeth badly taken care of, but before he could say anything else, the prince violently slaps him sideways. The man lets out an agonizing scream as the hole in his shoulder gets widened even more. The problem is there is no way for any of those establishments to exist without one essential aspect: the backing of an influential lord, or a couple of not-so-influential ones. Continues Robert. Baelon nods in acknowledgement. You have two choices: you tell me the names of your backers now and confess to them in front of the king, and as much as I am loath to admit, you'll get the chance to get to either wear the black or get a painless death, or you could keep your mouth shut, in which case I will take you to a dark, dark place, where you will feel agonizing pain every second of your life until you die of old age. Which one do you choose? The man goes silent out of terror, which causes the prince to twist the blade in his shoulder even more. When I don't give you permission to speak, you open your mouth, and when I tell you to speak, you stay silent. Is your brain addled? Says the prince through the man's screams. I'll speak. I'll speak. Good, give me the names. Underscore 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 un. Jonas Bracken, Nigel Piper, Ben Darklin, Josen Mutun, and more. Visery slightly threw the parchment on the table. I will have their tongues. He murmured. Not quite, father. You can't think to spare flesh peddlers in my city. Oh, that we agree on. The issue is that while these people are from noble families, they are all but cousins or distant relatives who have no chance at succession. I remember meeting some of them, and they didn't strike me as particularly bright or devious enough for such despicable schemes. Someone is behind them, using them as a shield against his sins. Who? Whoever it is must have quite a number of competent spies and associates. He should be both knowledgeable about the lords of the Crownlands and the Riverlands and influential enough to approach these people. Whoever it is ruthless and ambitious enough to not shed a tear at the suffering he causes, and he needs to be present in King's Landing most of the time in order to make sure no one screws anything up. You think? Yes, it is probably Larry's. Viserys slams his fist on the table. I will have the dragon's feast on his flesh. Call the guards, we will detain him at once. Baelon lets out a soft sigh. I wish we could do it, but I believe he knows that we have our eyes set on him. He is always amidst a crowd in case we try to bring a dragon, and he has hidden his tracks well enough that any evidence we bring over him would not be enough. And even if we do try to detain him, he has enough spies in the castle to be able to escape way before anyone could get a whiff of him. Then what do? We definitely stumbled on a big source of his income. He definitely needs the gold to keep the loyalty of his people, and bribe the people he needs to bribe. We weaken his footing, then we bring a sword to cut off his head. A sword? We fight a spy master with another one. You should call Damon, father. We need an acquaintance of his. Can't you find him yourself? It's a her, father. And the White Worm chooses whom she speaks to. Chapter 14, Roderick III. Author's note: this is a shorter chapter, but I thought the ending of it should be reserved for the beginning of the next one instead, so look forward to a super long one next. I am very grateful for the support that you are giving. Just please understand that with university and my part-time job, full-time on the weekends, that I cannot write as much as I hope to do, so please forgive me for the poor update schedule. Underscore 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 un. My Saria? Why do you need to meet her? Prince Damon abruptly lifted his head in mild surprise. Since your separation, she has built quite a nest egg for herself. The woman really blossomed after leaving your shadow. Replied Baelon. Ha, that woman was never in my shadow, she stayed because I brought her freedom, and when she thought I was no longer able to do so, she left me quite decisively. The prince's porcelain cup touched the table. That does not matter, I need Mysaria's assistance, Can you arrange a meeting? Daemon scratched his chin in thought. I may be able to. But it will cost you a favor. Baelon let out an exasperated sigh. Just get on with it, as good as you are at sowing death, you really lack skills in politicking. What do you want? The city watch? No. Daemon's gaze darkened, he had definitely expected at least a pause. Why not? The rogue prince purposefully kept his voice low, aiming or hoping to intimidate. What you're giving me doesn't even come close to that privilege. The only reason I'm coming to you instead of looking for her myself is to not scare her off. Daemon stood abruptly, loudly slamming his palm on the table, causing the cup of tea to spill on Baelon. They are my men. I deserve that position. The prince clicked his tongue out of annoyance, while Daemon slightly backed off in response to Roderick taking a step forward. Baelon wiped his clothes with a napkin. They may hold loyalty towards you, but they are not your men. The city watch is meant to protect the city and make the people of King's Landing safe, but whenever the small folk see one of your men they cower in fear. I do not agree with your methods, and neither am I willing to give you such a position just to fulfill your sense of pride. Daemon stilled, before lifting his arms and making for the door. Then I wish you good luck in your endeavors, but do not expect my help in finding the woman. The brother of the king may have hoped to cause Baelon to change his mind at that statement, but he was wrong and too proud not to follow up on his words. Daemon's exit coincided with a handmaid's entry, as the woman slowly walked up to the prince and picked up the plates. Baelon followed her to the door, as he was already leaving himself. Roderick stood behind the prince in front of the door as he watched the servant march down to the corridor. Watch her. He spoke. One of the purple mantles guarding the doors from the inside silently nodded and marched off. Roderick shook his head out of amusement as he saw the scene unfold. Baelon had predicted that Mysaria may have some unsaid attachment towards Daemon. Add to it the fact that Baelon's new position puts him in a prime position to affect any of the powers in the city. It was no-brainer really that any spymaster, or spymistress, worth his or her salt would send someone to spy on him. There was only a question of when and where, and a meeting between her former lover and the prince was the answer. You don't walk into the lair of a spider, you cut off its threads first. Mused Baelon loudly. He then turned towards Roderick, took a deep breath, and with a wide smirk he spoke. Let's go see how my brothers are doing. Underscore 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 un. A much smaller shield collided with his in a contest of strength, one that he won quite handily. A small figure fell on the floor, their blonde silver hair getting marred with dirt. Aemon throws his sword and shield on the ground, a mighty pout on his face. Why do I always have to fight you? You're more than 6 feet tall and you have that ridiculous shield of yours. Complained the prince. Roderick's shadow covered Aemon's whole body as he stood over him. Because, my prince, you are smaller and slimmer than your peers, you have to get used to fighting larger, stronger opponents. He picked up the wooden sword from the floor and gave it back to the child. 'Tis why the prince chose for you such a light sword and shield. You are to learn how to leverage your advantage in speed, you have to think cleverly against your opponents because anything else would make you lose. But I want to spar with Bael. Not you, you. Aemon spent moments thinking big brute. A smile led its way into Roderick's face, his gaze shifted to the sight of Baelon instructing his other squire on how to better his footwork. Aemon must have felt jealous of his nephew. He looked back at the prince. Sparring with the prince will not make you better at fighting, your grace. But have no worries, he is not leaving you to me meaninglessly, and your squireship under him does not only include your training here. An expression of apprehension formed on the young teen's face. Are you sure? He narrowed his eyes in mock suspicion. Roderick nodded. Of course, and if you do well, I may impress on him later the depth of your accomplishments. Emond mused silently for a while before he steeled his eyes, tightened his grip on the sword and hefted his shield. With a scream, the young prince charged at the guardian. Roderick stealthily took a step forward and slammed his shield on the child's path. "Do not scream, Your Grace," he warned as he anticipated the prince to collide with his makeshift barrier. But to his surprise, the boy hit the tower shield on its low end with his foot instead of his usual sword strikes. The surprising action caused him to slightly let go of his shield, lowering his shield just enough for his helmeted head to surface. Emond naturally tried to take an advantage of the opening, but sadly, Roderick managed to react fast enough to lift his shield in order to collide with the boy's sword. The prince staggers back, allowing the sworn shield to once again slam his shield against his, and the prince fell again. "You are finally using your head, good. Again." Emond stood up without any complaint and charged again. He fell again and again, but he didn't complain once. After a while, Roderick lowered his shield. "That is enough for today, you may rest." Emond defiantly lifted his sword again. "I can still go on." His sword arm trembled from merely lifting the blade. "Rest is as important as effort, Your Grace." "You did well." Before Emond could retort, a call interrupted them. "Hey, Aem! Come here!" called Baelon, sitting on one of the benches on the side, a table with 2 golden cups and a silver bottle. The one-eyed prince relents, before walking up to his brother. "Why do I have to go on while he gets to stop so early? This is unfair," complained a brown-haired boy while still performing his stances on a dummy. "If you wish to spar with Roderick for as long as he did, then you are welcome to try, Luce," answered Baelon. Lucerys just pouts and continues his chores. "I'm sorry, Your Grace. But I resent that," interjects Roderick. "Resent what? Look at what you have done to poor Aem." Training was at your orders, Your Grace." Emond ignored his brother's mock argument, already used to his antics, as he sat next to him. Baelon, still bantering with his sworn shield, pours a cup of orange liquid for him. Emond, apprehensive, drinks out of the cup nonetheless. His eyes widen at the taste of it, much to the humor of his older brother. He ignores Baelon's laughter while drinking the rest of the content of the cup in one single shot. "It is cold. Why is it cold?" Emond turns to his brother. "The first shipment of ice from the north came yesterday. Lord Stark has been dismissing my advice to sell it for too long, but I hear that with his recent illness, Cregan took the rein of much of their mercantile interests." Emond looks down at the cup to see small ice chips at the bottom of his empty cup. He then pours himself another cup. "I never believed that lemon juice could be so refreshing," he comments. "It is orange juice," corrects Baelon. "Orange? Yes, a fruit that mainly grows in Dorne, can't you see, brother? King's Landing is shaping up to be the true center of the realm, with products ranging from the north to the south. We are in a position where we can bring the realm into something wonderful. The sums of its parts can make something greater, better than their individual strengths." Emond didn't really understand at the time, but he nodded nonetheless. Roderick looked on with warm eyes at the scene of brothers sitting in peace, with Emond snickering every time Baelon had to correct his nephew's stance. One of the purple mantles subtly approaches the prince and whispers something in his ears. Baelon stands up and ruffles his brother's hair. "I have to go. You can stay here before your lessons with the Grand Maester, Aem. And Luce. Keep up your efforts, you're doing great," he says. Emond simply nods and takes another sip from his cup, while Lucerys smiles at his uncle before continuing with renewed strength. "Lead the way," says Baelon to the guard. The purple mantle nods before leading them out of the castle. Underscore 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 un. The guard leads them deep to the bowels of King's Landing, in a dingy building that sat between 2 taverns. A gaggle followed behind the prince and his guardian, just in case. The man-at-arms stands in front of the building while turning to the prince. "This is it, your grace." Baelon taps the man on the shoulder. "Good man," he says while heading inside. After the inconspicuous door lays another guarded by two men in brown gambesons. At the sight of the prince, they both put a hand on the seat of their swords. But Baelon just raises an eyebrow while four of his guards raise crossbows pointing at the two men's heads. One of the two lets out a sigh as he grabs the other arm. The other man looks at his companion questionably, but the former just shakes his head. The prince chuckles as he takes a couple of steps forward. "Good choice," he comments as he lifts his foot. The door gets slammed open by Baelon's kick, showing a small luxurious room with a medium-sized, comfortable-looking bed, and an ornate table in the middle. A beautiful woman with Yiddish features and a white dress sat at one side of the table. She looks up furtively at the door, but her expression remained controlled, showing no signs of surprise. On the other side, a cup overflows of wine, as Daemon looks incredulously at his nephew, definitely not expecting his presence. "What? Am I interrupting something?" asks Baelon. Daemon slowly puts the bottle down. "What are you doing here?" he asks. Baelon drags a wooden chair, the sound of its screeching echoing through the room. His guards flood the small room, closing any avenues of escape, while Roderick stands unwavering behind him. He puts the chair in reverse, his hands leaning on its top rail. Baelon grabs the overflowed cup of wine and gulps it all down. "Shouldn't I be asking you that, uncle?" he answers. Daemon's face scrunches up in distaste, his face turning back towards the woman. "It is my pleasure to meet you, your grace." Mysaria stands up and curtsies at the prince. Baelon waves his hand in her direction. "Is it? Because you seem to be quite adamant in hiding from me," he answers. She sits back down, a slight wince on her face. "If you may understand, my profession requires secrecy above all else. I meant no disrespect." "It doesn't matter now, we are meeting now." He takes pause. "I hope you won't mind accepting my request, even though I barged into your residence like this." "Not at all, how may I help you?" Mysaria recognizes when she is helpless, it is what allowed her to navigate the world of arrogant lords and powerful men. "The clubfoot, he has been trying and failing, to interrupt my dealings in the city and the Crownlands. I heard you have been clashing against him for a while, so I sought to get your help in order to get rid of his threat as handily as possible." Recognition flashes in Mysaria's eyes, but she also couldn't hide the signs of confusion in her eyes. "You didn't know?" Baelon asked. "The bastard is responsible for most of the unsavory establishments in the underbelly of the city. The things he's done, or what he pushed other people to do, were despicable beyond belief." Mysaria schools her expression, a thoughtful look on her face. "I was of the belief that these were backed by several lordly men. I didn't think that the clubfoot was responsible." She then turns towards Baelon. "If you are right, your grace, then the reach of Larry's web may be more than I can contend with. Not to sound greedy, but I need compensation in exchange for my service." "Your compensation is your service," he promptly replies. "You are lucky that I let you be. You are an unknown element within the capital of the kingdom. Just the fact that I allow you to resume your profession freely is more than you can wish for. The only reason you survived is because of your secrecy, and now that your existence is no longer a secret, your neutrality is all that can keep you afloat." After letting his words simmer, Baelon continues. "But if you were to help us with this endeavor and to keep the kingdom abreast of any threat to its stability and prosperity, I will allow you to keep your freedom. You will be able to not only keep your business as a merchant of secrets, but you may even receive support and compensation, but most importantly, protection, directly from the throne. I will not ask you to directly serve, but to be a distant and amicable friend to our interests." Baelon stands up from his chair, turning towards the woman. This is what any spy master dreams of. You may have to limit your clientele, but in exchange you get support from the largest kingdom in the world. Some doors may close, but imagine the countless others that will open. Baelon extends a gloved hand to Mysaria. Do we have a deal? He asked. The white worm incredulously looks at Daemon, as if looking for answers that she could not get. And Roderick could see the gears shifting in her mind. But while Baelon made it seem like a choice, it was anything but. This is exactly what they meant by the stick and the carrot. Mysaria stands up, locking her gingerly hands with Baelon's larger ones. I believe we have a deal, Your Grace. Good. First I want you to give one of my men a list of all of the Clubfoot's spies and agents within the city. People cut the trunk of a tree before pulling out by its roots, we will cut the roots first. Chapter 15, Cassandra Baratheon I/Aegon Targaryen I managed to eke out a chapter. I was and still am very busy currently, so I never had much of a chance to write. I had to deal with a broken leg, then after it healed, the other leg, then losing my apartment to poor maintenance, then exams, then an earthquake, and now I'm here, finally able to deliver. BTW, if I make a Patreon with 5 advanced chapters, how many of you are willing to pay? Not that I will, just curious. I made Cassandra older than canon, so she is the same age as the MC. I found a drawing of Jasper that made him a Stannis XP, so I thought fuck that, and just changed his personality to kinda smart and charming. Felt more comfortable. Aegon is kind of depressed because of his kinda bad upbringing and teenage moodiness. Also changed the story picture to an older version of Baelon, hope you like it. 5016 words. Underscore 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 un. Cassandra Baratheon I. She sat next to her mother in the carriage while she and her father's retinue went through the city towards the Red Keep. They had arrived yesterday, in anticipation of the Danes and their official admission into the Seven Kingdoms as a Lord Paramount. It was her first time in a city, so her eyes wandered the streets as the merchants sold their wares, the smell of spice drifting to her nose. It was so strange, so different from what she used to see at Storm's End, with its tall grey walls and stormy seas. She loved her castle, but she often felt that it was too depressing, too tame. Her mother stared at the side of the carriage. This city truly is quite busy, you'd think people would perish should they stop moving. She commented. I heard that the prince has been quite busy ever since receiving his new position, new work is aplenty and the city is seeing countless renovations, my lady. Replied her mother's lady-in-waiting. Rumors say that His Grace has moved most of Flea Bottom's able-bodied men to work on some project atop Visanyas Hill, while his men are rebuilding the shoddy street in their absence. She finished. Flea Bottom. That is the slums, yes. At the woman's nod, she continued. Truly magnanimous, our prince. Her hand shifted to hold her own, looking at her with a knowing smile. Whoever our future queen-to-be is sure to be very fortunate. She felt heat on her cheeks as she hid her blush with the hem of her sleeve. Do not be coy, mother. She answered while rolling her eyes. Do not deny me my entertainment, sweet Cass. Her mother's hands softly rubbed her back, bringing her comfort that she refused to acknowledge. Besides, you'd make a beautiful queen, His Grace would be lucky to have you. A huff escaped her lips. I do not enjoy your japes, mother. She lied. It is inappropriate to speak so degradingly of royalty. Before her mother could answer, the carriage stopped abruptly, 3 knocks resounding from its door. We arrived, my ladies, said one of their escorting guards. The sun blinded her eyes as she stepped outside. The first thing she saw was the back of her father. He stood imperiously, his back unbending next to his pitch-black steed. The sounds of the populace almost faded at the sight of the red castle, the pale red stone reflected light in an eerily sinister manner in her eyes, while Storm's End was an unpenetrable fortress, rigid in its look and standing solemnly in its solitude. The Red Keep provoked a strange mix of dread and awe from its spectators. Its illuminated parts seemed to be glowing, while their shadowy corners gave the illusion to be blood-stained. She was broken out of her trance by the coarse touch of her father's hand on her shoulder. His solemn face looked down at her with the slightest touches of concern. A shy smile seemed to assuage his worries. As he approached the opening gate of the Red Keep, a man in green and yellow livery greeting them amidst a modest number of golden-cloaked guards. The man bowed to her father, even though the people at his side remained standing. "My liege, it is a pleasure to meet you once again." He spoke. "Stand up, Lord Jasper," spoke to her father. "It is uncomfortable to be bowed to in the presence of a prince." Her father's steely eyes shifted to the pouty young man to his right, sporting the usual Valyrian traits. "This must be Prince Aegon," she thought. Jasper Wilde, the Master of Laws, laughed with a tinge of nervousness. "You are still my liege, Lord Boros. For all the time I spend in King's Landing, I must admit to being a Stormlander at heart." At her father's slight upturned smile, the man turned towards the prince. "I assume you have never met Prince Aegon, my lord? The king gave me the task of teaching him the tools of my trade, in a manner of speaking." He finished, urging the prince to take a step forward. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lord Boros," softly spoke Aegon. To Cassandra he seemed to struggle under the attention, but he managed to stare her father straight in the eyes. "I heard the second prince was belligerent and self-indulgent. Either the rumors were wrong, or something changed," she wondered. At the prince's introduction, everyone bowed in recognition, her father included. Although his bow was meager in comparison to the rest. "Your Grace," spoke her father, ever the poet. At the prince's nod, Jasper interjected. "The hand asks for forgiveness, my lord. Either he, the crown prince, or the king would have greeted you instead of myself, but there is a trial to be that requires their presence. I wish I could lead you to your quarters, but as I am one of the judges I need to go back swiftly." "Then you take us with you," spoke Boros. "A trial such as this one must be important. In addition, this will serve as a decent introduction of the court to my daughter." He reassuringly tightened his grip on her shoulder. "If you wish so, my lord. I'll lead the way." As they walked, their discourse continued. "If I may ask, what is this trial for, Lord Wilde?" asked her mother. "Please call me Jasper, my lady." As for the trial, ever since his grace's new position as governor, the Purple Mantles scoured the city for any sign of corruption, uncovering worrying establishments in the city's underbelly. He sheepishly scratched his cheek. "I must admit to being ashamed of not being able to do so, as my previous duties overwhelmed my ability to investigate such occurrences, but the list of crimes is damning, my lady. Not for the ears of such company." "We are to hear them anyways, Lord Jasper. You may as well soften the blow," her mother prodded. "The minor ones are smuggling, selling contraband, and taxing the populace without the right to do so. It wasn't the Master of Laws that answered, but the prince. The major ones are breaking the king's peace, and peddling flesh." He finished. She lost a breath. Slavery was as one of the highest sins. "Ah, yes, I'm afraid so, my lady." Jasper pointedly stared at the prince, eliciting a shaky smile in return, before turning his gaze back to them. "It is the gravity of their crimes that require such attention." "Yes, it explains much," spoke to her father. They finally arrived in front of the throne room. The door was left open as courtiers went in with abandon, chatting with each other as courtiers do. The king sat awkwardly on the Iron Throne, softly conversing with a man on a smaller chair to his right, the hand, she presumed. She saw Lord Jasper shimmy through the crowd to sit on the king's left. While she was gawking at the throne room, her father softly guided her through the mass of nobles. "The place sure is crowded," so many lords are visiting for Dorne's conquest, she mused. They finally pierced through the crowd. At the front stood many of the most influential lords and ladies of the realm. Lord Corlys Velaryon with his family along with Princess Rhaenyra, her husband Daemon, and her sons stood solemnly on one side, while the Queen, her brother, and their allies on the other in perceived opposition. At the centre, Lord Jason Lannister and his twin Tyland were in a heated conversation with the aging Lord Grover Tully. It seems that these two have been quick friends ever since the Canal of Iron Man's Bay. Right next to them, she heard the pleasant laugh of Lady Jane Arryn as she reacted to some sort of jape, but the one who held her attention was the prince. With an easy smirk that seemed to actually reach his eyes, he would have looked affable if it weren't for the scar on his cheek. His knightly attire made him appear martial. And if that didn't convince you, then the presence of black fire on his side would paint the picture well enough. He wore a half-cape that she heard the maids gush about, made of purple velvet. As his eyes shifted to her father, his smile widened considerably as he approached their group. Lord Baratheon. He raised his arms in welcome. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I must say, your letters weren't able to match your stature. An almost imperceptible twitch made it to her father's mouth while he ever so slightly bowed to the prince. The pleasure is mine, your grace. He then softly nodded to her mother before turning towards her. She felt herself freeze under his gaze, and before she knew it, she forgot to breathe. And this must be the daughter I heard about, Lady Cassandra. She looks as brilliant as the rumors say. He said. She ignored the heat crawling up to her ears as she curtsied towards him. Your Grace. After nodding back, the prince stood next to her father, a mischievous smirk on his face. I must say, Lord Boros. The letters do not do you justice. Many men have joined my men-at-arms during the contest, hedge knights and sell swords alike, yet while they do not speak of you with fondness, their fear and awe of your prowess was certainly a feature of their stories. You flatter me, your grace. Her father paused. For all my achievements, I did not conquer Dorne. He only received a dismissive wave in return. That was but a case of being at the right place at the right time. Dorne would not have been so easily brought to heel without these special circumstances. I do not believe myself superior to my predecessors. Her father stared at the prince for a while. Maybe. He said. Their attention was diverted, as the beginning of the trial was declared by the king's guard. Bring forth the accused. Declared the king. Usually in trials, the suspects are brought in one by one. She was present in her father's enough to know that, but this was no ordinary trial, as the criminals were brought at once, pushed into a row by the guards to the front of the throne room. Most of those left, leaving but 2 people guarding the chained lawbreakers. The king reads from a worn parchment. Jonos Bracken, Nigel Piper, Ben Darklin, Josen Mutun. He speaks with disdain. You are accused of countless crimes, including but not limited to smuggling, overtaxing the populace, breaking the king's peace without just cause, illegally owning properties, and peddling flesh. The king's face almost painfully contorted in rage. She had heard that his grace was jovial and cheery, that he enjoyed feats and tourneys, and that he almost never lost his temper. What she has seen today couldn't be more wrong. How do you plead? He asks. The convicts simply averted their gaze, too afraid to speak. She has seen many expressions in her life, mainly from men and women who were guilty, and they knew it. Before someone else would surely spur them into speaking, an especially meek member speaks out. It was Ben. Your Grace. He was the one who approached us for support. He exclaims. It was the breach that opened the floodgates, as everyone but Ben started putting the blame on him. Ben Darklin was a fairly handsome man. He had the look of someone who often trained in the yard, but most of it was marred by his increasingly mortified expression. Oh, was it? Viserys muses. What would be your excuse then, Ben? He asks. Ben looks fearfully to his sides as if looking for something, and then a look of conviction flows into his expression as if he came to a decision. It wasn't me. I was used. I was tempted by the devil, that despicable man. It was chaos infects the room and a horrified gasp escapes her lips as one of the guards stabs the man before he can utter a name. The other one seems to be in cahoots with his companion, as he lifts his crossbow and aims directly towards the prince, his arm visibly trembling. The bolt surges out with an audible snap, but the man seems to have terrible aim, as his hand shifts at the last possible moment. Instead of heading for the prince, she could see her life flash before her eyes, her vision covered solely by the tip of an arrow. She closes her eyes, waiting for the inevitable. But no pain comes, she opens her eyes to jubilant gasps, as the prince grabs the arrow with his hand before it can penetrate her eye. He was faster than anything she had ever seen. One moment he stood before her heroically, a crossbow bolt in his hand, the second he had already reached the first guard, and bisected his body in half while drawing his sword. The other one definitely tried to retaliate, but he wasn't able to do much, as his throat was grabbed by the almost inhuman prince, and slammed on the ground with a deafening impact. And so, the situation where assassins openly infiltrated the throne room ended before it began, while the prince stared at his captive so hard she could smell the piss. "Who sent you?" he asked so matter-of-factly as if speaking of the weather. But the assassin could do nothing but open his mouth, showcasing the lack of a tongue. "Useless!" grunted Prince Baelon, while he crushed the man's face with his boot, causing a lot of winces to catch people's faces. That was a gruesome death, she thought. Prince Baelon looks up to the throne. "Your Grace, I believe we must send trustworthy guards to search the others." He picks up the upper half of the first one, opening his mouth to show another cut-off tongue. "We have a common thread between the assassins," he says. As he showed his face to the throne, a scribe next to the Master of Laws gasps in recognition. "I recognize that man," he claims. Jasper Wilde turns to his subordinate. "Where from?" he asks. "I do not remember clearly, but I remember adding him to the lists, my lord," he states. "I believe he was meant to be sent to the Lord Confessor for questioning." "And where, pray tell, is the Lord Confessor?" questions the king, who has looked very calm all considering. "Not here," answers the prince. "Quite a coincidence, hey?" he wonders. "Quite, your grace," interjects Jasper. "I think we may have a bigger problem on our hands, your grace." He looks to the king. "Ever since Prince Baelon had taken his position as governor, I had been able to free up a lot more acolytes, which allowed me to notice a lot of discrepancies in Lord Strong's ledgers as of late. I had meant to question him later today, since I noticed no relation to the trial of today, and had suspected incompetence instead of corruption. There was neither gold nor riches to be made from doing so, after all." He then bowed his head, chagrined. "I seem to have been very wrong, forgive me, your grace." The look on the king's face turns grave. "I will overlook it this once, Lord Jasper." He then pushes on his cane to stand by decree from your king. "I declare that Lord Larry Strong is henceforth a wanted man in the name of the crown, with a 50,000 gold dragon bounty on his head." He takes a breath. "Any man who offers him either clemency or hospitality is to be treated as an accomplice to his crimes. Spread the word, people. Your king has spoken." Things seemed to calm down quite smoothly afterward. The guards were replaced by purple cloaks, and the king's guard tightly held their weapons, being even more vigilant than usual. To be honest, to her, it seemed like a mummer's play, as if an assassination in the middle of the throne room was a common occurrence. Underscore 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 Aegon Targaryen I. Aegon, at 4 and 10, is very used to lies. His mother lies to him, every time she declares him her most precious jewel. His grandfather did the same when he spoke about duty, and how important it is to honor one's ancestors. His father lied, every time he proclaimed to equally love every member of his family when he always seemed to favor Rhaenyra, Daemon, and lately Baelon. Ever since he breathed his first, he was used to lies and deception, petty schemes and insignificant plots, people trying to use him for their nefarious plans, to climb up the ladder of power. Lies always left a nasty odor lingering around him, and as much as he was used to it, he really didn't enjoy the scent of lies. And as Aegon stared at his smiling mentor, happily sipping a cold glass of Dornish red, he knew without a shred of a doubt, that this trial stank like sh$. Jasper Weil, the Iron Rod, looked askance at yours truly. What is the matter, your grace? He stood up. I understand if the events of the trial left a bad taste in your mouth. He almost flinched back at hand landing on his shoulder in comfort, but he forced himself to stand still. That wasn't a vision meant for most. Aegon steeled his will, this wasn't his mother, who would strike him for any slight that she felt he directed at her reputation, but a man for all intents and purposes tried his best to teach him, while he wasn't always honest, he was no sycophant. That trial was a mummer farce. The Master of Law's eyebrows jumped up to his forehead, and before Aegon knew it the man let out a hearty laugh that echoed through the room. Aegon felt shame, initially, but then he realized that the laughter was in no way directed at him, as it had no hint of mockery in its tone. The man wiped a small tear off the side of his eye. Your brother was right, you truly are observant. He sits back on his table, gesturing towards the next seat with his left, while pouring an empty cup with some more Dornish red. Please sit, I believe you are owed an explanation. Jasper takes another gulp from the red liquid. Ah! Thank the Seven for Prince Baelon, before his conquest I had to drink my Dornish red in secret. Now I get to openly share it with friends. He exclaims. Aegon obliges the man, gulping a non-significant amount of the liquid, his eyes widening at the sweetness of the drink. After a pause, Jasper speaks. You had the right of it, the whole trial was planned by the king, the prince, and myself. He takes another sip. But none of the accusations were false. Larys Strong was responsible for most of the reprehensible establishments within the city. He also recruited and cut off the tongues of some the inmates sent to him, keeping their names out of his records. His face turns grave. But what was not publicized is that we believe that he was also responsible for the fires that caused the deaths of Lord Lionel and Sir Harwin Strong, and had committed kinslaying in order to succeed Harrenhal. Aegon couldn't believe the existence of such a despicable man. A flesh peddler is horrifying, and no one is as wretched as the kinslayer, but both? What sort of monstrosity in human skin would commit such acts? The problem was that Larys Strong had a significant amount of spies on the Crownlands and the Riverlands. He was abreast of any significant news before anyone, and he was cautious enough to both cover his tracks enough to leave no evidence of his actions, but to also know when we would attempt to convict him and escape before we could. The prince in response, had acquired the help of another spy master, who, while not as generally influential as the clubfoot, had as much if not more power within King's Landing as the man, so we managed to acquire names, locations, and properties that bankrolled a lot of his interests, and managed to obtain news of the assassination before it happened. Jasper shrugs. So we used it to our advantage. People like Larry's usually deal with despicable or greedy men, maybe both, so the prince suggested making the man choke on his own inability to trust. There is no way he'll find allies now, not after the king's decree. And unless he finds some other backer, the man will probably be found and brought to justice in short order. And my grandfather had no knowledge of this. Aegon couldn't help but ask. Can I trust you to keep a secret, your grace? He asked. Aegon mindlessly nodded, but deeply, he made no promises. The hand hides it very well, but he always knows how to take advantage of significant events such as this, especially when he has prior knowledge of them. The plan was too delicate to be altered in any way, and even without his intervention, it almost went badly. I can't imagine how Lord Hightower would have affected the outcome of this trial, and both the king and the prince seemed reluctant to find out. Aegon felt he had heard enough, so he headed for the exit. "Thank you, for the enlightenment, Lord Wilde," he said before he left the room. Aegon wandered through the halls of the castle, his feet carrying him somewhere he didn't know. He knew Baelon schemed, of course, he did, but his brother never lied to him. Ever since he was born Aegon was compared to his brother. It was agonizing at first, and his jealousy grew hot, so he said some words to Baelon, words that he regretted. But Baelon was understanding. He noticed that about him, his older brother was too observant. He always seemed to reach the core of the matter and ignore unnecessary appendages in order to solve problems. This is why he realized his maternal family's attempts at curbing his influence to be both unnecessary and useless. His brother's favorite quote was the one about knowing one's enemies and oneself. After all, both his mother and grandfather only thought they knew his brother, but Aegon had a lifetime's training in attempting to do so, and even though he doesn't think he understands completely, he is knowledgeable enough to know how far they were from the mark. "Do not think like your enemies, Aegon. That is how you stay predictable," he would say when we would play Cyvasse on the God's Wood. And that is exactly where he found himself, the God's Wood, where he ironically found his brother playing their favorite game with Aemond, while the newly returned Durin had a gigantic tome over his knees, and Helaena talked Baelon's ear off while the latter played. Aegon almost left, but alas, Baelon was too inquisitive, so he waved him over as soon as he was visible. Aegon couldn't allow himself to refuse, so he slowly approached his siblings, each one different from their childhoods, where life was simple and cheery and when he never understood what he did now, but happy nonetheless. "What has you so glum, Aegon? Come spectate this game, we'll play after I beat Aemond," said his brother. Aegon just nodded while Aemond frowned at his brother's comment. As he observed the game, he noticed that Baelon could win in 4 moves, while Aemond could do so in 6. The game was too close for comfort, so he deduced that Baelon either played with a handicap, or he was holding back for the sake of his one-eyed brother. But while Baelon was kind like that, Aegon very much enjoyed annoying his sibling. "Loss in 4, Aemond." Aemond's frown gets more significant, which Aegon didn't think was possible. "Bugger! You won again, Bael." Baelon ruffles the second's hair, laughing all the while. "You are too young to win against me, Aemond, you still play too aggressively." He then shifts his gaze to him. "Your turn, Egg." Aegon took Aemond's place as his face contorted with distaste. The rider of Viager just sat to the side, silently observing. Aegon was sure that he wouldn't speak until spoken to. That was how Aemond was, so he tended to ignore him. Helaena had shifted focus from Baelon to Durin, as she asked the youngest what he was reading, which seemed to be a tome on the Andals invasion from a northern perspective. He vaguely hears Durin prattling on about how it paints a different picture of their culture, and how the hungry wolf's actions seem way more reasonable from their perspective. There was no way the Hightowers would have allowed him access to such books. He looked at Baelon meaningfully, who just mischievously smirked at him, and then they started the game. Aegon knew his brother the most, so his brother always said that he was the most challenging Cyvasse player he played against. Aegon got so used to playing against Baelon that he found himself winning against most grown men at the game by 2 and 10 years old. So he found what was most scary about his brother was his self-awareness. He knew that he knew, and so he adjusted his game appropriately. And unlike against Aemond, he didn't hold back. Aegon found relief in the fact that he lasted more than last time as he found his king pinned, so he just asked for a rematch, hoping one day that he'd be able to win. Underscore 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 un. Cassandra Baratheon I. Cassandra couldn't leave her room until the morrow, as her mother fussed and puffed about her, and acted even more frightened by the happenings of the trial than she herself. But Cassandra only wanted to thank her benefactor. This wasn't the first time she was privy to bloodshed, but it was the first time someone grabbed an arrow from its path to save her life. It couldn't help that the prince was charming and mysterious and that she may have a tiny infatuation with his grace, but all the ladies were pining after him anyway. It wasn't particularly uncommon to wish to court a prince, after all. Cassandra grew up under very strange circumstances. She had heard stories about knights and princesses, evil dragons and shining princes, and all sorts of romantic tales from her ladylike mother, but was tempered by reality under the stoic love of her warmongering father. It gave her that unyielding quality that pushed her to understand what she wanted and to seek it until she got it. So she spent most of her morning after breaking her fast asking the servants, the guards, and the knights about the whereabouts of the prince. She had vowed to herself to thank him for saving her life, but the man seemed to disappear like smoke, as no one but his closest confidants seemed to know where he is at all times. But it was a remark from a distant courtier that spoke of the prince's fondness for fishing that led her to the private beach of the Red Keep, a space reserved for the royal family and visiting courtiers. The place was deserted as always, but she knew that if the prince was in any crowded area, she would have already received news of his whereabouts from the beginning. He didn't exactly look like he was made for stealth, after all. So she took her short boots off and wandered on her bare feet across the small shore, and soon enough, over a custom platform, sat the solitary prince and his fishing stick. He noticed her when she was quite far away. Her black and gold gown wasn't quite hidden against the beige sand after all, but he didn't seem to mind her presence as she sat next to him, letting out a huge sigh of relief doing so. She had vowed to thank him, but as she laid her eyes upon his intrigued smile she hadn't the words to speak, so she settled for silence. The prince didn't bother to speak either, so he kept fishing. After a while, the rod tugged in his hand. It seemed he had caught something. So as he valiantly pulled on the string while she silently cheered him on, her face couldn't help but take a blank expression as she saw an old boot attached to the other side. There was silence for a while, then laughter. She cackled until she couldn't breathe at the comical sight, while the prince did the same. She could even hear the distant purple cloaks softly laughing. After calming down, she finally found the words. "Thank you, for yesterday," she said. "You're welcome, Lady Cassandra." He smirked. And all was well in the world. Chapter 16, Auto Hightower I. Author's note, pretty short chapter, considering how long I was out. But I am still too busy. Things should change after the 16th of February, so look out for that though. I tried to write this as best as I could. I wished to show Otto's inner mind in a satisfactory manner, and I hope I did well. There is no Master of Whispers position at this time, so there is that. 3,550 words. Underscore 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 un. This city is changing, Otto thought. He was looking down at the port from the small council chamber's open window, showing countless working small folk, expanding and rebuilding the familiar site. He could hear the sounds of their work all day, the sound of an army of workers changing this city stone by stone into another image, the prince's image. If he were a lesser man, Otto would have sighed. The prince proved to be a cunning and resourceful fellow, managing to stifle his efforts at gathering influence, his efforts at securing his family's legacy. It wasn't long before the door opened, letting out his source of frustration along with his fat steward, discussing something over a thick book. Whatever they were murmuring was halted when they noticed his presence, the prince's face lighting up with a seemingly overjoyed smile. "Lord Hand! And I thought I'd been early." The prince sat at the left of the king's seat, looking very used to the position. "Your Grace." Otto softly bowed his head. "Or should it be Lord Governor?" he commented. The prince's steward didn't seem to need prompting, as he bowed his head to his liege and left the room. Baelon chuckled. It was a hearty thing that gave him a cheerful aura. "I think Baelon would be most appropriate," we are family, after all. Otto sat in his usual seat, which coincidentally seemed to be in opposition to his. That would be disrespectful, Your Grace. Baelon's smile widened. I hear the small folk have been overjoyed at your efforts in this city, the only thing they could talk about is the recent trial. I'm just doing what is meant to be done, Lord Otto, nothing else, Baelon answers. The room fell silent, they didn't like each other much and didn't have any reason to pretend to do so behind closed doors. So he continued waiting for the others to arrive, while the prince was reading and writing on his book. It wasn't long before the other members of the council came in. Grand Maester Melos was first and had spent the rest of his time chatting with the prince about some scientific discovery or some historical book. Otto had found their conversation fascinating but hadn't shown that for obvious reasons. Then Lord Tyland Lannister and Lyman Beesbury, the former had enthusiastically greeted the prince but had continued to pester the Master of Coin for some enterprise he was planning, something to do with the Riverlands. He would make sure to look into it later. Corlys was offered to get his Master of Ships position back, but he had refused. The conquest of Dorne and the Triarchy's meddling would keep him much too busy for that, but he had decided to spend more time in King's Landing, for the sake of his squire if nothing else. Lord Jasper Wilde came in with a pep in his steps, he was quite happy lately, which showed with his wide smile. He joined the prince and the Grand Maester in their conversation. And then came the king, fashionably late as protocol dictated, followed by Criston Cole, the commander of the King's Duard, and young Durin. The boy didn't seem to be very nervous, and besides widely smiling at his brother and Otto, he was quite respectful. Durin is to be Viserys' cup-bearer ever since his return. He inwardly winced at that detail, the incompetence of his family, not bringing their ward to the most important funeral in recent times despite the king's demands, was the most idiotic thing that they did in their lives. The letters sent to his brother afterward were quite scathing in their remarks. Your Grace. They all rose and bowed. Please sit down. He responded, slowly sitting in his chair, and letting out a soft sigh. So. Let us begin this session, shall we? He begins, looking in his direction. Otto nods, clasping his hands on top of the table. First order of business, thanks to Lord Corlys' help, the Dornish delegation was able to safely cross the narrow sea and had landed some days ago in Duskendale, in order to give us time to prepare for their arrival. Melos nods. The Raven gave us a timetable of 4 to 5 days until they arrive in King's Landing. The castle is overflowing with visitors from all over the realm preparing for the ceremony. He adds. Most of the preparatory construction efforts in the city will end by that time, it should be much quieter then. The prince looks to his father. I think the city will have more than enough to be able to accommodate all the recent visitors. I'd suggest a sizable tourney after the ceremony, a 10,000 gold reward for first place in both the melee and the tilts, perhaps. Lord Reesbury nods along. That would be entirely possible with our recent acquisition. The Martells had a very sizable treasury, after all. He then looks to the king. I will arrange the preparation. Viserys nods. You do so. He then softly taps his cane on the floor. On to other matters. Durin does as his role dictates, dutifully filling the members' cups, meekly smiling when his brother playfully shook his hair in return. Otto ignored the moment. You can't begrudge a kid for having his fun. There is the issue of the city charter for Starfall. The conditions are all met for such an expansion, however, the Torrentine is not suitable for the number of ships predicted to visit them, it would be counterproductive to the plan of unification. He looks at the king. Your Grace, I do not believe this idea would work. Sure it will, the river is a non-essential element of the plan. The idea is to move Plankeye Town's small folk to Starfall, build a sizable merchant and military fleet in order to shift trade towards the new city, and weaken the Martell and Euronwood influence within Dorne while strengthening our allies' ability to rule the place. Interjects Tyland. Otto knew that the city charter was an inevitable matter. Starfall would become a city as soon as Lord Dane bowed his head to the king. The issue lay with Torrentine. The river is quite treacherous, but it is still possible to traverse it. The shift of the Dornish trade toward Starfall and the unification with Westeros would benefit House Hightower quite well. The closest port to the island is Oldtown after all. The issue is that if the Torrentine were to be built upon, it would be able to shift the movement of the Reach's exports toward the Marches, taking a considerable amount from Oldtown. It is much worse for him since the Marcher houses are the most likely to turn antagonistic to Hightower's influence. There is also the matter of the Shield Islands and the Arbor. The Redwynes, due to their proximity to Dorne, would be able to directly trade with Dorne in order to expand eastward, taking away from some of Oldtown's imports, and the Shield Islands would be able to use the Mander to get to Dorne through the Torrentine, completely bypassing Oldtown in the process. And that is without including the Stormlands, who would be able to increase their power through the river. So in short, Otto has to convince everyone against the usage of the river in order to maximize his family's interests. Excluding that, the river can be used. Says Baelon. I had met this Bravasi fellow while building the Sigward Canal. Fascinating man. He had this ingenious idea inspired from the Bravasi canals, upon which you could build several small dams and canals in or around a river like, say, the Torrentine, in order to move it away from treacherous terrain and to slow its current. He lays back on his chair. I had already sent the man to Starfall, and after a cursory inspection, he believes that the river could be made safe, or at least a part of it could be redirected in order to serve the same purpose. It would cost a lot of gold, but the Danes are flush with currency and workers, since both the other half of the Martell's treasury and their small folk are in their possession. What the Danes or other lords do with their river is none of the crown's concerns. Let us drop the matter and move on to more concerning ones. Spoke the king, and so it is. I would like to start on our most pressing concern. Began Lord Tyland. The prince's conquest of Dorne seems to have put the Triarchy into a frenzy. They appear to worry about the consequences of it, mainly on the matter of the stepstones. That is right. Corlys had been working hard to prepare for the coming storm. Otto had already received news of explorers coming to find fortune at the stepstones, who are obviously the Triarch's privateers acting as pirates in order to sabotage the sea snake's hold into the region before Dorne is fully pacified. Lord Wilde stroked his chin in thought. That is quite a conundrum. I assume most of the ships of the Royal Navy would be occupied with the coming events. He continued at the Master of Ships' nod. Then the only solution I can envisage is to support Lord Corlys with other methods, and to beseech loyal lords to offer their ships to the cause, offering rewards in exchange. Although I doubt the sea snake would be amenable to the latter. Lord Corlys holds the stepstones with the crown's blessing. It would be unseemly to refuse help at such a critical phase. He is a loyal bannerman to the throne. I have no doubt that he will be quite open to the idea, Lord Jasper. Answered Otto. Any chance to lower Valyrian's hold over the islands will be for the best. I think we are looking at the problem wrongly. Interjected Baelon. The father looked at his son. How so? He asked. Well, we tend to forget that the Triarchy is an SSI entity. To them, war is but the continuation of their economic interest. They do not think of glory or honor, but of how they can expand their wealth and gain more riches. It is why they often use sellswords to wage war. They do not like to risk their own livelihood after all. The prince took a pause to take a small sip from his cup. So, while we're thinking in terms of land and armies, they do so in terms of gold. If we want to take the stepstones, the wise thing to do would not be to intimidate them with swords, but to make the prospect of war too costly for them to consider. Here is what we know. The prince extended a finger. The Triarchy is a very loose alliance between the three cities. Right now they are content in their so-called supremacy, but you cannot ignore hundreds of years of conflict and ruthless politicking in just some decades. Then another one, doing so for each of his points. Secondly, the other free cities are only content to watch as long as the Triarchy is busy being in conflict with us about the stepstones. Meanwhile they are already building a foundation they can use to undermine the sisters' cohesion. I'd expect if we were to leave them be, they'd shatter back into their original states soon enough. Thirdly, Dorne finally capitulated into the Seven Kingdoms. This lowers the worth of the stepstones in the eyes of the Vassals greatly. A big contributor to their wealth, especially for the Triarchy, is buying Dornish products and selling them to the rest of Westeros at a significantly higher price. This avenue for them is gone, so they would be much more reluctant to hang on to the islands. And finally, they firstly lost the islands to just the naval power of the Valyrian house and their dragons, along with Prince Daemon's support and his leadership. Do not be mistaken, that combination made for a formidable force, but if His Grace were to express his intention to retaliate using his authority as king, then the Triarchy would expect the opposition of not only a house and a prince, but 7 kingdoms chomping at the teeth to partake in the glory of war. While people were staring pensively at the prince in reaction to his speech, Otto focused his attention to the king. Viserys was clearly agreeing with his son's opinion, and it was true, he does make a valid point. His initial argument about Ssi self-interest spoke to his attention to broker a peace through indirect methods. He will just have to think of a way to turn his plan to his advantage. Excellently put, Your Grace. But if we were to use your arguments as a basis, what would be the correct method to deal with the situation? Spoke Beesbury. Well, I am not experienced in such matters, but I'd think we should make a show of force. We need to put the Triarchy in a precarious position while offering them a way out that is advantageous to our interest. Let's send missives to Lys, Myr, and Tyrosh beseeching them to send an envoy each, to represent the Triarchy as a whole, and to come to peaceful resolution to the Stepstones problem. We could also send envoys to send for representatives of other free cities, Bravus and Volantis perhaps? To increase their unease. That is an interesting solution. It would not only allow the Targaryens to take charge of the Stepstones instead of Corlys, but it would allow them to use the negotiations to not only influence the trade with the free cities, but they could also use it to push the flow of Ssi gold to those they deem favorable. The prince is quite adamant in balancing the power between the blacks and greens, pitting them against each other. He clearly had the ear of the king, more so than Otto, so it should be quite easy to convince His Grace into ending the conflict at once. He did this previously by leveraging the Dornish conquest into empowering the Marcher houses and securing their allegiance through betrothals and favours, weakening House Hightower's hold over the Reach. And it is quite clear that he wants to do the same again. Corlys was resolved to conquer the Stepstones due to the wealth he'd be able to amass with its strategic location despite the headache that comes with it, and he was right, because the amount of ships and gold he loses in securing the islands is overshadowed by the amount he gains through the tariffs enforced by those same ships. And again, the conquest of Dorne would serve as another linchpin to this plan of his, as the Sea Snake would be way more amenable to giving up his hold over the Stepstones when there is another almost equally profitable venture in Dorne, one that comes without any of the complications associated with the former. I believe that is an excellent plan, answered Tyland, his eyes lighting up in excitement. He clearly realized the same thing as Otto, only he wasn't as good as hiding the fact. I concur, agreed Grand Maester Melos, looking at the king. It is an idea that could work, assuring peace without any bloodshed, Your Grace. And as the prince had said, if they were to refuse to negotiate, Your Grace could still wage war on the Triarchy. Viserys looked at his hand, and so Otto just nodded in assent. It was clear that he already made his mind, but the king often wisely consulted all his advisors before making a decision. This seems like a logical solution. I want you all to prepare for the event. I need a list of envoys to send to the free cities, after the allegiance ceremony of course. Choose people with previous experience in dealing with Ssi entities. And I'd like to make a more detailed plan over the coming days. The king fidgeted with his ring. If there is nothing else, you are free to leave. Underscore 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 un. Father. Sister. Gwaine. Answered Otto. Alicent just nodded in response. Otto poured a cup for his son while he sat down, a slight upturn on his lips. "All things are well, I hope?" he asked. His son just sighed. He seemed exhausted as of late. The prince's new position put him in charge of the gold cloaks, which put him as the commander of the city watch, in a precarious position. "It is work," answered Gawain. "I hope the prince isn't making your life much more difficult than it should be," interjected his daughter. Otto couldn't understand Alicent's antagonism toward her stepson. Admittedly, the circumstances of his birth were strange to say the least, and he was always eccentric if not intelligent in his behavior, but that doesn't explain the illogical claims of evil birth. Maybe her late mother forced too much holy matters in her upbringing, but he couldn't fault her for that, never. "That is what vexes me so, sister." There was no signs of any sort of animosity from the prince. He didn't chase out any of our men as long as there wasn't any evidence of any wrongdoing. "And did the same for Damon's lickspittles," she remarked. "Yes, however, he did double our numbers and filled them almost exclusively with his men, former Purple Cloak veterans who participated in the war at Dorne." Gawain's hands shifted to his eyebrows. "They are a respectful lot, they listened to orders and did as their jobs entailed, but they brokered no corruption nor crime, and I have no choice but to side with them even over my own men." He turned to Otto. "We are visibly losing trust with our people, father. I don't think I can keep them on our side for much longer." Otto took a sip of his drink. "That is to be expected, these men have outlived their usefulness anyway. The prince has put us in a corner, we must get rid of the chaff and keep those that are more agreeable to the new changes." His son just nodded. "What about Larry's?" His daughter, impatient as always, interjected. "What of him?" answered Otto. Alicent looked almost offended. "He kept us abreast of the happenings of King's Landing and the Seven Kingdoms. What are we to do without his information?" If it were not so infuriating, Otto would have laughed at his daughter's face. Her bringing in that man in order to gain some semblance of independence was allowed if only to placate her, but he hadn't anticipated her reliance on the clubfoot. He was but a creature grasping at his betters like ledges of a ladder, thinking himself some rendition of Lon the Clever. He is and was of no import. He mindlessly stroked his beard. Although his connections on the darker side would have been useful in this situation, Otto had his ways of gathering information, mainly through his connections with the higher class. He was all too much of a public figure to associate with such people, and having a person capable of consorting in those muddy waters was quite useful. But their power always lay in their traditional legitimacy and the many alliances gathered through generations of planning. Such a setback could barely be called such. "I do not know how the blacks will react, but we must distance ourselves from the matters of the prince at all costs. He is in an unmovable position that gives him much more freedom than we do. And the fact that he has the king's uncontested favour was left unsaid." His daughter's face twisted in displeasure at the mention of anything related to Rhaenyra. "I heard Corlys was oft too preoccupied with the inclusion of Dorne. They are much too busy to care," she commented. "As they should," responded Otto. "Dorne is the most important matter at the moment. The blacks may have an advantage in mercantile matters, but we have our own means to take advantage of the situation." He shifted his gaze to his daughter. "The Dornish procession is to come in a few days. You are to ingratiate yourself with them, make a good impression." He then looked his son in the eye. "You are still unmarried, I believe it may be time for you to do so. There are many options, so I will allow you some measure of choice, but I will need a decision, understood?" Gawain seemed unwilling to do so, but he nodded nonetheless. "The coming events are to be crucial, so I need the utmost caution in how we proceed. We cannot allow the sea snake and his ilk to grow too strong," he finished, knowing entirely too much that it is exactly what the prince wanted. Chapter 17, Aemon 2/Aegon 2/Cassandra 2. Author's note: guess who's back? Not for long though. I know I've said my schedule would be open again, but then I had a great job opportunity, so I thought I'd take it. So I'm sorry, it seems that it's going to be the usual chapter every once in a while. I do hope however that you enjoy them nonetheless, and that you comment as much as possible. I do read them, you know. Enjoy the chap. Underscore 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 un. Aemon 2. He stared at the richly decorated eye patch on his face, a gift from his grandfather, supposedly a testament to his courage and bravery in the face of their enemies. It was the first time in his life he received any praise from the man, and even with his effort at squashing the feelings of elation, he couldn't help but feel pride. The doors open abruptly, his sister barging on the doors chased by her minders, wearing a resplendent yellow dress with green linings. Brother, you're still getting clothed. Father is about to receive the Dornish in his throne room. Helena promptly ignores the servants making the finishing touches on his garments and pulls him by his sleeves. Aemond couldn't help a warm smile at her antics. It is rare for his sister to be so excited after all. He mindlessly dismisses his helpers. Yes, let's go. It wasn't long before they reached the throne room, the doors never closing due to the constant stream of people entering. Prince Aemond and Princess Helena Targaryen. The herald declares their arrival. They do receive glances as befitting their station, but no one interrupts them as they approach their mother. She was standing at the front in conversation with the hand, her father, both wearing some shade of green. She turns at their direction, nodding. Good, you are not late. Where is your brother? She asks. She meant Aegon, of course. Durin dutifully stood next to their father at his throne in his capacity as cupbearer. I heard he was with Lord Wilde, he should be coming with him. His sister answers. Aemond ignores the conversation in favor of looking through the crowd. The chamber is much more crowded than usual. Any lord worth his salt is in the city for this particular event, including the Lord Paramounts. He quickly notices the darkly dressed Rhaenyra and Daemon. Her children seem to be in conversation with the twin sisters, and he pays no heed to some of the glares that they send him. The Valyrians, while in close proximity to the Blacks, do not seem to be wearing their distinctive colors, favoring their house colors. He also notices both Lords Lannister and Tully in conversation with Lord Corlys. Then there is the aging Lord Stark and his tall for his age dark-haired son Cregan in grey colors, the Lady Arryn in sky blue, and the Baratheons in black and gold. As is obvious for such an occasion, people seem to prefer their house colors. Aegon arrives shortly after, distinctly sober. He separates from the Master of Laws before approaching them. What did I miss? He asks Aemond after greeting the others. Nothing of import. He answers. Aegon just nods. He has been strangely cordial and reserved as of late. Time passes fairly quickly as people mingle with each other. Aemond spent time speaking with his sister. And before long, they came. Prince Baelon Targaryen, Governor of King's Landing, Conqueror of Dorne, the Dragon Slayer. Lord Alaraz Dane, Lord of Starfall, Wielder of Dawn, Sword of the Morning. Lord Garrison Fowler. The words of the herald washed over Aemond's ears in favor of the sight of the Dornish procession. At its head are the only two people aside from the King's Guard allowed to wield a weapon in the presence of the king, probably due to their significance. Baelon wore a luxurious doublet of black and red, fully representing House Targaryen. As always, at his side was Blackfyre, their ancestral sword. Right next to him was an unfamiliar man to his eyes. He was handsome in ways you'd expect from a Valyrian even if he was not one, black of hair and with purple eyes. He wore white and purple and had at his side what one could argue to be the most revered sword in history, Dawn. His father put on an impassive mask at their approach, and beneath his sickly visage lay a determined expression. They stood in front of the Iron Throne, bowing the appropriate amount. Your Grace! They echoed. As they stood back up, Lord Dane made another step. It is a wonderful experience to stand before you, Your Grace. The sight of this rightful throne does not but bring joy to my heart. He mentions with his hand the men who stand before him. We, the rightful lords of Dorne, come to you to finally pledge our allegiance to your fair rule, and swear to show the utmost loyalty to your dynasty. That," his father begins, "brings a smile to my face. And so it does. It has been more than 100 years since my ancestors' goals of uniting the realm has been unfinished, and it is most joyous that after all this time, and under leal and competent leaders and subjects, the Targaryens' claim to the Seven Kingdoms is finally accomplished. I would have your oath, Lord Dane. Yours and those of the men who so valiantly fought for our sake, and I swear to uphold my duties as your king in a fair and just manner." Lord Dane promptly kneels, a hand over his heart, his retinue following his actions. "I, Alaraz Dane of House Dane, do swear in the name of gods old and new, that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Grace Viserys Targaryen, his heirs and successors, for the rest of my days. I, Garrison Fowler of House Fowler, do swear in the name of gods old and new. I, Gwaine Euronwood of House Euronwood. I." Witnessing the many lords of Dorne swearing oaths was proving to be extremely boring, despite the historic relevance of the event. Aemond knew that he was watching history being made, it just was boring history. "I take your oaths with dignity and my utmost appreciation, and to reward my new subjects, I declare Lord Alaraz Dane to be the Lord Paramount of Dorne with all the benefits and responsibilities that come with such a position. In addition, the town of Starfall shall be bestowed a city charter of its own, to be elevated as the center of the kingdom, and to showcase our generosity in the face of accomplishment." He smiled down at the purple-eyed lord. "I always thought it was a travesty that Dorne had no city of its own, and I hope for Starfall to grow to be a magnificent one indeed." Lord Alaraz bowed again. "Thank you, Your Grace. In addition..." And then it went again with the tedium, lower taxes for some houses, support in grain and foodstuffs for another. I guess it would be inappropriate to only reward the Danes, but Aemon at this point had to consciously hold his yawn back. He looked to his side, expecting to find Aegon fully in his cups, ignoring the incessant droning of the proceedings. But to his surprise, there was no cup in his older brother's hand, and he was fully focused on his father's words. He turned to his sister, sharing an incredulous look that was mirrored in her eyes. Aegon had a hand in the negotiations preceding the ceremony. His grandfather softly comments. Lord Wilde says that he haggled harder than a sailor. His mother's hand softly grips Aegon's shoulder. He made both the Targaryen and Hightower name proud, even his grace was impressed by him. She lightly shakes him. "I'm glad that he is coming into his own." Aegon just momentarily stares back at both of them, his expression, which Aemond expected to light up in pride, was especially sullen. He seemed to hold some words back, but he just turned his head away. His mother's smile twisted in an unknown expression, but she quickly gathered herself and finished staring at the spectacle. Aemond was a young man still, so even though he tried his hardest, he wasn't able to focus completely on his father's words, but there were some things that even he was able to notice, after some clarification from his grandfather and mother, of course. Firstly, the houses of the Prince's Pass had significantly more rewards than the other ones. That is not to say that other lords were not given any boons, Lady Jourdain holding her tears from flowing would attest to that, but houses like the Fowls, the Blackmonts and the Danes of High Hermitage received many more boons. Secondly, the lack of land as a reward. It is usual after a war that the king would reward the lords who contributed the most to the campaign with new lands, allowing the expansion of their territory. When it comes down to it, nobles are landholders, and they value it over anything else. Most people expected some territory to be reshuffled from unfavored lords to others more agreeable. But in this case, it seems what land could be granted would be either wholly useless stretches of desert, with no value whatsoever, or too valuable, upon which they would garner the outright hostility of those who lost such valuable assets. Finally, there seems to be an effort by the king to shift the power of Dorne to more loyal houses, as is expected. Houses along the Prince's Pass were not only granted the usual rewards of gold and such, but also tax exemption were they to make an effort to expand their towns, support in foodstuff and materials so that they could rebuild, and lesser tariffs when it concerns trade through their lands. Other houses, like the Yeronwoods, were granted more typical rewards, which created the illusion that they were more favored than they actually were, but Otto said that it was not to seem too favorable to the Danes and their supporters. The king finally finished granting his boons, and with a bombastic laugh, he declared the festivities to be started. "Drink and marry, good men! For you are amongst new family now!" he exclaimed. Everyone was moved to a larger hall, more fit to house the many, many lords while they drank and danced their worries away. Both his hand and his mother left them alone on their own to do their own thing, mainly to ingratiate themselves with the unfamiliar Dornish lords. Lord Dane and co gathered around Baelon as he regaled with some story and such. They seemed to be having fun. They would get joined later by Lords Lannister, Tully, and Lady Arryn. Lord Baratheon stayed with his vassals, in conversation with Lord Wilde and strangely Aegon. His daughter however would separate from them and join Baelon's crowd, laughing and hawing at whatever story he's telling at the time. Helena already left him in favor of bothering the now free Durin, who seemed intent in ignoring her in favor of speaking with the grandsons of Lord Tully. He'd met them the previous days, and he seemed to have developed a fast friendship with the energetic twins. So, not wanting to be alone, he approached the only other solitary figure close to his age. The young Cregan Stark. "Greetings, Lord Stark." He greeted the boy as etiquette dictated. Cregan just nodded however. "Your Grace." They stood in awkward silence for a while, neither of them finding words to speak. "I how?" They both began at the same time, interrupting each other. "You first," Cregan urged. Aemond just shrugged. "I wanted to say that I was unfamiliar with the North and its intricacies, and I wished to ask you about it," he said. "I recently had a revelation, you could say. And I found myself very interested in the North as of late, but I wasn't able to find a lot of details about the kingdom." The Stark heir just nodded. Understandable, most books in the Old Tongue were burned by the Andals and their converts during the invasions, while the first men culture was eradicated this side of the neck. He spoke in a stilted and stiff manner, must be the famed northern cold blood. "But if you want to know I could indulge you." "Please." Cregan nodded. "The North is the largest kingdom of Westeros, as large as the rest of the kingdoms combined. In truth however, only a third of it is controlled by men, whilst the rest is ruled by the wilderness." He glanced at Aemond, noting his focus. "It is cold, our summers are as cold as your winters, whilst the winter is cold enough to freeze the spit off a man's mouth. It is though, to live in the North, every winter the cold or famine kills thousands of men, it is not a giving land, so the harvests are barely enough to feed our people. It is a harsh unforgiving life us Northmen lead, so as product of our environments we are also harsh, and unforgiving." Aemond almost rolled his eyes at the melodrama. "What about the wall?" he asked. Cregan's eyes light up in realization. "That's what you wanted to speak about, hey?" He shrugs. "There's not much information I could give to you about it, just a big block of ice in it." Aemond arches an eyebrow. "A block of ice, is that what you call the 100 leagues long, 700 feet tall barrier that separates the land of civilized men from the wilds up in the north?" "'Tis what it is, why dress it up with fancy words?" Cregan replies. "I guess so." Aemond reluctantly agrees. "What I am curious about is why. Why would Brandon the Builder build such a barrier? The idea that it was built to keep unwashed wildlings with bronze and stone weapons out boggles my mind." Cregan turned to the prince. "You seem awfully curious about it, methinks." Aemond shrugs him off. "Just the curiosity of an avid reader, I assure you. Plus, don't you ask yourself the same question. You're not first one to do so, I." Cregan nods. "There are legends amongst our people, most people thinks them to be but mindless folk stories and legends, about the White Walkers, wargs and such. Ethereal, dark beings that live at the land of always winter. Eamon's eyes light up in interest. Really? Do you think that they truly exist? Who knows? He shrugs. I think there may be more to it than we think. Aemon says. For example, I've read the Night's Watch Oath. It makes mention of the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, and the shield that guards the realms of men. It makes no outright mention of it, but I bet it wasn't speaking about wildlings. The Stark heir lets out a small chuckle. You really did your research. The Night's Watch is an honorable order, he says. Now that you mention them, I believe I heard some stories about a legendary Lord Commander who led a rebellion against the Starks during the Age of Heroes. They say he married a woman with skin white as the moon and eyes like blue stars. Truly? Cregan nods. In fact, Aemon spent the rest of the feast conversing with young heir, trading legend and stories about the Age of Heroes. Underscore 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 un. Aegon 2. He crinkles his gold cup with another's, taking a meager sip of watered wine. Incredible job, Aegon. Just marvelous. Wild turns to Boros Baratheon. You should have seen him, my lord. The Dornish's face were twisted as if he'd robbed them of their castles. He laughs. Lord Boros Baratheon stood ramrod straight amidst his Stormlander vassals, silent as a rock. A whole kingdom's integration isn't a simple thing. Before the Dornish actually swore fealty to his father, there was much to be done in preparation, mainly the negotiation for their rewards. Many matters had to be prepared for Dorne to join the Targaryen regime. The king has put Baelon, the Lord Hand, and the Master of Laws to the task. While the Lord Hand was charged with dealing with the other kingdoms, both Baelon and Lord Wild had to spend days in talks with the Dornish. And in recognition for his satisfactory service, Aegon was allowed to participate. It wasn't unlike dealing with Mother. He morosely thought. You let the complaints flow, and cajole and haw them into believing they won. Ever since his father's decision to make him apprentice under Lord Wild, a whole new world opened to Aegon's world. As Master of Laws, Lord Wild's job was to create and implement new laws into the realm, all according to the Lord Hand's and the King's desires. Making up new laws is easy, it is the second step where things get dirty. For every lord pleased with a new legislation, there are two who are hurt by it. And so it is their job to put them at ease, all through backdoor deals, empty promises, bribes and such. The old Aegon, addicted to drink and women, found himself enamored with the process. He was like a fish on water, navigating through spoiled lords and greedy nobles with natural ease. He stared at the bottom of his full cup, in favor of the intoxicating feeling of a favorable deal and the soft power of politics. The inebriation of wine seemed lacking. A rough hand landed on his shoulder. He turned to find a tall middle-aged man to his right. Lord Buckler, he noted. 'Tis good news indeed. Nothing brings me more joy than knowing those vipers lost at their own game. He laughed. Aegon let a practiced smile paint his face. I was only fulfilling my duty, my lord. He mentioned to Lord Wild with his cup. It was all thanks to Lord Wild's skilled mentorship. The Master of Laws just waved him off. You have a gifted mind, Your Grace. You only needed the slightest guidance for you to harness it is all. He turned his gaze to the Dornish. Although the Dornish's reputation for cunning is not unfounded, the Danes and their vassals were amicable through it, but the rest. He simply shook his head and drank from his cup instead of elaborating. They fought like craven, they did. You should have seen them in the battlefield. When faced with Stormlander knights, they folded like feeble paper. Lord Dondarrion was fully in his cups, he drank the most out of the Stormlanders. It is to be expected, to be honest. The Dondarrions won a lot of favor from their participation, with Baelon's men extending the Torrentine closer to his lands. their territory is set to be the channel of trade between the Stormlands and Dorne. And let us not speak of the many gifts he won throughout the short war. Dondarrion's son and heir, much more reserved than his father, solemnly nods. Indeed, but the praise goes to Prince Baelon and Lord Dane. In the Battle of the Green Blood his grace cut down enough men to fill this room in bodies, while Lord Dane and his knights cut through the best Dornish spears and captured their commanders in one fell swoop. 'Twas a battle for the ages, I say. The houses of the Prince's Pass are famed for their martial prowess," said Royce Caron. "They are famed for their knights, and lack the usual, treacherous reputation of the Dornish lords." He shook his head in bemusement. "How his grace managed to befriend them, I'll never know. Apparently, he sailed through the Torrentine, disguising himself as a merchant prince, and gave food to the starving masses." Dondarrion guffaws. "What interesting times we live in." They hear a light chuckle, almost a huff, from their side. And the whole group goes silent, bemusedly staring at Lord Baratheon. Aegon wasn't familiar much with this crowd aside from Lord Wild, that is, but Lord Baratheon is known to be notoriously stoic. There are even bets amongst many lords about which japes or stories may make him laugh. It was why they acted momentarily surprised, but they quickly shrugged and moved on. Lord Wild looks at the Dornish group, which grew at this time into more of a mixed audience, watching Baelon and the Dornish lords regale the crowd with war stories, or more specifically, his liege's daughter amongst them. He softly nudges Boros with his elbow. "I see your daughter is enamored with our dashing prince, hey?" he jokingly comments. Boros just huffs. "I see that you have eyes." "Who needs eyes? One only has to have ears to hear of the courtship between Baelon the Valiant and Lady Cassandra Baratheon. They say that the prince has been enamored with Our Lady since he first saw her." He sloppily lifts his cup for a toast, its contents spilling to the ground. "I say great! A Stormlander queen is what the realm deserves." "I." The lords all cheer, while Aegon just gingerly lifts his cup. Boros waves his hand. "Keep it down," he says. "There are overtures concerning the matter, but until there are more final news, you are to be silent about the matter, understood?" They lower their cups in chagrin, but all with smiles on their faces. "I guess it is time for Baelon to marry," Aegon muses to himself. His gaze inevitably turns to his sister, running around the hall with Doran and the Tully twins, a smile on his face. "Marriage, hey? Underscore 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 un. Cassandra too. If you asked Cassandra Baratheon whether she liked tourneys, she'd tell you that she finds them much too violent for her tastes. In truth, however, she is absolutely enamored with them. Duels between gallant knights, the raucous applause at the triumph of the opponent, the vindictive competitiveness, in the dull life of Cassandra Baratheon, tourneys were a distinct ray of light. As for the bloodshed, she once saw her father bash a knight's head on the wall when he tried to rape one of the maids, and she was 5 at the time. Blood is not unfamiliar to her maiden eyes. She sat with her mother on her left, and her father to her right. Her father had the privilege of sitting next to the king, spectating the tourney grounds. For all spectators, this was the tourney of the ages, the first time in history where the best knights of the 7 kingdoms gathered together, and whoever wins it is to be showered with fame and renown, attaining acclaim practically heard of. Of course, a whopping 50,000 gold dragons for the winner can't hurt. Cassandra had looked forward to the event. She heard many tales about the knights participating in it, and they didn't disappoint, but at the end, only 4 were left. Prince Daemon, the rogue prince. Criston Cole, the commander of the King's Guard. Alaraz Dane, Sword of the Morning. Prince Baelon, Crown Prince of the Realm. Fairly enough, there was definitely some matchmaking done in order for only each of these 4 to be left, but you can't deny their skill. They have bested some very formidable knights, like Sir Stefan Darklin, Sir Willis Fell, Sir Roderick Leicester, and many more. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the two knights getting to the justing field on their horses. The first, Daemon Targaryen, donned a pitch-black armor with the helm on the shape of a dragon, alongside his onyx steed. Aside from the handkerchief given to him by his wife, the Princess Rhaenyra, he looked like a shadow upon the sandy field. The second, one Criston Cole, wore his usual King's Guard armor, alongside a green scarf, showing his favour from the Queen. This was a very anticipated event. Many years ago, Criston Cole was chosen as a King's Guard by winning against the same prince on the tourney of Prince Baelon's birth, and more so, his position was granted by the Princess Rhaenyra, which he turned his back on ever since for unknown reasons. There was a personal rivalry going on there, one that only gave more fire to the excitement. The herald stood on his platform, silent as the grave, as the two opponents stood in front of each other. "Lords and ladies," he began, his voice was practiced, so it echoed through great distances. "Behold! The valiant Criston Cole, the commander of the King's Guard, faces off against the legendary Prince Daemon Targaryen, the rogue prince. This is the second time we are privy to such an event, but will it go the same way?" The herald looks to the contestants. "Let us see. May the joust commence, and may the seven guide their lances true." It wasn't a moment before Criston urged his horse forward, Daemon following shortly. They charged in both sides of the tilt with formidable speed, each one neatly balancing their lances on each other's paths. For the first pass, nothing noteworthy happened. Both knights were skilled and experienced and had defended against their opponents with apparent ease. And it went on for several rounds, the audience hawing and oohing at each connection. As the joust continued, Criston's strength and size seemed to give him the advantage over the more slender Prince Daemon. Despite Daemon's skill and agility, Criston's powerful strikes and sturdy defense appeared to be leading him towards victory. The audience gasped and cheered at each clash, with Criston's dominance becoming increasingly evident. The matter was expected to be moot, as Daemon, frustrated with his situation, seemingly lost control of his horse. Criston saw an opportunity to deliver the final blow. He charged forward with determination, aiming to secure his victory. However, in a surprising turn of events, Daemon's apparent loss of control was a clever ruse. With a swift and calculated maneuver, Daemon regained command of his horse and expertly maneuvered his lance straight in Criston's blind point. The commander of the King's Guard had obviously overextended in his overconfidence and desire for victory, giving Daemon the opportunity to reverse his unfortunate situation. The crowd erupted in astonishment, while Cassandra gasped in pleasant surprise at the surprising turnaround. "Clever!" her father echoed. "Indeed," said the king. "My brother may be hot-blooded, but he can be surprisingly deceptive when he needs to be." The queen's face momentarily scrunched in distaste before covering her expression with a stiff smile. Cassandra noticed it all, however. Baelon was right, she thought. His family is in discord between the queen and his sister, and it is quite personal. Everyone knew about the so-called blacks and the greens, but most people thought it to be a conflict between the traditional noble houses against the mercantile ones, an evolution of Jaehaerys the Conciliator's scheme to pit Otto Hightower and his backing against the ambitious Corlys. A conflict of interest can be easily resolved through diplomacy, she thought. The moment personal grudges come into the fold, however, the situation becomes much more precarious. It is maybe a blessing that the Crown Prince foresaw such an occasion. Many people enveloped in this situation were doing so unwillingly, and His Grace had publicly expressed his distaste for such a separation, causing many more lords to flock toward him, creating a more moderate, purple faction that seemed to get much more traction than usual. Now the blacks and the greens are more like general leanings than actual factions, she mused to herself. You could see a great amount of nobles wearing purple alongside a black or green accessory, showcasing their political leanings without committing in any way. Whilst she was in introspection about the political situation in King's Landing, the next two opponents had arrived. Lord Alaraz Dane, the newly titled Lord Paramount of Dorne was the perfect depiction of a fairy tale knight. He wore a white and purple armor, his house colors, and sat on his auburn horse with a grace unseen from any other. He was tall and handsome, and his violet eyes almost shone through his helmet. Baelon Targaryen cut a striking figure as he rode onto the tournament grounds. Clad in black and purple armor, he exuded an air of regal confidence, his steed, a magnificent black destrier. Baelon's features were sharp and handsome, his silver hair catching the sunlight as he removed his helm to reveal piercing amethyst eyes that seemed to hold the fire of dragons within them. Most embarrassing, however, was the black and gold ribbon tied to her arm, denoting her favor. He had asked for it before the tourney, and she was glad to give it to him. The closest friends are now rivals. It is a clash between Sir Allarys Dane, the Knight of the Morning, with our beloved Prince Baelon Targaryen, the Dragon Slayer. The cheers were practically deafening at the mention of these two. The prince's reputation was unmatched within King's Landing, and stories about the Lord of Starfall who heroically sacrificed his honor in order to rebel against the tyrannical rule of Dorne was spread far and wide. A heroic tale of two friends, almost brothers, fighting together for justice and the rightful liberation of the people of Dorne. It honestly worked like a charm, the lords and ladies of the realm reserving their scathing hatred of the Dornish in favor of grudging respect for fellow peers. It wasn't perfect, but it created the best outcome for a Dornish conquest. Cassandra sat at the edge of her seat in anticipation, her mother playfully chuckling at her earnest expression. Blessed be the winner, for it is he who holds the blessing of the seven. And may the joust begin! The herald declared. In the tournament grounds, thundering hooves echoed as Allarys Dane and Baelon Targaryen faced off over the tilt. Baelon showed skill when he both neatly redirected Allarys' lance and stuck true his own. The sound of the clash echoed even to the stands, showcasing his great strength. The blow brought Allarys to lean back. Anyone who took such a blow would have fell from his horse, but the Lord of Dorne had overwhelming skill at riding, which was seen when he urged his chestnut horse to lean with him, keeping his center of gravity aligned in such a way as to keep him abreast. Again, the routine kept on for several rounds. The prince would land a heavy blow in his opponent's shield while suffering none, but Allarys and his steed were like one, flowing along with the blows like water to a stone. "My lord!" her mother gasped. "I've never seen someone so in tune with a horse." The king laughed at her remark from his makeshift throne. The Danes are a famed knightly house, their cavalry is described to be unmatched amongst the houses of Dorne, and the Sword of the Morning is always the finest of them. It is actually quite rare for one to also be the Lord of Starfall. Indeed. Her father echoed. They were a nightmare to deal with in the field, their horses were the fastest and their knights' swords held true. If there was a Dornish house to be respected, the Danes would hold that title. Baelon's strength and skill continued to give him the upper hand, but Allarys' unwavering composure and dexterity kept him in the fight. As the joust progressed, Baelon, sensing the need for a change in strategy, decided to forego finesse and instead rely on sheer force to overpower his opponent. With a thunderous charge, Baelon unleashed a devastating blow that sent Allarys reeling, his lance splintering against the shield. The impact was enough to unseat Allarys and even stagger the horse below him, and Baelon emerged victorious. Baelon approached the fallen lord, getting off his own horse and extending a hand. Dane held that hand and lifted himself up, cheerily tapping the prince's shoulder. They exchanged some words, but Cassandra was too far away to hear. She was sure they were friendly, as was evident from both their smiles. The crowd erupted in cheers as Allarys raised Baelon's lance in triumph, the victor of a hard-fought and memorable joust. The two friends left the tournament grounds together, as the servants prepared them for the final bout. Cassandra spent the time in meaningless conversation with her mother, the latter having unending pleasure from provoking an embarrassed expression from her. Then the contestants came up again, two princes facing each other in the tourney of a lifetime. There was a strange dichotomy between Prince Daemon and Baelon, Cassandra thought. 1. The second son, hot-blooded and rash from a young age, has developed a reputation for his daring and rebellious actions. Whether it was gathering fleets and armies for his brother's claim, his womanizing ways, the controversial acts committed as commander of the city watch, and his campaign on the stepstones. The other, the first prince, the heir, eccentric but patient, he had a reputation as a genius and a frighteningly smart child. He developed his lands, gathered an army of his own, and conquered a whole kingdom. Whereas Daemon was old, Baelon was not. Where Daemon was treated with caution, Baelon was treated with respect. Where Daemon failed, Baelon succeeded. One could even say that Baelon was what Daemon wished to be, beloved by the masses, having the trust of the king over anyone else. So everyone very much expected this final joust to be very interesting, especially considering the previous ones. The princes stared at each other. Baelon's gaze was impassive and indifferent, his usual jovial-looking smile tinged with a hint of scorn. Whereas Daemon's was fiery and rigid, filled with contempt. Daemon said something to his nephew, something that was audible only for the two. Baelon responded, calmly, but whatever he said caused Daemon to recoil. And that was it. Finally, we see two princes facing each other in the joust of a lifetime, nephew and uncle. In a fateful journey they met at the summit, now they must test their mettle against one another. The herald screamed. And without further ado, let the joust begin. The two contestants surged alongside the cheers of the spectators. Baelon's charge was fast but not hasty, whilst Daemon, urged by anger of unknown sources, pushed his horse to gallop ahead as fast as possible. Daemon's horse was faster, giving a much stronger impact to his lance, but strength alone cannot deal with skill, as Baelon neatly redirected the lance sideways. Unfortunately for Daemon, in his desire to overwhelm his nephew, he had put too much force behind his lance, causing him to lean too much going forward, allowing Baelon's lance to land on his shield in a perpendicular manner. The compromising angle meant that the blow cannot be redirected elsewhere, and with his horse already galloping as fast as it could, it meant that the blow was strong enough that its shock reverberated to his teeth. He fell, of course. The joust that everyone's been looking forward ended in a single pass. No one could believe it. The whole grounds got silent for a while, before the cheers and applause came, the noise deafening anyone remotely close. It was said that the sounds echoed all over the city, causing many a working man to stutter in their actions. The crown prince sat on his horse in front of the royal balcony, staring at his father with a smile. Daemon slowly stood up, looking at his back with a complicated gaze. Cassandra expected hatred or anger, but besides tightening his hold on Dark Sister, the rogue prince just turned around and dejectedly left. As silence won out, the king spoke. "Lord Governor," he said. "Congratulations on winning the tourney. Who do you name your queen of love and beauty?" he asked. The prince stays silent, before his gaze turned slowly to her astonished eyes. "I name the Lady Cassandra Baratheon, of course," he said, holding a crown of flowers up to her from the tip of her lance. She stares at him for a few seconds, shell-shocked, before stiffly grabbing the circlet. Tears ran down her eyes as she wore it, a radiant smile visible for all to see. And Cassandra was the happiest she ever was. Chapter 18, Small Foci. Author's note, Eid Mubarak Saeed. In my country they gave us a week's holiday for the occasion, allowing me to not only write this chapter but 5 more. A friend of mine recommended that instead of posting them all together, that it'll be better to do one and establish an actual posting schedule. I also found out that writing the first 2,000 plus words of a chapter take me less than 2 hours, while my obsession with long chapters means that I'll stay glued to the screen for weeks trying to write something more. To that end, chapters are going to be shorter yet more frequent, possibly 3 Baelon the Mighty posts per week. To that end, I also made Patreon. You can find both the rest of the chapters and the beginning of another story of mine, a DXD template insert that takes the world seriously. I also made a Discord server for anyone who wishes to partake in discussions concerning my work. Please come, I'd like to talk with some of you. Patreon, patreon.com/Nivelhema. Discord, https://discord.gg/et2z5bwb underscore 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 un. The man whistled a famous ballad as he opened the tavern doors. As if it was destined by the gods, a bard flicked his lute to the same tune, singing along. The Dornishman's wife was as fair as the sun, her kisses were warmer than spring. The minstrel crooned. He finished whistling along, the melody washing along with the crowd's humming. The tavern could be described as cozy and dimly lit, with wooden tables and chairs, a crackling fireplace, shelves lined with dusty bottles of liquor, and patrons chatting and laughing, echoing the sound of clinking glasses and mugs. One of their many clients shouted from one of the tables at the corner. "Tobias! Come here, ye thick-headed sod!" While his words were harsh, the tone behind them was undoubtedly jovial. The newly named Tobias' face lights up in recognition as he swiftly walks up to the group. "Harlan, ye old lout, didn't reckon on seein' yer sorry mug today, did I?" He looks to the other men sitting around the table. "Good day," he greeted. There were 4 people including Harlan sitting there. Each one of them had weathered faces tanned from working outdoors, with strong jawlines, unkempt hair, some covering it by a simple cap. Their eyes hid under bushy eyebrows, weary yet observant. They wore simple tunics and breeches and sturdy leather shoes. Harlan, the biggest and oldest of the bunch, stood up and shook Tobias' hand. The young man could feel calluses on his palm, indicative of a history of hard work. "Would ye take a gander at that?" Harlan appraises him from head to toe. Seems as though little Toby's climbed up in the world. Indeed, the former King's Landing boy had matured under the purple cloaks, his old malnourished frame had filled up with good food and hard labor. His hair was cut short, as was customary from their members, while his face was clean and shaven. He also wore a simple tunic and leather boots, but compared to Harlan's used and unclean ones, his were new and tidy. The purple pendant hung over his neck and the sword attached to his hip making his identity as one of the prince's men clear. "I just showed some gumption," he answers. "The rest of ye were too timid to seize the chance." Tobias takes the liberty to grab a spare chair and sit next to the group. Harlan guffaws, giving Tobias a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Aye. But the prince's grace, though belated, has blessed us all equally. Now we can all put bread on the table." Most men who heard his loud proclamation raised their cups in assent. "Hear, hear!" Some echoed. It was true, before his conquest, the prince regularly sent heralds and servants in order to recruit men from the city. He targeted all men equally. If they had good health and were willing to work, he'll take them. At first they were thought to be simple laborers. News reached the city that many roads and a canal were being built. Not only that, but they were built much too quickly. Rumors were abundant at that time, saying that working for the prince was backbreaking labor, much too gruesome and certainly not worth the effort. Tobias was one of the few of this city's inhabitants who saw an opportunity for a better life. He wasn't a flea-bottom orphan, but he was the 4th son of a tanner, and his family barely had enough to feed him scraps. At first, people ridiculed him for going. He even took a beating from his father, and his sweet mother was filled with worry over his safety. And when he finally got to work, he also felt dread. Not only were they expected to build roads, but also learn how to march, dig, put on armor, use a sword or a pike alongside a shield. He didn't sign up to be a soldier after all. But the rumors were misguided after all. Not only did they feed them plenty, but they had plenty of rest. Not that it was easy work, not at all. They were expected to put effort beyond their usual, but they were never told to do what they couldn't, and as they dealt with bandits and outlaws, they got used to the soldier life. There were septons who taught reading and writing for a modest fee, and Tobias even managed to send some silver stags back to his family. Then he went to Dorne, fought in the conquest, and found himself back to this city as a hero for his people. 1 beer. He gestured toward one of the barmaids. The lass made to give him a cup, but was interrupted by a man who manned the bar. He approached Tobias with a smile and a wooden tankard and handed it to him. "The first one's on the house for a man of the prince," he said. "Much obliged." Tobias smiled to the man, taking a big gulp. His eyebrows went to his forehead at the pleasant coldness of the drink. The man grinned. "We've been using them new ice chips from the north. Folks are happy to pay double for chilled ale, and another double for chips in their tankards," he said. "It's been a boon for business." Tobias laughs, lifting his tankard to the sky. "Cheers then." The members of the table follow, each one drinking from their cup. Harlan slams his stein to the table. "Spill it, Toby. What's your fate lookin' like?" "Ya know me," he says. "I'm a Kingslander till the day I die, so I joined the Golden Cloaks." Speaking of the Gold Cloaks, another comments. "Did ya hear about Selman? I heard he's rotting in the black cells." His mate scoffs. "Good riddance, that man had his way with me niece, he's been causing trouble in the city for years." Tobias says. "I heard he got nabbed by one of our own, trying to squeeze coin out of a poor merchant at the docks." Our own implies one of the purple cloaks, of course. "But ain't he Prince Daemon's man?" Harlan questions. "Won't he be bothered by it?" Tobias scoffs. "Neither the prince nor the hand can do a thing about it," he says. "The crown prince runs the city now, and whatever he says, goes." Harlan chuckles. "I've been grateful for his grace every day of late," he says. His friends echo. Tobias simply smiles and nods. "And what about you lot?" he asks. "How's life been treating you?" "We're toiling up on Visenya's hill," one of them replies. "It's tough work, but we get our fill of food and a roof over our heads, so we ain't grumblin'." "Really?" he says. "I heard the prince is working on some tourney ground." The other says. "The officers be calling it the Colosseum." "You should see it, Tobias," Harlan says. "It's as grand as the Dragon Pit, but not as deep, so it won't take a century to build. Plus, his liquid rock makes it much easier," Harlan adds. Tobias worked with the liquid rock before. "Doesn't it?" he says. "I tell you, before dawn when I first saw it." Then he spent the rest of his evening chatting with old friends and trading stories. Underscore 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 un. He rode his Dornish destrier with ease, the lightness of his leather armor allowing the horse to move even faster. He approached a Dornish man, older but determined. He carried himself with confidence born out of experience. "Sir Quentin!" he exclaimed. "Jerez!" Quentin was a soldier for the Martells during the prince's conquest. He caught the latter's eye for his skill and caution in the battlefield, and was rewarded for it by a knighthood, as no noble will give a commoner the time of day. Captain of the Rangers or not. He eyed his commander's onyx leather armor with envy. He not only received a knighthood, but as the commander of the Rangers, he and 9 others were rewarded with dragon leather armors, 10 times as though as cowhide yet half as heavy. It was worth double its mass in gold. "Did you see their base?" Quentin questioned. The man nodded. "They only had a wooden fence and a couple of guards. I wager we could break through the wooden barrier easily." The Rangers were tasked with patrolling the crownlands and ridding them of bandits. Over the last couple of weeks they did just that, their cavalry only force allowing them to move through the new roads with unparalleled speed. 100 light cavalry was enough to cover most of the roads in groups of 10, they acted as scouts, searching for bandit holds and criminal bases. Once they did they'd report back, and depending on the situation they may get help from the purple cloaks in ridding the crownlands of their threat. "How many men in total?" "I only counted 35. Quentin nods. "Good, then 5 and 10 would be plenty. He turns to the organized camp to his right. Gather you belongings and ready yourself, you will lead the attack at night. Underscore 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 un. The plan was simple. Jairus chose men who were proficient with a bow. They were to sneak on the guards and kill them from a distance. And before the gatekeepers could react, they would charge through the wooden gates into the enemy camp. It was reminiscent of Prince Baelon's strategy at will, but since their opponents were untrained, undefended bandits, a simpler approach would equally work. 5 of his men dismounted their horse and slowly inched toward the guards. They steadily notched their arrows and aim, looking toward Jairus for a signal. Jairus nods in assent, and the archers let their arrows loose. One misses, but the rest catch their targets. Out of the 4 guards next to the gate, 3 got hit in vital areas and perished, while the last one screamed in agony as an arrow lodged itself to his knee. The rest didn't need a signal. As the archers ran back to their horse, the ones atop horses charged swiftly through the flimsy gate, holding their lances and swords firmly. Jairus beheads the last guard on the way, as he hears the rest of the camp haphazardly waking up. They made short work of the rest. The bandits were former farmers and serfs only, so they had neither the equipment nor the skill to resist. One of the many previous archers approached Jairus, holding a decapitated head. "That's their leader, I recognize him," he says. Lord Stokeworth put a bounty on his head, 50 gold dragons for sacking one of his villages. Jairus glances at the head. "You killed him?" The man nods. "Then you get 5 and 30, the rest will be split between us." The man nods happily. 35 gold dragons are more than enough, and the rest should be enough to placate the rest and avoid their jealousy. "Drinks on me, boys!" the man exclaims, holding the decapitated head to the sky. The rest of the men cheer, each one of them relaxed amidst the blood and gore of the scene, rummaging through the ruins for anything valuable or useful. It was but one normal day for the Rangers. Underscore 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 un. His calloused hands gripped the lines fiercely, tying a familiar knot against the bollard. Life was getting busy for one Kevin of King's Landing. He was a dock worker in the capital like his father, and his father before him, who came here at the time of King Aegon I, one of the first to do so. It was though work, but it put food on the table. Previously, he always had a problem with the previous harbour master, who pocketed the gold and cut their wages, whilst taking bribes from questionable merchants and ship captains. So Kevin had to nix her, taking additional jobs that brought even more weight on his shoulders. But not lately. Ever since the good prince took over, he got rid of the corrupt harbour masters and promoted loyal subordinates. He expanded the ports and hired more personnel, but most importantly he gave back their full wages, allowing them to work with full bellies and big smiles. Oof! Another dock worker put down a wooden box next to Kevin. "Oi, Kevin, to the bathhouse next." "Aye." Kevin answers. "When I'm done today I'll find you there." The man nods. "See ya then, I'm done for the day." The bathhouses were the prince's new attraction. They were cheaper than a tavern, and Kevin's wife found herself more agreeable to his advances when he came back clean and tidy. So he and his friends spent a lot of their free times there, and with his better financial situation he gave enough of an allowance to his wife to do so too. Now she looked more beautiful than ever. Kevin didn't visit a whorehouse since. One of the sailors approached him, interrupting his work. "Pardon me, young lad," he says. "Might ya be interested in a job?" Kevin looked up to the man. "I'm afraid no," he answers. The man was tall and intimidating, with his teeth coated in metal, giving him a scary aura. He lifted the left side of his coat, revealing a glinting piece of metal. "I'm afraid it's not a choice," he said. Kevin scoffed. Look around, you lout. He gestured toward the many golden cloaks. Ya can't do shit with them lots around. Watchmen take our gold, they won't see nothin'. Kevin laughed. Not since the prince, they don't. The sailor snarled, but before he could do anything they heard a loud voice. Oi! Is something the matter? A gold cloak seemed to have noticed their interaction. This man bothering you, Kevin? Kevin idly stared at the sailor. I, said he been looking for some people to do his shady work, won't take no for an answer. The gold cloak nods and grabs the sailor by his arm. All right, sailor, you're going with me. Kevin ignores the sailor's complaints as he was dragged away, continuing with his work as if nothing happened. Chapter 19, Viserys 2. Author's note: my PC thought it'll be good to stop connecting with Wi-Fi networks the moment I was about to release this chapter, so it is kind of late. I want to announce that there is gonna be a tentative uploading schedule from now on, a chapter each Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Maybe I'll give you a bonus one from time to time during the weekends, who knows. The ending of this chapter is about something that I thought about ever since the beginning. It was a notion that only became reasonable for me in a situation where Baelon exists. For people who are unaware, I do have a Patreon with 5 more chapters for this story, and many more to come, and I want to thank all the people who paid for memberships. It may not be much for you, but you don't realize how much help your support is going to help me. Hopefully I'll be able to write more content that you'd enjoy. Consider joining the Discord too. I'm new to it, so I'm hoping to make lots of new friends. Patreon, patreon.com/Nivelhema. Discord, discord.gg/et2z5bwb. Underscore 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 un. Or a day in King Viserys' life. Mornings for the king started slow as of late. Groggily pulling himself out of the bed, he unconsciously shifts his arm to the other side of the bed, expecting to feel the warm touch of a woman. But Alicent always woke up before him. The days where he'd lovingly hold her every morning were long gone. He heads then to the Great Hall, where he usually breaks his fast. Sir Stefan Darklyn was the king's guard assigned to him for the morning. This day he found his son, Durin, mindlessly poking at some eggs, a sizable book to the side. Morning, son. Viserys says. What brings you here so late? Durin looks up to his father, a determined gaze on his face. Good morning, father. I thought as your cupbearer, it'll be much easier for me to eat breakfast at the same time as yours. He answers. I asked the servants, and they said you usually do so around this time. Viserys chuckles, playfully scratching his son's head. The gods blessed me with a dutiful son. Say, what are you reading? Durin's face lights up at the prospect of discussing his interests. It is Wonders Made by Man by Lomas Longstrider. I read the first one, and I thought it was fascinating. He says. Did you know that the Titan of Bravu's feet are actual islands? I'm not particularly fond of reading, and Daemon was worse, but even he was enamored by Longstrider's tales. I favored the second book much more than the first. Knowing what marvels humans are capable of building proved to be much more interesting than natural ones. Durin cheerfully nods. I saw his mention of the High Tower. I was there, but the size of it didn't impress me as much as its foundation. He says. I heard the Black Stone dates back to the time where the children of the forest made Westeros home, even before the first men came into the continent. Is that so? Durin answers. I heard that not even Valyrian steel could put a mark on the dark stones. One day, I sneaked Ser Darian's sword and hacked at it for ages. I didn't even put a dent in it. Viserys guffaws. You're so small, even if you were to hack a normal boulder, you'd tire out before you give it scratch. He playfully pinches his son's nose. Maybe when you're grown, you could try again. Durin seemingly ignored the playful tone of his father, as his face hardened in uncharacteristic seriousness. "I see," he mused loudly. "Then I shall endeavour to do, one day in the future." "His Grace should also work hard in the yard," Stefan interjects. "I'd wager it'll give you enough strength to split the black stone in half." "Sir Darklin has the right of it, you better work hard in your training, lad." "I will." Durin obediently nods. Underscore 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 un. After breakfast, it was unfortunately time for court. Durin, dutiful boy that he was, followed him with a copper flask of watered wine. Viserys felt more energetic. Maybe it was his son's advice to walk more, eat better, or the summer island oil that he gifted to him every week, but his sickness acted less, his body was less numb, the discolored patches on his skin shrank, and he could breathe much more comfortably. It is maybe because of that he went through the usual processes of court with renewed vigor, listening to petition and resolving conflict with much more ease. Whenever he felt uncomfortable, he drank some wine to take the edge off. Durin was conscientious as always. Not only did he do his duties, but he also focused intently on the processes. Viserys could see him absent-mindedly nod when he agreed with one of his decisions, and frown when he didn't. But he stayed silent, knowing that his duty is only to observe. The court session ended with a somber note. Viserys sentenced a man to death for raping a young maidservant, much to the worrying jubilation of many of his courtiers. He's afraid that they may be much too bloodthirsty. After dismissing Durin, Viserys left for the gardens. It was time for his daily walk through the halls of the Red Keeps, strategically taking the path going through the wing reserved for the Stormlander lords staying in the castle, and would you see it, he comes across Lord Boros on his way. "Your Grace!" The gruff lord bows alongside his guards. "Lord Boros! What a pleasant surprise, would you be so kind as to walk with me?" The Baratheon signals the dismissal of his guards. Of course. They spend the first few seconds silently walking side to side, before the Lord Paramount of the Stormlands couldn't help but ask. "I'd assume that there is some subject you wish to discuss, Your Grace." It was the longest sentence he heard the Lord say. "Whatever you wish of me, I am at your service." "I guess we're going straight to the point," Viserys says. "I shall not beat around the bush then." Viserys stops, his form hunched over the cane seemed even tinier in front of the tall man, yet the king unabashedly stares him in the eyes. "I am considering a betrothal between my son, Baelon, and your daughter the Lady Cassandra," he says. News of their infatuation with each other is abuzz in court, and to be frank, I am very much in favour of joining our houses. The Baratheons were and are still our staunch supporters, and the Lady Cassandra shares our Valyrian ancestry through both her great-grandmother, the late Alyssa Velaryon, and your ancestor Orys Baratheon. A hint of a smile shows itself in the stoic lord's face. "It would be an honor to do so," he says. "To be honest, Your Grace, the rumors of my daughter's fancy for the Crown Prince aren't an exaggeration, they seem to be quite besotted for each other." The king nods with a smile in his face. "Such news gladden me, whilst the political advantages of such a union would be most advantageous, the knowledge that their matrimony is going to be likely agreeable brings joy to my heart." Then he frowns. "Although, Lord Boros, if we were to agree on this, there needs to be some additional concessions to be made from your side." The Lord Paramount mirrors Viserys' expression. "Which are?" "You know how my son is, his bold tendency to interfere in other lords' business brings me many headaches, but I am a father, and as such I am to indulge his desires," he says. "Both I and he devised a method by which we can improve the Stormlands, much like he previously did with the North and the Riverlands. Mainly to build roads and to build you a fleet." "I am afraid I do not understand," he answers. "How would the improvement of my lands be a concession?" "Can you blame me? Many a lord are much too stubborn to accept change, even if it is beneficial. Viserys says. But we do have a presumptuous ask for you, Lord Boros. We'd like to propose a betrothal for another of your daughters. Boros' frown deepens. The king was right to be worried. Whoever he chose for his daughter is for him to choose, and not even his liege has the authority or the right to decide that for him. To explain the thoughts behind our proposal, we'd have to speak about your navy, mainly, the absence of one. Viserys begins. Storm's End and its surrounding lands weather are just too rough for any ship, let alone a fleet, so in order for the Stormlands to have any semblance of a navy, they have to use another position, somewhere close, but one that lacks the unfortunate situation of your territory. Naturally, one can easily see that the best position to build a new port in the Stormlands is the island of Tarth. It has a strategic position in the narrow sea, the eastern coast doesn't see many storms, typhoons and such, and its proximity to Storm's End makes it the best possible place to base a Stormlander fleet. So if we were to assist in the building of a Stormlander navy, we need to assure the House of Tarth's loyalty. The riches coming from such an investment may instill some of it, but it is equally capable of planting nefarious thoughts in their minds, so the best way to do that is through marriage. Boros finishes the king's sentence. Yes. Boros spends more seconds thinking on the matter. If you assure your support in building a navy, then I agree to your conditions. Viserys extends his one intact hand for a handshake. Then I'm pleased to join our families in matrimony. Boros does the same. Underscore 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 un. The rest of the day passed quite quickly. There was no small council meeting to be had, so Viserys spent his time alongside his sculptors supervising his model of Valyria. Shortly before dawn, the king partakes in a new tradition, sharing a drink with his favorite son over the balcony, watching the sundown. He came in late this time, as Baelon already sat on a reclined chair, sipping a chilled cup of Dornish red. Busy day? He asks his father. Viserys pours himself a cup. Not especially, I was just absent-minded. Ah. Baelon says. Your Valyrian replica, I can never see the appeal. Both you and Daemon seem to be obsessed with their culture. The king groans in satisfaction as he sits next to his son. They were the greatest empire in history. I'd put my money on UTI. Baelon disagrees. Plus there are signs of an even bigger, more prosperous civilization. There are many ruins of ancient structures made of unbreakable black stone, from the High Tower all the way to Asai by the Shadow. Maybe they are ruins of an even more prosperous empire than any one known to mankind. Bollocks. Viserys argues. The Valyrians had dragons, enough to blanket the sky in their shadow. They also had the greatest amount of slaves, and treated them like cattle, sacrificing them for their dark magics. In the Basilic Isle, the brindled men are still alive as a testament to their depraved methods. An empire that stands on a foundation of evil is unworthy of such a label, you know that. Viserys' face clinches out of distaste. The Valyrian Empire's abhorrent culture was a sore spot to him, especially as a Targaryen. The disrespect of your ancestors aside, I come bearing good news. I have secured a betrothal between you and Lady Cassandra. I know. Baelon answers. You weren't subtle about it, discussing it publicly in the halls of the keep. He japes. Thank you, father. The king smiles. I promised you years ago that I'd let you choose your bride, and your choice was better than any I could force upon you. He says. Lord Boros seems adamant to have the wedding as soon as possible. Let us decide on that another day, now is the time for relaxation. The prince takes a sip from his drink. All right, tell me, how goes my city? Construction is going as smoothly as ever. The stonemason's experience from Dragonstone proved invaluable. The cleansing of the gold cloaks is underway thanks to Daemon's mistress, and most importantly, the sewers are about to be completely rebuilt. He answers. The smell is soon to be a thing of the past. Viserys guffaws. I grew up with that ghastly scent, so much so that I feel as if I'd miss it. He jokes. Before Baelon could answer, someone softly knocked on the balcony door before entering. Both father and son were unworried, and Viserys mentioned for whoever it is to enter. It was Aegon, Baelon's younger brother. He walked in with a determined gaze, but his trembling hands betrayed his nervousness. Aegon, what is the matter? He asks. Aegon directs his resolved eyes to the king. Father, I wish to annul my betrothal.